Hello, everybody. I am currently trying to locate Kelsey's hearing, and we have somebody boots on the ground in there. They're going in right now. So I'm still just getting a couple things going here. So while I am doing that, I will happily play the Sewer Turtle song for all of you because it's an amazing song. Okay, I will play the song while I am putzing around here doing what I'm doing. Yeah, so I got to steam them because they were obviously like folded and put in the boxes. But because you couldn't see anything, I got my curtains yesterday. So what I did was I was smart about it. Thank you, by the way, for Holly. Holly sent $25 to get the curtain rods. So what I did was instead of getting them on Amazon, I removed them from my Amazon wish list. I found them a little bit cheaper on Walmart, and I have a Walmart Plus account because I don't drive, so a lot of the times I have to have things delivered. And so I had them delivered yesterday. It was like 3 hours or something. It ended up being the same amount with like the tip or whatever, but at least I got them yesterday night and not today or tomorrow. So I just popped the curtains on real quick. I have a steamer, one of those handheld steamers, and I just have to steam them because obviously they're wrinkled, but I needed to just get them the light. I needed the light to not be eating the room. So I just popped them on for now, and later when I get the steamer out, I will steam them down. But nonetheless, yeah, I saw that. He also apparently said something like, oh, well, I hope that they weren't doing drugs or smoking in front of their child, because that would be, smoking weed. I hope it wasn't weed and they were smoking weed in front of their child. That would be some like twisted tragedy shit or something like that. And first of all, I'm untwisted. Secondly, I don't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was like 19. So joke's on you, Aiden. Once again, you try to throw some little like jab and it falls flat because you're a fucking idiot and you don't know a single thing about me. See, that's the thing about going after people you don't actually know a thing about. It just falls flat with everyone, sir. I saw NBC 10 was supposed to cover it. That is exactly what Deidre said, and we're going to simulcast with her on Spaces as well. So I know I signed up for, we had Peacock for, Paramount from my husband's like phone bill. It's like, it's in there. Like he pays for it with his phone bill. It's like, it's an added perk essentially. So what I did was I chose Peacock because we already had Paramount from his phone, and I have Prime from my phone bill. So thankfully, now we have both Peacock and Paramount. Walmart Plus gives it to me for free. So thank you, Walmart Plus. And for anybody who didn't know that, it's nice for people to know that, Sassy. So I appreciate you bringing that up because other people might not know that if you have Walmart Plus, you can choose either Peacock or Paramount Plus with your membership. All right, so let me play this on. Let me get the hearing up. Let me connect here with DJ. I got to do a couple things. So without further ado, enjoy the Sewer Turtle song again because it's very catchy, okay? And I'll leave the lyrics up. If you guys read the lyrics, it's just funny. It's funny as hell, all right? An award. I would love an award for my intro. I made it. And my outro. I don't know if you've seen the outro, but I made both of them myself. It took me about 4 hours of like messing around with the software to try to figure out how to do it because it was my literal first try of ever editing anything together. And the outro was my second try. So that's why the outro I think is a little bit longer because I finally got comfortable with it. And I was like, all right, I do. I see if they change too. Oh, thank you, Sassy. I'm sure there's plenty of them that are better than mine. I'm not discounting that people probably do way better work than I do. I was very amateur. Although I will say, I did look around at other people's to see like what mine is comparably to theirs. And I saw a lot of very like way more amateur. And I'm like, how is that possible? I'm a literal amateur when it comes to editing things together. Like you have to add the music, and I learned how to add the music and then add 2 tracks and like mix them together to exactly where I want. Like, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fast learner. I think, So I don't know. But I do love it. I am very proud of it. I do give myself a gold star and a pat on the back, maybe a parade and a cookie, because I'm extremely proud of my intro and outro. If you haven't seen the outro, go to like one of the videos and then scroll to the end and watch the outro and tell me what you think of the outro compared to the intro. I would love to know people's thoughts on which one is your favorite, why, I would love that feedback from you guys. All right, here you go. Here's the Sewer Turtle song. I read the lyrics, okay, because it makes it funnier when you know every lyric.
Sewer turtle, crawl out the drain. Yeah, yeah. Here we go again. Unhinged bloggers spewing lies all day. Gaslight king, twisting truth away. Attacks the honest, jealous in a shell. Incites his minions, ringing that hate bell. Scared of girls, yeah, he shakes and he cries. Calls the cops non-stop, what a surprise. Says they're corrupt, but dials them for fun. Missing a shoe, man, you're done. Whining like a baby, help me boo-hoo. Brags, he's the smartest king of the zoo. Low IQ, moving court, felony flop. Argued against himself just to make it stop. Fake account stalking, can't even obey. Third time with a judge, scared of Kate today. Sewer turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. Sewer turtle, crying for his crow. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down, sidekick swats a joke. Living in the shade of shadow, the spot. Mom's house parade, peeping at box trucks on private land. Obnoxious busybody, loudest in the band. Well, he's a Marlboro cowboy, 50 and frail. Mommy's basement, chain smoking trail. Carrots every word, turtles loyal mud. Jimmy bounce on champ, basement shut in slut. All free dreaming of that money train ride. Dirty work doers hiding side by side. But turtles cash, it's a fool's gold scam. Karma's got the ticket, slamming that jam. Sewer turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. Thought complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. Sewer turtles, crying waters crew. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down, yeah, yeah. Come back, call back, you clown parade. Fake tough guy, but girls make you face self-praise. They go, I'm the best, the chords laughing. Your brains in the dirt, side pigs crashing. Train derailed for good. Karma's dancing like we knew it was. Sewer turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints fine, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. Sewer turtle, crying for his cool. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down, yeah, yeah. Turtle down, sewer turtle, fade out. Turtle protocol. Karma's here, yeah.
What's funny about the voodoo doll, actually, on that part, is I had to actually figure out how to make the music hit the beat when the pin goes in to the voodoo doll. So it took a lot of like mixing and matching. I found the hearing, it hasn't started yet. I took a lot of mixing and matching to actually get it going and figure out where the pin was going to actually pop right into the doll. Get Deidre here. I'm here, I'm running here. This.
Hey, Elise.
Hey. Okay, so just figured out, I found the hearing, but in order to do the hearing and simulcast.
Can you hear me, Elise?
Yeah, can you? Can you hear me? Yes. No? Yes, maybe.
I did the request.
Hold on. We're having technical difficulties here, people. Yes, no, no, no. No. Aha! I speak now.
Got it.
Okay. So I found the hearing, but in order, I think, to simulcast, to play the hearing and be on Spaces, I think we might have to add you onto.
Hi, Mary. We're just, oh, bye, Mary. Mary, bye, Mary.
We're gonna have to add you onto the stream because I can only open one window at a time. And if I open the hearing to play that, I'm not going to have spaces open in between the two unless you play it. Does that make sense? Like we were going to do last time, but then the hearing didn't happen.
Oh, just have me hold my phone up to.
Well, so essentially I can only open one. Hold on. Actually, let me see. Present. Maybe it'll let me add a second one. No?
We did this before.
Right. So I basically, what I think I have to do is I have to add you as a guest on the stream.
Before.
And then when I add you as a guest on the stream, you can. Fuck, how's this gonna work? Hold on. I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I can't have Spaces simulcasting if I don't. Yeah, Julie's at the hearing. If I don't have, I gotta have the hearing up, right? Like we have to have. I know I heard the echo for a second there, but I think Deidre took care of it. She muted herself, so it takes care of the echo. But I'm trying to figure it out because I know in order to play the hearing for you guys, I can't have Spaces up. In order to simulcast, I would have to add Deidre as a guest, and then her viewers can hear the hearing and me on Spaces. Yeah. So let me send you a link on
Gmail.
Yes, ma'am.
We shall figure it out.
Yeah.
So I know Julie. I was talking to Julie, and she said Jay Brill was there. She said good morning to Coakley.
I love that.
But apparently, Jessica's not going.
Oh, no. I mean, she's got more important things to do, right? Like bitch about a box truck. I mean, Ethel likes to bitch about the box trucks on private land that she doesn't want to look at. So she thinks she, like, you know, has the right to tell people that they can't have their advertisement box truck on their personal property. It's amazing to me what Ethel over there bitches about.
No.
I always forget that your email has like it's opposite. Like it's not first name first and last name. It's last name then first.
Yeah, I don't know why it was that way. When I set it up,
probably because yours was taken. That's why.
Maybe, or maybe I just didn't know what I was doing because that's kind of my life. My sister's on here. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Dee's sister. Any sister of Dee's is a sister of mine, my friends. Yeah, no, we're gonna add Deidre here so that way we can do both. We probably should have figured this out last night, but I think we were both so busy and I was exhausted. So also, do you guys remember these candles I got at Christmas time? I just dug them out. And I love them. This one has crystals in it, obviously. These are handmade by someone. They're soy candles. This one's a lavender amethyst. It smells amazing, by the way. That's all I can smell right now is that and this one. And of course, this one is pink and has skulls in it. All right. It does. And remember I was talking about Egypt the other day? This one's called Egyptian Rose. It smells amazing. I haven't even taken the wrapping off them yet, and I can smell it through there. But it's all sparkly, like, duh, okay, because I'm sparkly like that. And it's pink, and it has little skulls on it, because those are all of the things that I love together. I got my daughter one of these.
Cool.
Oh, I love me a good candle, too. But I'm very picky about my candle smells. I don't like anything that smells like like a cedary. I'm not like a cedary person. I think that smells like wood or cedar. I'm not a huge fan. Did you hear my new Sewer Turtle song, Deidre? It's amazing.
Did I see what?
Did you hear my new Sewer Turtle song?
No.
Oh my God. I posted it on Twitter yesterday, I think it was. You're going to have to later on go and listen to it. It's very catchy. It's a beat, man. And then Betterow himself decided it was going to be such a smart idea. Aiden's attorney loves talking on social media, like on behalf of his idiotic client, and anything that like he thinks is like a hot button topic. And let's remember that Mr. Betterow himself said that social media is not real life. Okay, but he keeps commenting on it like it's very real life. So a lot of people remind him, sir, you said this is not real life. Okay, and here you are, like the half you are, bitching and whining. All right, here you are.
Okay, now how am I doing this so I'm not
I'm going to have to bounce myself or mute myself on this. Actually, I can bounce myself so that there isn't an echo, and your people should be able to hear me, right? Yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
On Spaces, though? Yeah?
No.
You can't hear me on Spaces?
No.
Damn it.
I stopped hearing you. I'm hearing you on my
She's gone.
iPad.
It's because I hopped down as a speaker, but
Now I'm not hearing you on my iPad.
they can't hear me through you.
Yeah, I hear you, Carrie.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but she's gone. We're the only two now.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
Why is...
Everyone can hear you on my stream. So, I mean, I hopped down a speaker because we have the echo on Spaces, but they should be able to hear me
on the show, but I'm not.
Do you have two devices running, right? Yeah. Do you have two devices, D?
You have to be on her Spaces.
Not on Spaces.
Elise, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Over here.
No, I'm talking to Elise, Carrie.
Sorry.
I hear you here.
For some reason, I can't hear Elise at all.
Hold on. She can't hear me.
Oh.
All right. Hold on a second.
Elise?
I can. It's gonna echo for you guys. All right. I'm gonna mute my screen because I'm gonna echo. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me on the studio?
Yes.
Wait, let me mute myself on Spaces. Can you hear me in the studio now?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, so I should be able to leave Spaces, and people should still be able to hear me. Let's see. Let's try it.
Carrie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, how about now?
You hear
Yeah.
Elise?
I can hear both of you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We're good. We're good. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. All right, let me get the hearing, because I did find it, of course.
Now we have to add in
Julie?
the screen. No.
I got the screen. I got it.
Julie's sitting behind Kelsey's mother.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine as a mom being in that scenario. I have 3 daughters, right? I can't imagine. And the ex-fiance, I always want to say fiance, but he's ex-fiance. He has done some questionable ass shit. Right now, the court, they're asking for records, and I think what they're looking for is those ring videos or those, videos that we have seen of him probably smoking. It looks like he's smoking weed. Not that that's not legal. It is. fully legal in the state of Massachusetts. It's for recreational use. You can literally buy it at the dispensary, not just for medical, but recreational. So it's 100% legal here. But if I'm an attorney, then that means that I'm going to sit there and bitch and whine about how he was outside smoking.
So Julie
Hey,
said there's a decent crowd. The courtroom's not full yet. Martha Coakley's coming in. No Tim Bradle yet. The Commonwealth
He's always late.
Yeah, they're setting
He's
up.
always fashionably late.
They're setting up the pool camera.
Okay, good. Yeah, because it's NBC 10, and it's right now it's set for 9:55.
Oh, okay.
So, that's what it says. It says, waiting for NBC 10 Boston, Kelsey Fitzsimmons in court for pretrial hearing, watch live, and then it says March 12th at 9:55 a.m. So I'm assuming, tell Julie that that's what it says. So it should be starting soon. He is a firefighter. I mean, that's the thing. They have like certain, I'm surprised because maybe they don't have that rule anymore, but they used to have a rule where firefighters aren't even allowed to smoke. I mean, I'm sure they're allowed to probably smoke cigarettes now, but I think they take drug tests, and I don't think weed is one of those things that they are allowed to do, but. No, I agree with you on that part of it, Sassy. It's not that it's not a popular opinion. I think everybody can agree that, like, you pulled a gun, you got shot. Like, that part I don't think anyone's not agreeing with, right? Like, what did you think was going to happen? I think it was the way he went about getting the order to begin with, the things that he did after he got the order, the ex fiance there, and the really kind of sketchy things he's done since. He asked the court for her house that she was going to sell to basically for them to put some sort of hold on that money when she gets it for future child support. That's not the way it works, because child support can go up and down based on your income, not based on the sale of your house, based on your actual real life income. It has nothing to do with the sale of your house. You can't be like, well, the child support has to, be based on, she may not be able to pay me future child support because she's not working. Oh, child support, there's no rule that it is based on anything other than your current, which means wives can go up and down, your current income, source of income, not sale of your assets or home. That's not the way it works. You do not have to sell your home or assets to pay child support. That's just not the way that it works. There are federal and state rules for child support, and that was a very strange ask. I have never ever seen something like that. So I think, with Kelsey, what was weird to me was it's starting. Hold on. No, and I agree with you, Michelle. I mean, that's a very serious issue. My sister had postpartum. I had like the baby blues postpartum. We're not saying anything, but it's on.
The elevator's down in the building, so for the public to be able to access this proceeding, we're going to move everybody down to Courtroom 1.
So Julie said Scott McGinnis was there, Jay Brill, and Christina Rex.
Wait. 1 minute. Hold on.
They're moving everybody down to Courtroom 1 because the elevator is broken, is what the clerk just said.
Oh, wow.
I'm assuming they have to move the pool camera too. Common sense, they're going to have to move the pool cam down the stairs.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute this until the judge comes. Oh, not pause it, mute it. I'm just going to mute it until the judge comes, because it looks like they're going to move it down to Courtroom 1 anyway. The pool camera is going to have to move. So, I mean, that's obviously going to be a couple more minutes before all that. And I agree. She should have had some, mental health intervention maybe. But it's some of the things that the ex fiance there did that sketched me the hell out, There was a lot of just weird shit with that. I know, right? Following directions is not people's strong suit. But believe me, Sassy, I'm not. I am in agreement with you on that part. You pull a gun, you get shot. Of course, she knew better. She was an officer. That's, you know what I mean? She was a police officer. So in the same town. So it's not. She definitely knew better. right? I'm a mama bear. Mess with my children and watch what happens, dude. Those mama bear claws will come out. I think a lot of it for me is the weird shit that happens, you know, with the ex-fiance there. Also, I do have a kind of a serious issue with him going into her financial shit, changing himself as a beneficiary while she's in the hospital. And he assumes at that point, obviously, that she's like not going to make it because she was shot in the chest. So he changes himself to the beneficiary of her policy. That's sketchy as fuck. Apparently, he took cash, gift cards, messed around with other financials of hers. And you don't get to do that. That's not how a restraining order works or a child custody order. Those things are what make me go, what the fuck is actually going on here? He can't do that without her approval. That's part of the problem. And I assume you're going to hear that argued today on them wanting those records because, so he had, quote, called the cops to be able to go there and get his belongings. The problem with that is usually a cop has to be present when you go there and get the belongings. He actually had to like break something to get in. Was there, I forget if it was the door or the window. Maybe Deidre can tell me, I forget.
It was the door.
The door, yeah. So he had to like break the door to get in, and then while he was in there supposedly getting his belongings, he disabled the security system and then changed himself to the beneficiary, allegedly took, I think it was like $5,000, wasn't it? And then
Yes.
Yep, and then gift cards. And so like messed with her, like got on her computer and laptop, broke in her computer and laptop. Like you can't do that. Can't do any of that.
Change beneficiary.
Yeah, you can't change the beneficiary, dude.
Went into her medical record.
Yeah, the medical records. He took copies of medical records, which, to be fair, the court should not have even taken. It is improper for them to take medical records that someone took. You can't do that. I've actually seen that in real life in court, and the judge actually refused flat out to take it because they're not allowed to have it. The judge was like, "You're not allowed to have those. I cannot take those." Right? Like those are medical records. Most of the time, doctors, judges do not like even ordering someone to get someone's medical records. Like it takes a lot to get that, you know? So to just take someone's medical records, and I watched this happen before where a couple had like lived together or whatever. So one took medical records from the other and brought them into court and was like, "She's mentally unwell. Here's why, and here's how." And the judge was like, "I cannot consider any of this. Please do not give us any of this. Like you got this by taking it from someone. It didn't belong to you. It's improper, you know?" And I don't disagree with you that it doesn't change the fact that she pulled the gun in the presence of police. I mean, that's why she got shot, right? Like that's, I don't disagree with that part of it. I don't really think there's anyone that does disagree with that part of it.
I don't
kind of like, right. I don't think, me and Deidre have talked about this. I don't think there's anybody who disagrees about the fact that you pull a gun in the presence of police officers, you're going to get shot, right? Like that's common sense. And she was an officer. She absolutely 100% knew better. The argument between her and prosecution is that she was not going to hurt them. She was going to hurt herself. But that argument doesn't even matter because you pulled a gun. You knew what would happen. It doesn't matter if you're going to hurt yourself, them, the training. You were a cop. You get shot. And they shoot for center mass, which is the biggest part that can disable you, which would be your chest. I agree with you. I mean, and that's the other thing. You got to be very careful with Mr. Bradel. I take everything he says with a grain of salt without actually seeing something that proves it, because he loves to do narrative, and this person is, pointing fingers. We've seen it a million times in Aiden's cases, and I know what is and what isn't true when it comes to Aiden's cases. So I'm very careful when it comes to Mr. Bradel and his ridiculous nonsense. But I think this case is intriguing because of all of the extra stuff that like went on, right?
Hey, Elise, when you're responding to somebody, can you read what it is that they're saying?
Yes. So UGA mom said, "I don't know about the insurance policy, but he showed information that the money he took was his. They had a joint account." Okay. So maybe he took whatever belonged to him.
But he took other monies because didn't she have like a return from a vacation cruise or something?
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe they went on a vacation together, and maybe some of it was his, but that's not something that you just break into people's stuff to take. You know, that's something you're supposed to sort out with, like, you know, the cops. And I mean, maybe he thought if he didn't take it that she wouldn't agree that it was his, and you know, that could be sticky. But okay, cool. Even if you took the 5,000 and that was yours, I'm fine with that. If it was yours, it was yours. Like, whatever. You had a joint account, cool. That's great. Fine. Whatever. I don't have a problem with that. Changing the beneficiary was my big problem. She was just shot in the chest, and you went in, broke into the computer, and changed the beneficiary to yourself. That is sketchy. That was one of the things that I was like, the fuck? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. If he lived there, you have to, like, the whole landlord-tenant laws apply. I have a friend who couldn't get rid of her abuser without evicting him unless she wanted to get a restraining order, and she was too afraid to get a restraining order because he had coaxed her into dropping them several times before. And so, because that's what happens in domestic violence, like that's what they do. They're very cunning, and they get you to not go, or to say you lied and drop it or whatever. And so she was afraid that they wouldn't take her seriously, you know, because of the other times she had dropped it. And so she went in, and they were like, no, you actually have to evict him. And she's like, but he has no paperwork. There's no lease. He was just staying with me. Like, this is my house. Like, she owns her house. My friend owns her house.
Two things,
and,
Elise. My turtle is there.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I think Jesse told me that this morning, but like, why now? For money, for clout. Like, why now? You know, why?
And Amber's
like everyone else.
Amber's not taking into consideration that he swore to a court that he had moved. So before
that's right. I forgot about that. I haven't even got down to those comments yet. I'm behind. Michelle said she needs to hear the prosecution side. Oh, look, there's Grace Courtney, everyone, right next to Cradle. That fucking Looney Tune.
I think Michelle has it right. You got to hear everything before you come to a conclusion.
Yep, and I 100% agree with her that you got to hear the prosecution side before you jump to anything. You can't fall for PR campaigns. This is just my opinions on like why I find it intriguing, right? Like why I find the case intriguing.
But I have to say that I don't find a way to excuse pulling a gun.
No.
I can't. Sorry. So no matter what each side says, that fact alone is something that can't be wiped away.
Correct.
By a narrative.
I think people miss that part where they're just like, you know, well, it's sad. Okay, yeah, it is sad, but she did absolutely pull a gun. What did she think was going to happen? Like, I can't just like excuse that because some other shit happened that was, you know, questionable and shady against her. It does raise the question on whether some of this was like plotted ahead of time or not, but you still pulled a gun. You didn't have to do that, you know?
Right, exactly.
Did not have to do that. Well, that's the thing. He did. So Amber said, yeah, she said he did shady stuff. Says he lives there, but then he doesn't during the same time period. However, if he has items there, landlord laws may apply instead. Well, even if landlord laws apply here in Massachusetts, usually a cop will go with you. You collect your belongings and then you leave. Like, I don't know why they just gave him the go-ahead to just go in there by himself. Usually a cop has to be present, whether it's right outside the house or not. Like, they're usually there with you to allow you to collect your belongings. They give you like 15 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if she meant to harm herself or feared for her life, but she pointed it at them. She claims she was only going to hurt herself, but if you're pulling it, then you're pointing it, you know? She might have then wanted to point at herself. I don't know. Bottom line is you pulled it, though. You pulled a gun knowing what would happen. She was a trained officer. You know?
The officer doesn't know what your intent is. All they know is that they want to go home alive, and someone pulls a gun. And they're going to do what they got to do, especially close quarters like that.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. All they know is that you've pulled a gun. They don't know what your motive is. All they care about is they don't want to be shot in the head and not go home to their families. They have to act within split seconds. No, not here, not in Massachusetts. They don't hold belongings for 30 days. If you abandon your belongings, they have to put it in a storage unit. They have to pay for it. The landlord does, and then they give you the location and access to that storage unit. But there is no like, oh, we hold your things for 30 days and then we can't change the locks. That's not the way it works. Not here in Mass. In Mass, you have to go through an entire eviction process. And during that process, you have access to the apartment during that whole time. You have a key, you have a way to get in. They can't change the locks. And if they do, cops get called. They get told they have to open it, right? Like that becomes a bigger issue. But they don't hold your belongings like in the apartment for 30 days. If you abandon them or you move out and there's belongings there, then they have to move them to a storage unit. I think it's for 60 days, as a matter of fact, that they have to pay for up front, and they have to give you a location of the storage unit here. I don't disagree that some of it might be PR, but I mean, they do raise serious questions about like the order itself, whether some of it was fabricated to get the order that started all of this.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't wipe away the fact she pulled the gun. That's, you know, but it's to me, it's just interesting to try to figure it all out. You know, there's Coakley right next to Looney Tunes Courtney. Yeah, Massachusetts does need some serious changes in general. I mean, it is criminal. Yeah, it's a finance crime. You can't change the beneficiary without someone's consent. Cops love to do that. Well, it's civil. The problem with that is almost always do they go to the location and allow you to collect your belongings so that there's eyes there. Maybe they thought, oh, because she was shot in the hospital, they didn't need to go. Normally, they do go with the person to collect their belongings. So I don't know why they did, but they love using that excuse. They do. That's the Massachusetts cops in any city or town's cop out. Well, that's a civil matter. Even if it's not actually a civil matter, if they just don't want to deal with it and they have discretion, they'll be like, well, that's a civil matter. And people just buy it hook, line, and sinker. And unless you're someone like me that knows better, you're like, no, this is civil and this is criminal. Then they'll just be like, yeah, it's a civil matter. We can't help you. Go to court. You know? You can't change the beneficiary.
Hey, Lucy, can you hear me okay?
Fox Creek YouTube save. Yes. Also, guys, hey, Bergen's back. My husband's putting together my chair right now. Because I fell asleep without doing it, but he's home today, so he's helping me out in that aspect, my friend. So we should roll it in at some point. Oh my God, she would be smart to stay far away from Turtle Douche, but I can't discount that Mr. Unethical Bradle here. I mean, if I were her, I would have fired that asshole long ago. He did damage to her. She's in jail because of him. Yeah, if he moved, they would have to put it in a storage unit, though, for 60 days. So it wouldn't just sit in the apartment. They would have to put it, the landlord, which would be her, would have to, and obviously she cannot do that. She's shot in the chest in the hospital, but she would have had to put his stuff into the store. But again, if he didn't live there, he shouldn't have had access, you know? He's causing drama with the dad's family, just like he did with the O'Keefes. Oh, that's a shocker. Like, listen, even if you don't like the ex-fiance, okay, or some of the things that he did, that doesn't warrant harassment, dude. It doesn't warrant turtle behavior, you know? We don't know these people. We don't know all of the facts. We know what we're told, and that's it. Yeah, Mass law is a little bit different than Pennsylvania. We have some of the strictest laws when it comes to some of this stuff, although some of it's weird and lax and some of it is strict as hell. So it's, I mean, again, Massachusetts needs some more, guys. I mean, he could say he lived anywhere in the transitional month, but for us, it's 2 months and it goes into storage, and that's only after you're like, I'm moving out, and then you leave things behind. Well, that's why she definitely needed like mental health intervention, 100%. Even if that was like a Section 12, which here in Massachusetts would be like a mental health hold against your will. I 100% agree that if that's, you know, if there was any question about having postpartum to that point, that there should have been mental health professionals to be able to help her and hold. Hey, Holly,
Elise,
I got some curtains up.
Read what they're saying, please, Elise.
She just said hi.
So my
watching
people,
while she catches up on some work around the house. And I said, hi, Holly. Well, Holly sent a $25 donation yesterday so I could get, she wanted me to get the curtain rods off of my list. And so we got the curtain rods, and that's why we got the curtains up in the background here. So thank
Nice.
you, Holly. UGA mom said, absolutely agree. He sounds shady. The smear campaign on him right now is disgusting. I agree with you. And Michelle V had said that she could have hurt that baby. Her father said she was having issues, and that's why I said there should be, that's why she should have had a Section 12. She absolutely, should have had some intervention mental health wise, if that was something that was going on. Michelle says it doesn't matter. She pulled the gun. I agree. She pulled the gun, and that she's going to have to deal with the consequences of that. They don't have the luxury of trying to figure out what you're going to do with that gun. Amber said, if officially evicted, he wasn't evicted. Well, no, in Massachusetts, if you abandon your things, the landlord also has the right to move them. So if he moved out and left all of his things, that's abandoning your belongings.
Yeah, he didn't leave pursuant to an order. He left on his own free will.
Right. Yeah. Jersey Girl said, thanks for covering this. You look great and so put together. Well, thank you, Jersey Girl. Actually, I just threw a hoodie on, to be honest with you, my friend. I threw my hoodie on. I was actually wearing this hoodie yesterday, but I was wearing my, t-shirt underneath it. I threw it on today because it was a little chilly. I had the windows open because it was nice yesterday. It was in the 60s, and I was just like a little chilly. So I threw my hoodie on, and I was running around this morning trying to rush because my kiddo doesn't go to school until closer to 9. So I had to rush to get all of this stuff done and finished for you guys to get here. You got to make a thumbnail, you got to do a description, you got to tinker with things, and that takes time. And so I was sort of rushing around trying to find the hearing and doing all that stuff. So I just popped on a sweatshirt and called it a day. UGA mom said, spot on, Elise. Cops don't have the luxury of not reacting when a gun is pulled. They don't. They just have to shoot, like center mass. Michelle said, now that TB is involved, I feel terrible for that family. I agree. Nobody needs the TB treatment, dude.
The TB effect, nothing goes
Good.
right. He gets involved.
That's right. Freeze Frame said, I'm looking forward to reading the mental health assessment and court documents if they become available. I don't think they'll make the mental health assessment available, but the court documents will go over if they do. Jesse said, exactly, they don't know her state of mind regardless, cop or not, new mom or not, you're still putting others at an unknown risk. That's right. Dropping some knowledge. Those are some facts, Jesse. You are right. Not here in Massachusetts. You don't have to officially evict them. They can't be living there if they abandon. Massachusetts has strict rules. So if you just leave of your own free will, that's abandoning. If you leave your belongings. So what would happen is the landlord would go into court and say that you abandoned your stuff, but they do have the right to remove it and put it into a storage unit before you're officially told by a judge, like, hey, you've abandoned, because at that point you've left and you've abandoned your belongings. So maybe it's different there in Pennsylvania, but here in Massachusetts, they don't have to be officially evicted if you abandon. If you abandon, they have a right to move your stuff. They do have to still go to the court, but and now they're going to have that woman Stowe officer. She's popular on TikTok. Is this supposed to be? Who is this supposed to be? Her sister?
What
is?
Oh, in the courtroom.
Is that her? That's her, isn't it? Like, I'm confused. Unless she has a sister, it looks exactly like her. Why is she sitting over there? I'm totally confused right now.
Mm-hmm. Kelsey had been sitting right next to Martha.
Yeah, I know. So I'm confused. Is that her sister, maybe? I don't know.
Looks
or is that her? Why would she be over there? She's sitting next to Courtney right now. So that is, I don't know why she'd be sitting over there. And again, I don't know why Bradel hired Courtney. Okay, I really don't. She had no knowledge of the law. She had no experience in being a paralegal in any way, shape, or form. Okay, let's be very clear. Courtney is someone who has ruined a multitude of men's lives. some of which I know, and Jessie also knows, so she can confirm this. She's not a well woman, and I don't honestly know how her family at this point doesn't do something. There's something wrong in her brain where tension is important, and it's the pick me behavior. And on top of it, she has no problem lying about other people. She's the same person who went and I'm not kidding, called my mods and then called people who she saw your name in my chat, right? She went and called these people, messaged these people, and asked them if she could talk to them on the phone, claiming that she's known me for 25 years. Yeah, see, the problem with that is one of the people alerted me to it. And I said, cool, take the phone call. Ask her what my children's names are. Ask her where I live. Ask her what my husband's name is. And when someone did that, now the person that she had tried to contact was a former officer like you, Deidre, so she, picked up on it right away. And when Courtney couldn't answer those questions, she was like, well, how have you known her for 25 years then if you don't even know these basic things? And Courtney was like, well, I haven't seen her since I was like 19 or 20. Okay, well, it was probably about 18, 19, somewhere around there. I was still in active addiction back then, just FYI. She has not known me for 25 years, not even close.
So Amber's right. Cops don't want to get involved, but cops weren't involved. The only cop that was involved was the one that he talked to on the phone, who was extremely wrong in what she was saying. And her demeanor was extremely unprofessional. I have to say, when I started reading the transcript of it, I couldn't get through the first page without exclaiming out loud, "Are you been kidding me?"
I did the same thing.
Yeah. So, and that's
cops don't want to get involved, but sometimes they have to. And in here in Massachusetts, more often than not, even if it's a complex landlord issue, when it comes to belongings, I have never not seen them go with the person to collect their belongings. This is weird to me. I've been doing volunteer advocacy in the state for almost 20 years, and I've never not seen them show up for somebody to collect their belongings. It's weird. Jay Brill confronted Aiden making changes, said.
Oh, no.
My bed is amazing, Sassy. Thank you for asking. Amy got me that bed, and I'm so happy. I didn't wake up last night. Holly freaking Luya. It will be interesting to see his coverage on this and how much he spins things to what he wants it to be, because that's what Aiden does. Everybody's getting quiet, so I'm assuming in the courtroom, so I'm assuming they're coming soon. He's only doing this for money. Do you know he's not going to do any real journalism on it? Well, we usually cover every hearing. We've simulcasted with Deidre on a hearing on this. We've done all the hearings that I've known of, at least, unless I was not here, obviously.
Well, you know what? I understand the sentiment about him only doing it for money, but maybe, just maybe, it might help him to turn a corner and turn away from all the drama and leave Meredith alone. I mean, we can always hope that maybe he'll move on.
Fingers crossed, right?
Yeah.
So I guess Jay Brill making changes that Jay Brill asked why he was there if it's a conflict of interest. So remember he said way back when, like, I can't do the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. It's a conflict of interest. Yeah, I called that out right away. There's no conflict of interest. Aiden's not an attorney, okay? Just because his attorney is representing someone else, that doesn't magically make anything a conflict of interest. That's the most ridiculous, nonsensical excuse I've ever heard in my life. Aiden's not a judge. He's not an attorney. If he's supposed to be a, quote, journalist, then you would cover any case, regardless of if you're lawyer is on it or not. If it's a public interest, it's a public interest. You take your own bias out of it, you can still report on it. That was an excuse for him to not cover a case he didn't want to cover. There's no conflict of interest. Rando says they're bouncing back and forth between here and somewhere else. You are a busy one, aren't you, my friend? But it's nice to see you, girl.
Probably still moving things over from the other courtroom.
Well, here in Massachusetts, if you say you're going to move out of somewhere and then you actually leave that location, it's not a gray area here. It's that you've abandoned that location and your belongings, and so the landlord can then move them to a storage unit.
He swore to it to a judge. He didn't just say, Kelsey,
he put it on record.
He swore to a court.
So that kind of put it legally on record that he no longer lives there. So he shouldn't have had access to the property. Sassy, absolutely. Pattern of him with vulnerable women. Yeah, it's his cat. It's how he makes his money. How do you determine abandon? If they leave and they leave their belongings behind, or if in his case, he said he no longer lives there, and if your belongings are still inside and you no longer live there, you have abandoned. That's why. That's how. Like, without an order, he isn't out. No, yeah, he is. If he has proclaimed that he's out, he put it on a court paperwork, and he left his belongings, that is considered abandonment of your belongings and of where you were. You have now put it on record that you no longer live in the residence. There doesn't need to be an order on that. You're abandoning the property. Her iPad died. Shit. Yeah, that's Kelsey. Then I'm like, why is she over there? Yeah, as long as they're both like, he left his belongings, that's it, you know. Ultimately, they do end up going to the court and saying, okay, they abandoned, we put their stuff in a storage unit, here's where it is, just to put it on record. But he said he was not living there anymore, and he put that in an affidavit where he signed under pains and penalties of perjury that he was not living there, and his belongings were still there. He shouldn't have been allowed to go there and get them without the police or permission. That's just the way it works. What just happened? Okay, weird. They just shut their, still says live, but they shut their pool camera off for a minute. It is her, right? I thought so. I know I'm behind in the comments. I apologize. Yeah, knowing you and knowing of you is very different. Courtney doesn't know, apparently, the... But see, here in Massachusetts, there's no transition period. There's no transition. You're either there or you're not there. There is no such thing as like, oh, I'm in transitioning period. Like, you're not out until you have moved all of your things out, unless you have said that you're out. So if you say, I no longer live there, you still have belongings there, then you've abandoned those belongings here in Massachusetts. That's the way it works. You wouldn't say you no longer live there until all of your belongings were out that you were moving out. That is during your transition period, you're still living there. So like here, we don't have like you're moving out transition period and you're out. It's you're either there and you're still there because your belongings are there and you haven't fully moved out, or you're not there, you know? Oh, girl. I am so sorry that you had to experience that, Bella Boom's mom. I am also the mom of a wonderful daughter with that name. So. But Justin himself changed the address paperwork. He can't have his cake and eat it too. He was out until he didn't want to be. Exactly. And there is no gray area here in Massachusetts. You're out when you've moved all your stuff out, or you're still there because you haven't moved all your stuff out. So you're still considered living there. I don't know. That's a good question if it's between the police union. Deidre can't talk right now. She's simulcasting me, but she can't talk until her iPad charges. No worries, Deidre. We miss you already and your commentary, but no worries. As long as you can hear us, take your time and charge it up and then pop back on as soon as you charge back up. We love you, my friend. Oh my God, you have no idea. My body feels, you know, it hurts unless we have chronic pain, but God, it feels so good to not wake up 72 times in one night. I bow down to Amy for getting me that bed on my wish list. I fully appreciate that she did that. And she knocked one of the two big things I need off of my wish list. The only big thing I need for the house now is a couch. And I am actually shocked that I found a couch that will fit up to the 3rd floor and it comes in 2 boxes and only being $399. Now that's a lot, not something I could afford right away, obviously, but $399 is not bad for an L-shaped cloud couch, you know? Yeah, not here. Here, they usually, even if there's not a safety concern, usually because there could be a problem with you and the person that lives there, or could be an issue with you taking things that don't belong to you, they usually, send an officer. So no police union? Okay. Oh, it's so happy, Joy about this. I haven't even mentioned how to support the channel yet because I've been so focused on all of this. But if you do want to support the channel, there are plenty of ways to do so. You can get yourself a membership. You can gift membership. We made another tier, a smaller tier for $2.99 on the memberships. So you can gift memberships to people. You can get yourself one if you don't have one. You can do a super chat or a super sticker, the most direct routes, which are always the most helpful. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have an Amazon wish list. That's in the description of the video. We also have our Chime. And for those of you out of country, Revolut, which has the best exchange rates, better than PayPal, in my opinion. Revolut is a way that you can, it's like our Cash App and Venmo here in the United States. And you can use it here in the United States. And say, for instance, someone sends you money in euros, right? Instantly in the app, you can switch it from euros to American money right there in the app. They give you a card, just like Cash App or Venmo would. But unlike Cash App and Venmo, you can use Revolut to exchange money between countries, which I love. And there are so many countries included for Revolut. So that's one of the reasons why I absolutely love Revolut. Not a lot of people use it. There's only one person that really uses it once in a while, and I appreciate her greatly. But I love it for that reason. The exchange rates are way better than what PayPal does. We also have our Untwisted chats, which are at the top of the chat right there. You can click on it. You can enter any amount you want. You can write a paragraph if you wanted. And I love reading those. I never read anybody's real name. Usually people will put their screen name at the bottom of it so that I can, know who they are versus real name versus screen name, and I can thank them that way. But I don't read anybody's real name from any of the apps because that's your private information, and the world doesn't need to know your private full name. He did. He broke into her house. He broke the door down to get in to her house after he had claimed in that court order that he no longer lived there to get that order. That they then came in and she pulled the gun. She got shot. He claimed in that order that he did not live there. But then he broke down the door after she was shot to get in. I know, put it together, court. It still says they're live. Let me try to go back and see if they started a new stream. I don't know why. Nope, it's still this one. I think they were waiting for the court so much that they were just like, meh, we're going to shut it down until the court's ready, Yeah, after. That's why we're saying, what's happening, Yeah, but that's their problem. They did know because they went there, right? They had the order. So if they didn't do their due diligence in reading the order, that's the same police station. So they had the order in hand when they went to her home, right? And then he called and said, I need to go there and get belongings. And of course, they didn't do what they should have done. They didn't do their due diligence. They didn't go over the order and look at it again. Or the cops that were at the house, not one of them was like, hold on, he said he doesn't live there. So they didn't do their job. They didn't do their due diligence in saying, whoa, hold on a second. You said you don't live there in this affidavit. We cannot just let you access the place. And they didn't go over there at all when he went to, quote, get his belongings. So, that right there was just a red flag for me, Yeah, it's going to be this kind of day, this fun kind of day. I haven't had a coffee yet because my Keurig's broken, and I'm a broke bitch right now, so I got to figure out how to fix my goddamn Keurig. Uh-oh, hold on. I can't believe Aiden went there. What a buffoon. I can't. He's such a clown. There's just so many things happening all at once right now. Oh boy. I know that when my phone is like blowing up, that like something else is happening. Yeah, you live there or you don't. There isn't like that kind of gray area here. Yeah, I had that. My oldest had an iPad, and I think we went through so many goddamn charges with the fucking iPad, dude. You know? I meant because it's a He-Man LLTV to Justin and son. Well, he's there. He was there apparently, like accosting Justin's family and him. I know, right? Doesn't it give you anxiety knowing that like he's probably just going to cause damage to everyone and everything he fucking touches? You know, if you rent a place and then you buy a house. Oh,
LA, that's correct. LA, is that right? Okay. Let me just say, I did have a couple of questions.
Not in Massachusetts, Amber. If you rent a place and you buy a house and you move your stuff into your house, you don't just live in both.
Yes.
You can't just take forever to move your things out of a house.
All right, so I guess a couple of observations, Mr. Grado, then I'll turn it over to you. One is that your affidavit in support doesn't mention Mr. Lane at all. So I'll just point that out to you. Also, the proposed order doesn't mention him either, or who the subject of the records would be that would be ordered to be produced. And also, essentially, if I understand this correctly, and I did review, there was video footage that you folks dropped off last night, or at the end of the day. I couldn't get the other thumb drive to open, but I did review the video footage. But if I understand, generally speaking, that there's these multiple instances, if I remember correctly, in April or in May of 2025, where Mr. Lane is observed on this video. I assume that at their residence at the time, smoking marijuana or something.
Yes, Your Honor, that's what we would allege.
And so, and your argument is somehow this would be relevant to Mr. Lane's ability to perceive the events and hear the events accurately and then relay them. So, but how was, let me ask you this, marijuana is legal, right, in Massachusetts, as is beer. So if the video displayed him, Mr. Elaine, drinking a glass of whiskey or a beer, the number of times that you saw him.
What's the difference?
Right. What is the difference?
Happy to answer, Judge. So in this case, the state of the evidence is that we gave you 4 or 5 clips as a representative sample of over 200 clips that we have that are similar over a long period of time. And
in other words, 200 instances.
Maybe 270, I'm being a little conservative, but okay. Over 200, let's say.
All right, over 200 instances of
what you see in the representative sample.
Okay, and what was the time period?
So the time period would go back probably a few months, Judge.
A few months before the June 30th incident?
Correct.
Okay. Correct. All right. And this is something that has been produced to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we sent them, and actually we got it from the surveillance that the Commonwealth had that they returned to us recently. Okay. So they definitely have everything. And so, Judge, it's fair to say that there's a pervasive marijuana use by this guy. Okay. And I understand, your point that marijuana is legal in Massachusetts. It's illegal under federal law, number 1. Pages 37 and 38 of the town of North Andover policy.
Bradle, this isn't a federal case.
Have a very comprehensive anti-drug policy for all towns.
Doesn't matter. It's state legal.
It's a public document, and it prohibits any drug use on town property. It prohibits any showing up to work under the influence of any.
There is no drug use on. That's private property.
There's
sir.
also a statute.
What what's the evidence? I get all this, I certainly understand.
Narrative.
Plenty of legal substances, including alcohol and marijuana, that would absolutely affect a person's ability.
But you have no proof that that happened.
Recall and
Radel, come on.
credibly. What is the evidence that on June 30th, that whatever time in the morning it was when this incident happened, that Mr. Elaine was under the influence of something at that time?
So Judge, it was the afternoon, and the idea is that, the pervasiveness of the usage raises a legitimate question, and this is a discovery question. We're not talking about an admissibility question at this point. We're just talking about a discovery question. And I would venture to say that the standard there is that it's something.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Yes,
sir. But the case law is clear is that this can't be. I just was reading Commonwealth versus Jones, I think, which is clear that this can't be. Rule 17 can't be used as a discovery tool. It's a tool to make the trial more efficient. In other words, you have to show that the evidence would be admissible.
Yes.
Right? So.
Well, I mean, it sort of is a discovery tool in the sense that we get the documents early, and in order to get the documents early, we have to make a showing. And I think the showing is made, Judge, in terms of relevancy of his ability to perceive and recollect. That's something that's always relevant. And so we have documented video of him smoking marijuana all over his home all the time for months, over 200 times. And so
it's private property. He can.
Points to that there's a problem, number one. Certainly a problem with this guy. And number two, Your Honor, that there's likely to be overlap with his work schedule as a firefighter, where it would certainly come into contravention of town policy, which is page 30.
Personal use.
Town policy
is
showing up to work under the influence of marijuana.
It's a policy, not a law.
Trigger, the further town policy, which is that if there's an incident, there should be random testing of town employees. And so we think there's a good faith basis to say, give us this early, Your Honor, that if he's been tested at work and he tests positive at work, he's been given breaks at work, he's been put in rehab from work.
How would that be admissible? So that would. Let's
it wouldn't be admissible. None of it would be. It's not relevant.
2 days before, on the 28th, his screening came back at his employer.
She needs to fire him.
Sure. Okay. So then what?
So I have a good faith basis to ask him on the stand, were you smoking on when this happened? Do you remember these events accurately?
Oh, please.
Do you even know what you were doing when you were in that basement?
Such a stretch.
You're taking your baby under the influence of marijuana.
You don't think you have that good faith basis to ask that question now?
Well, there's always.
200.
He's trying to play the judge, and the judge ain't having it.
Our trial lawyers are worried about when the guy says no. And that's why it's a discovery.
Weed's legal.
Ultimately.
So it doesn't matter for custody or criminal. It's legal here.
The lawyer is always at the mercy of someone saying no. And then if you have the backup, we can, as we say, we can prove it up. So it is relevant in that respect of us needing to know how pervasive his marijuana problem is. And we have pretty good evidence, times 200 and whatever, that it's a pretty pervasive problem. And so I think it's probably meets the relevant standard, the lack of fishing expedition. We can't get this material anywhere else. This is something that is important to make sure the cross-examination is appropriate and can be proven up. So I think my good faith basis kind of comes from being able to prove it up. And that's one way I can do that. I always have in mind, Judge.
Yes. Again, the balls and strikes that I'm being asked to call in this narrow instance under Rule 17 is keeping in mind that you're asking for me to order production of records, of employment records. Again, I'm not seeing how that has any materiality or relevance to what his state of mind was, Mr. Elaine's state of mind was at the time of this incident.
Well, I think you gave me my answer when, maybe there is something in there just right up against this incident maybe he was under monitoring, maybe he was reprimanded for coming in smelling like marijuana, maybe he, had some marijuana at the fire department. We have to look at the records. I don't have a magic wand when I say, exactly what they might have, but I can point to relevancy and materiality and lack of fishing expedition by saying we have 200 something instances of him doing it over a few months. That creates the likelihood that there's some overlap with work. And then, okay, so then we have town policies, and then there's also another law, Judge, that's Chapter 40, Section 101A. It prohibits hiring of firefighters who smoke for pension purposes. The Commonwealth doesn't want to get into smoke or firemen. So,
Mr. Grado, all of these statutes that, again, I don't take issue at all with, I asked that rhetorical question to start with, but I don't take issue at all with the notion that marijuana can, and especially something that's smoked off, and can affect someone's ability to perceive and then relate what they saw or heard on the scene. It's the idea of getting records that you are fishing for, arguably, no? Because, hold on. Okay. Again,
He is fishing.
I'm constrained because the case law says that this is not to be used as a discovery tool. Now, let me say this: I've been there before, and I know that it's you're between a rock and a hard place because you have some information, like you do, about the possibility that they'll be in the records, but the SJC has made it clear that you need more, I believe.
So you're the judge, and I respect your ruling, but I should just say,
Well,
Judge,
I haven't ruled yet. So
I
don't
appreciate it. My thought is that whole business about it not being a fishing expedition, I think that what they mean there is that you can't be held, the defense can't be held to the standard of knowing what the other people have without getting to it. It would be easy if we could say.
But it is.
I know
That's
we have
law.
16 reports from 16 days that he showed up smelling like marijuana and stumbling around. But, that's never the case because this is adversarial litigation. And so we don't know, and we never do know. So the courts can't put the defense in this catch-22.
They can, it's the law.
Records, and it can't be a situation where, you have a time machine, you have a magic wand, whatever you want to call it. We don't know. Defense counsels never know. And that, it can't mean that Rule 17 means nothing. So you have to interpret this fishing expedition thing as meaning just completely throwing darts. And so what I'd answer to say why we don't have a fishing expedition here is because, excuse me, we have this incredible number of video documentation. And we know that he's a full-time firefighter in the town. And so the likelihood of an overlap is pretty substantial. So that's really all we have. And that's all a defense counsel can ever have is kind of skirting around the edges. And
in fact, arguably, you have more than we often see, right?
I think so, Judge. So, this is just, this is.
He still's not giving it to you.
That will potentially be able to give me the ability to prove up a denial, I think, if you will. And, who knows what he's going to say? I don't know, because he's an adversary. So I'm just trying to get the record as populated as possible. And if I have information, I'll know the parameters of what he's saying is truthful and what is not truthful. And I think it would make for a better cross-examination and a more economic cross-examination if I'm not dancing all around without the benefit of these records. So that'd be my argument.
You're always dancing and denied.
Well, I think I just echo much of what you said, and so I hate to do that, and echo what he said. He said, maybe, we don't know. That's the definition of a fishing expedition. That's the definition of a discovery tool that that's what he's looking for, and he admitted it. He has a basis to ask that question. He could ask the witness on the stand, were you under the influence, or had you smoked, or anything like that? He has a good faith basis to do that. I wouldn't object to that question. I think it's a fair question based on the landscape that we have here. And the answer is what the answer is. And that's often the case. So I would suggest you, he has not met his burden and the court should deny the motion.
Mr. Green, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, on that.
No, that's all I have for that, yes.
So I'm going to issue a more formal ruling later, but the motion is denied because the defendant has not met her threshold requirement under the Lampron protocol. And as I said, I'll be more specific in my written ruling later. All right, now that's moves us to
Brado's a fucking buffoon. She needs to fire him and get a more competent attorney. All he knows how to do is narrative.
Go to the defendant's motion in limine, which has various requests. Let me just get from the paper 67. Now, I meant to point this out even before we started on the Rule 17 motions, but I think it's worth saying. So, Mr. Gubitosi, at the last hearing, you said this is something to the effect, I mean, probably more eloquently than I can remember, but something to the effect of that this is a very simple case, straightforward about what happened in the bedroom. And I'm glad to see that the defense seems to agree, because in actually in this particular motion, Mr. Brado, you wrote, the narrow issue here is whether Ms. Fitzsimmons committed an assault with a dangerous weapon against Patrick Noonan on June 30, 2025 in the bedroom, et cetera, et cetera. So I point out that you folks agree. So that's my thinking here, to trying to keep things simple when I'm addressing all of your motions and your trial motions and your requests. I agree that we at least have an agreement on a starting place. But let me hear you, let me ask the Commonwealth on the defendant's motion.
Brado's an absolute clown.
As for sequestration, let me say this, I typically don't issue sequestration orders like formally. In other words, I would now ask the Commonwealth. I would just rely on if there's an order in place for you folks, both sides, to tell your witnesses that how it works. So does the Commonwealth object to a reciprocal sequestration? In other words, yes. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to allow the request that the trial witnesses be sequestered as that term is used in your motion, and it will apply to both sides. So I would, you'll be responsible in conveying to your witnesses that particular order, that they're not to discuss their testimony with other witnesses. All right, and on number 2, the opinion terms. So I almost always use people's names, their surname. It's very possible, if not probable, that I would use a term like alleged victim, who I believe would theoretically be, not theoretically, would be Officer Noonan. Thoughts?
The Commonwealth has no objection to number 2, so long as it also is binding on defense counsel.
Meaning what?
He also will refer to anyone as victim, suspect, target.
Right. So are both sides okay with alleged victim?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll allow that. And I'll write this up later so that we're not. And number 3 is basically a motion to preclude prior bad acts or other acts. And let me say this, it probably makes sense to hold off on this because I view this as an opposition to a couple of the Commonwealth's motions, I think. So just remind me, Mr. Grado, when we circle back, I haven't addressed everything.
Certainly.
In there, number 4 is voir dire. Let me hold off on that for a moment, because the Commonwealth also has voir dire, proposed voir dire, but let's go to number 5, which is the last. So number 5 is that the court exclude. There's a lot there. Commonwealth.
I mean, I think most of it is not really applicable to the facts of this case. So insofar as, the defendant is known to other members of the North Andover Police Department because she was a North Andover police officer, I think that's kind of unavoidable.
But not a repeat offender, that's what I'm.
Certainly not a repeat offender. And I think the defendant never fled anywhere. She was never a target of any, broader investigation. So I think as this is somewhat boilerplate, it doesn't really apply to the case, so there's no objection.
All right, so that will be marked as allowed of objection. And we really should at some point talk about, and this may arise during the hearing on one of your Commonwealth's motions, but talk about the scope of what the evidence will be as it relates to this 209A work, right? And I think we need to flesh that out, or maybe it doesn't need to be fleshed out, but we'll get to that in a moment. So that leaves paragraph 4 in the defendant's motion, which is request for voir dire. And while I'm addressing the defendant's request for voir dire questions of jurors, let me get the Commonwealth's out. Paper 63 is the Commonwealth's request for jury questions. So let's just go back for a moment. As I said, I intend to handle this impanelment like I do all impanelments, and that is to use a case-specific juror questionnaire in addition to the single-page questionnaire that the jury commissioner issues with the summons. So my philosophy is, and also you folks will we will conduct individual voir dire of every juror, whether they answer yes to any of the questions or not. You folks will have permission to ask reasonable questions as part of attorney conducted voir dire. My philosophy is to put as much of the questions you folks think are relevant in the questionnaire, so that it just will speed up the process. Obviously, you'll have your own things that you'll want to maybe ask personally, which means that the questions have to be formulated in a yes or no, in a manner that calls for a yes or no answer. So when I look at the defendant's request, I mean, I definitely can include something like A and B, C, mental health issues in general, and yeah, D will be in there, E will be in there. Yeah, F I don't ask. I'm not saying that you can't, but same thing with G. I mean, there's obviously versions of F and G when they're asked whether they can obey the idea of the presumption of innocence and reasonable doubt, etc. Same thing with H and I and J. So all of those things are kind of covered, but you'll be free to ask follow-up questions or questions that are that pertain to that. Now, So on the K, I'll formulate something. Does it make sense to have some kind of question related to groups such as, I don't know if this is still pertinent, this is from years ago, fathers' rights groups, groups that may advocate for Second Amendment issues. I don't know, things of that nature. They could be grouped together, but I think K is too broad. So I'd be amenable to, again, asking for, if they've ever, if a potential jurors ever donated to or volunteered for a domestic violence related organization, or if that's what folks think, or some kind of a shared parenting organization related to that.
Yes, I think we should do something like that. I trust your judgment to formulate that.
Same.
Okay, so on the Commonwealth's and paper 63, I think I cover almost all of this, at least on the first page. Second page. So it does make sense to ask about, as the defense requested, suicide, mental health, in general, postpartum, even. I can formulate some questions related to that. Training and experience with mental health issues. I don't know, is mental health going to be a issue? Well, it's going to come up at some point, right? Even on a limited basis.
I think it's going to be very tangential. I think it's really more about, and actually, my brother and I just hatched out an agreement that the way that this was served, as they all are, is without an affidavit. It was just served. The order was served, and I think we have a stipulation that we can just admit what was served, the restraining order, and the terms of the restraining order are what we both literally just discussed this, what we both are interested in utilizing. So I think that will probably cover the issues that we both are concerned about without opening too many doors on either side.
So I guess the question is, do you think I should stay away from 8, 9, and 10 and 11, or do you, that being on the Commonwealth's request, or do you think that those things are worth asking about?
So I have an objection to 8, 9, and 10 because I think it's kind of suggesting things that aren't going to come up. Mental health disorders, I don't think that's really going to be something that's going to be discussed at this trial. Or
But you folks are asking.
You just said though, there was.
Wouldn't that beg the question? No? I mean, obviously there's many reasons that people commit suicide.
Not necessarily, I don't want to invite some sort of wide-ranging exploration of, Ms. Fitzsimmons' medical history. And not to suggest there really is anything that's, awful. I mean, we have postpartum depression. Whether that becomes an issue in this case, I don't expect so. I think
That opens the door for other stuff. To the other side.
Did 4 incredible things to her life and would do 4 incredible things to anybody's psyche. She lost her 4-month-old child in the completely out of the blue. She's home with her baby in sweatpants having fun. She loses her 4-month-old child. She's betrayed by her fiance. Her marriage is over, ain't gonna happen necessarily, and you can picture her sort of almost having this realization. Her job's over, her guns are gone. Again, she just got them back. There was a 100-page report clearing her of anything and putting her back at work. She was going on the schedule in 3 to 4 days. And the other thing is that she was completely humiliated in front of her own work friends and colleagues. So I don't think we need to really go to dig up any sort of diagnoses, especially something as common and expected in a woman as postpartum depression as a reason for wanting to just end it all in a brief, half-hearted minute.
So the bottom line is you object, the defendant objects to 8,
You're not gonna happen.
How about a letter, just the training related to mental health?
That one, we're okay with that.
All right, so 8 to 10, so let's just take them a bit at a time. Commonwealth, from your perspective as to 8, 9, and 10.
Obviously, we cannot predict how the trial is going to proceed. However, based on counsel's representations here and prior public representations, it seems like the defense is going to be that, based on the confluence of those 4 factors, the defendant claims that she was attempting a suicide attempt. I don't know how you divorce suicide from mental health issues. I think that the two are one and the same. When someone hears suicide, particularly in a jury pool, they're going to think mental health. I think it's going to come up that why did Justin have it? It's not guaranteed to come up, but the fact of the 209A order suggests that there was a reason why a neutral magistrate determined that Mr. Alien should have custody of the child. So I think mental health is an integral part of the case. The Commonwealth is not shying away from that. I think that we need to ask the jury about it because depending on how this trial goes, it could be very narrow. It could be a 1-day long trial. It could be much longer depending on how things go. So I think we need to really probe the jury and find out what any biases that they may or may not have with respect to mental health in general.
Okay, mental health is an easier concept broadly because it's been raised somewhat by the suicide request by the defendant. But as for specifics related to postpartum, so does the Commonwealth believe just in your case in chief that would somehow come out?
No, but I mean, there are signs outside talking about postpartum depression is not a crime. So it would be.
In the end, how come I remember? I'm surprised that this, Mr. Grado, the postpartum depression is controversial from the defendant's end because I thought I read in some submission somewhere that
You did, Your Honor.
was a fact from your perspective, right? So,
You did.
As we're evolving kind of towards trial, Your Honor, it occurs to me that the case is really doesn't matter much about why the person.
Now it doesn't.
Or what was going on with these people. The police are.
He's incompetent.
Serving an order. That's their legal duty. It doesn't matter what the order says or how it was gotten, or whether it's based on truthful information or fraudulent information. They have a duty to serve an order.
Okay, but let me ask you. Tell me the facts about the service, the actual service of the order, and that is that does the Commonwealth believe that the evidence will be that the defendant read the order and understood it before, in other words, processed it somehow and before the shoot?
Yes,
Okay.
you process the order, not the affidavit.
Because the affidavit wasn't there. All right, so Mr. Grado, presumably, and you said this, is that your client's state of mind is significant, right?
Right.
Because she has to have intent, right? And there was some mention in some filings about perhaps she was pointing the gun at herself.
At herself, yep.
Suicide attempt. So wouldn't.
It's relevant. Sorry.
So
I wanted to see how just asking a question about postpartum depression somehow prejudices the defendant.
It doesn't.
I'm not suggesting that it would be admissible or not.
Right.
It's just a question.
Right. I mean, I'm concerned about the degree of disclosure, and I feel like,
He doesn't want them to keep saying shit about it.
Mentioned.
Can't control that.
It's going to allege that we've opened the door to something, that all of her prior incidents are relevant, and now they have to come in about postpartum depression. So, where I have an order that did those things that I just recited a few minutes ago, I don't really think that, we don't even gild the lily here on, and when on top of that, she has a bit of postpartum depression. How far do I have to go? Those things that I said are eye-popping. To have that happen to anybody out of the blue on a nice summer day when you're home with your baby.
Especially if they're suffering from mental health
I agree.
conditions
I agree, but I don't want to open the door, and if
You're not, so let's be clear.
okay.
We still need to drill down on, at least I think we do, on what is admissible broadly in this area. All I'm addressing right now is the simple yes or no question related to postpartum depression. And that is whether they have any experience. I could use something similar to Ms. Moriarty, Brito, in the Brito case, where there was a significant mental health issue or issues. And it would just be yes or no. It's not, I would never say there'll be evidence that the defendant, it's just your experience with that.
You're giving me a comfort level, Judge, and I'm okay.
Okay, but the other thing too is just understand this, is that I'm gonna take the information that we gleaned, that we discuss now, put it in a draft of a questionnaire that we'll go over before it's disseminated, and you'll have an opportunity to see exactly what it is I'm asking. I was hoping that would be today, before they're disseminated. Before I forget, while we're talking about, so give me an opportunity to put that in there.
I'm okay with it,
And
just give me a comfort level, Judge. I'm okay.
You don't need to be comfortable. All you have to be comfortable is that it's going to be in the draft, and you'll have an opportunity to see exactly what I'm going to ask. And that's for all of these questions. But can I hate to float around, but one of the issues I have is related to the draft of the juror questionnaire. Is I think that there's obviously media attention to this case, there's public attention. The public and the media have a right to and the defendant to a public and fair trial. I'm concerned about having a draft of the juror questionnaire getting out there by mistake or
On purpose,
so I'm
leaked.
trying to simply impound it, disseminate it for your eyes only.
Yep.
For, obviously to provide, show to your client, and just impound it until we get to, and then we can talk about what we do with the final one as well. Any objections to that from either side?
No, I think it's a great idea.
Okay. All right. So that's the way Mr. Williams says. Remember, that's the way we'll handle that. All right. So I think that does that cover everything? I think firearms related questions in Second Amendment type of stuff that I typically ask in a firearm possession case would be pertinent. Again, why don't you folks just with an open mind take a look at what I write, what I draft, and you can object or take it out. Let me just look at the rest of this. Yeah, all of the rest of the questions would be included.
Your Honor, if I may add one that was not written.
Sure.
If you are going to reference, at least how defense counsel has it phrased, there may be references to suicide attempt. I think that is a way that gets the jury comfortable with the defendant's theory of the case. The Commonwealth would ask if that's the way it's phrased.
No, I'm shaking my head because it's not going. It won't be phrased like that. At least initially, when I drafted, I think that all of these questions have to be neutral. They have to be neutral on both sides, in fairness. But more importantly, again, it's not. I don't like asking questions that are case specific. The evidence may show because it may not. So the issue is whether they have a personal experience with suicide. All right. Again, from the defense perspective, and that's what they'll be asked, something like that.
I would just like to raise the point of suicide suggests that the person committed the violent act themselves. The Commonwealth, one of the Commonwealth theories may be that it is an intended suicide by cop. So that.
Oh, okay.
So I just think that if Your Honor can consider that for drafting your jury questions.
Oh, so in other words, you'd like to perhaps a question that would cover so-called suicide by cop?
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Thank you.
just, I'm not sure that I'm that creative. I'll have the ability to artfully draft something like that, but we'll put a placeholder in there. I'll do the best I can, and then you folks will.
Just to chime in on that,
Sure.
I'm not crazy about that because it's too specific, too suggestive, and it just adopts the Commonwealth's theories. So I think the topical reference should be where it begins and ends. Just put my position.
Okay, so it seems to me that they're going to be asked, like in any serious case, whether they or a person close to them have been a victim of a violent crime. So typically I ask that, maybe, or been accused of perpetrating a violent crime. Maybe it needs to be shooting related, that question. Or firearm related or something, but again, I'll draft a few questions that I think are appropriate, and folks will weigh in and we'll hammer them out. Anything else just generally on what here, on the juror questionnaire? No. And then, what else did I want to say about I have to tell you, from my perspective, you folks tell me you know your case better than I do. I think that the impanelment will take 2 to 3 times as long as the trial. I'd really urge you folks from taking a look you probably have at the rules of professional conduct as it relates to trial publicity, and just do your best to make sure that we can get from the start a pool of potential jurors that are indifferent to the extent that we're able to. But I hope I'm wrong, but I really think that the impanelment will take to get 14. I don't know. Anyone disagree?
I think that just depends on what he potentially opens the door to. About how long the trial will be.
Okay, yeah, I'm not really understanding that, but I'm not sure that I need to. So let me talk a little bit about scheduling. So I'm going to assume that we start handling on the 23rd. We get jurors here in Lawrence on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We get the most jurors on Monday, and then the amount that we get are less than each day. I think that we should assume that it will take through Thursday, and that the trial, I should tell the jurors, perhaps even in the questionnaire, that the trial would start on Friday or even the following Monday. And then you tell me.
We can think about that only because we only get 6 challenges each. So that sometimes makes a difference. I understand other challenges that we will be dealing with, obviously, as far as people knowing about the case and reading about the case and the like. But
let me raise the number of challenges because I'm going to get my water from you because the last handful of trials I've been like felonies where folks get more. But my memory is that on the criminal side, you get 4 and 1 extra if there's going to be any extra seated jurors. Frankly, whatever the rule says, I'm going to give you. I know. The council oftentimes tell me, well, in Essex County, judges typically do X amount. I don't care. Whatever the rule is, and I don't have it in front of me. I think it's 5.
But we were just talking. I thought it was 4, and then a challenge for each extra juror. Of course, each alternate juror. So.
All right. I don't have my, but whatever we'll all research.
I agree with that, Judge. And then if there are 2 alternates, we get 2 more, so there's, typically 6.
I don't think that's
Whatever you want.
I don't think the rule. I think the rule is for any that are over and above the 12, you get 1 more when it's not a light felony. But again, it will be 5 or 6. We'll figure that out. But I need to tell the jurors the start date, and I also need to tell the jurors an expected end date for them to get that, when they'll get the case. So what I was going to propose is that they be told that the trial would start again on, the actual trial, the evidence would start on that Friday or even the following Monday, and that they would get the case by the following Friday, April 3rd, which is over estimating the length of the trial on purpose, so that we have built-in time.
Sure, I think we don't want someone going away. I totally agree with you. I don't know if it's going to take that many days. Maybe I'm being naive to find a jury.
Okay.
So, but we can maybe see where it goes. I mean, I think maybe we say we start on Thursday. Anything about the day?
Okay. Yeah, we can even tell them that we'll start on Wednesday or something. And see. I'm surprised. All right, but don't be surprised when you get a draft of the juror questionnaire that it says that I estimate that the jury will get the case to begin their deliberations. I'm just going to probably just default to April 3rd, which is Friday, because then in the next sentence I'll say that therefore you should be available to serve the following week in case it lasts longer. All right. So let's talk about, in this meeting, we have more motions which we'll address, and this may be the subject of, let's talk from the Commonwealth's perspective. I'm trying to get a handle on what exactly the evidence will be related to the purpose of the police being there, how much you expect to get in during your case in chief about this custody issue that was ordered, etc.
Well, the underlying facts that I expect to come out is that a restraining order was sought. Mr. Alien was at the PD. He gave the restraining order to the officers. 3 officers went over to the house. He stayed back until they called him to come get the child. They called him. He went. Was in the process of gathering things. The officers went upstairs after serving the restraining order, explaining what was happening to the defendant. The shooting occurred. The end. So I don't anticipate getting into more than, or the jury really hearing more than that in the Commonwealth's case in chief.
Okay.
Subject to many of the motions that we have filed.
So maybe it makes sense to, let's start with paper 61 because this kind of segues into that. And that is the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to prohibit questioning regarding custody status. And actually, when you say custody status, you mean both the child custody and the pretrial detention aspect.
I do actually.
Okay. All right. So let me first, before I hear from you, Ms. Morali, is there an objection to either one of these items in paper 61?
We don't expect to be employing anything down that road about custody.
About either custody, about the custody issue related to the child, and about their client's detention?
Only to the extent of the contents of the order that's being put in front of her, and that to the extent that it's just an obvious part of the whole thing is that she's packing a bag for her baby, she's giving the baby to the police to give to the father. Just what's in the order. I think we're probably in good shape on that in the sense that we're both agreeing we're going to stipulate to the order, I think, as an exhibit, and the order says what it says, and we're going to both use what it says on the order.
Okay.
So I think that's the extent that I.
All right. So obviously you can argue and question witnesses based on reasonable inferences from the order, but the mentioned custody, temporary custody. Do you folks have, is there a copy of it? Is there a copy of the order? And I thought I saw it on the file.
So I think just the custody post June 30th, 2025. So insofar as the child is still with Mr. Alain, I don't see how that's relevant. That was really so the fact, we're not disputing the fact of the matter is the 209A order granted Mr. Alain custody of the child that day. We just didn't want there to be additional on direct or cross of any witness, the current custody status of the child.
Okay, I can't imagine that you want that.
We don't.
Okay, all right, so, and then do you anticipate, Mr. Grado, that you would raise your client's pretrial detention status? No. All right, so then it seems to me that I can allow you without objection, as it is narrowly tailored. So, just, so then that brings us to paper 62. Commonwealth's motion in limine to preclude questioning regarding current duty status. So let me be more specific. My understanding is that Commonwealth is seeking to preclude evidence regarding the Officer Newton's now current status with the North Andover Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the status?
The Commonwealth's understanding is that he is on leave.
All right, so you would want to preclude any mention about that Officer Newton is on leave?
Yes.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Prado?
Judge, I think that we're just talking here about perhaps putting this in abeyance until we get the IUD files, because we have a lot of information that I think we have more information than the Commonwealth, frankly, about his status, that it may direct this debate in a better way.
Yeah, maybe I just defer ruling.
I think that makes sense, and we can address all the issues kind of simultaneously.
Okay, so that brings us to paper 64, defendant, that Commonwealth's motion in limine to admit prior bad acts if they become relevant. There's also some good acts on another motion, but go ahead.
With respect to the prior bad acts evidence, Your Honor, as captioned, the Commonwealth recognizes that those are not relevant to the Commonwealth's case in chief. However, in abundance of caution, the Commonwealth wanted to alert the court to evidence it had in its possession about prior bad acts in case they do become relevant based on opening, cross, or the defendant's case. So we can really hold those aside for now, but the Commonwealth just wanted to alert the court. And obviously, if the Commonwealth believed that a door was open, we would come up to sidebar before any questioning related to any of these issues.
Okay, so and I appreciate that you're being careful. So the bottom line is you're not seeking, the Commonwealth is not seeking at this moment to admit other acts, but you may argue, as either side would argue during the course of the trial, if it arises that the door has been opened, and we'll have to address it at that time.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm not going to take any action
That's
on it.
fine.
No,
Yeah.
that's easy. It will be deferred until is necessary, which brings us to paper 65. This is Commonwealth's motion in limine to preclude questioning regarding promises, rewards, or duties. And I'll hear you comment on that.
And this is a subject that we touched on last time.
Right.
Just concerning the request for a promise, reward, or inducement. And And so I think we're kind of in a slippery slope. Because if the council is able to ask the witness concerning post-event accusations, because these accusations that the defendant has made in unsworn statements and the like, is going to muddy the waters. One thing that the
But which accusations are you talking about? The accusations related to Mr. Elaine allegedly breaking into the house, or the accusations about purported favorable treatment of officer, remind me.
I'm sorry, this is the alleged breaking and entering.
Okay.
Because it is post what we're talking about here, the Commonwealth has stated on the record, we're not pursuing that, and we're not pursuing that, it's based on our prosecutorial discretion, but honestly, with our prosecutorial ethics. These are allegations that were made by the defendant in unsworn statements that the Commonwealth believes many of them are just false. Mr. Elaine was a resident of that home. Yep.
I'm hoping that we don't have to relitigate or even litigate for the first time the alleged conduct. The bottom line is the Commonwealth is seeking to preclude mention, Mr. Gradle, of the events of this breaking and entering. Okay, and do you object to that?
So I don't expect this trial to go down this side road. But to the extent, I don't think Elaine really is a relevant witness in the case. Granted, he's on the premises, but he has marginal relevance. And I think that
That's what Mr. Kubakosi said at the last hearing, but you didn't seem to agree. So maybe you rethought it.
he's a dangerous witness, I think, for both sides. Let's put it that way. And so it's a complicated scenario, Your Honor, that if he does testify, that opens cross-examination. That might open some other doors too. But I mean, if it was me, I don't think I would call Mr. Elaine, because it opens up all kinds of cans.
Well, he doesn't want,
and he has testimony
the
that's
Commonwealth
only duplicative of other people.
to do.
And, the fact that he's there on the premises, let's put that aside for a minute, that they let the guy who gets an order to have someone stay away from him, they bring him to that premises. Let's put that aside for a second.
Yeah, that was weird.
But it's sort of, he's like a straw man. There's nothing that he adds to the trial, and I'm going to cross-examine him, but I don't want to open up certain doors. So he's a very complicated witness. He's one of those kind of mistrial witnesses. So I don't know why they're calling him, frankly. But if they could, this is, I guess, my position. If they call him, then all bets are off.
So I can't imagine that you're asking me to preclude the Commonwealth to.
That's like
No.
a threat.
The Commonwealth has a burden of proof, and they're going to, within the rules of law and evidence, they're entitled to try to prove their case, just as Ms. Fitzsimmons is. The issue is, do you intend to ask Mr. Elaine, if he testifies, isn't it true, Mr. Elaine, that on such and such July, whatever date, you busted down Ms. Fitzsimmons' door, went in and, stole things and et cetera?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we intend to ask that. And that's, again, understanding that some of this depends on what he says during direct, and I totally get that.
Yes.
But just from a 10,000-foot view, how is it relevant?
So he's getting special treatment from the government, Your Honor, and he's been coddled and protected by the government from before the service of this order. There's all sorts, and talk about opening doors.
But why, if you're using your theory where he's this background witness,
he's in with the right people, Your Honor. We would be able to prove that he's in with the right people. I don't want to give you too much, but I hope you're satisfied with the direction that would go at this point. And he's in with the right people. They knew this was coming. Ms. Fitzsimmons was at the police station the morning of this event, being treated fine, brought the baby to the police station, took a CPR class to refresh for her upcoming appearance on duty schedule. She was treated wonderfully. She saw her friends. She did the training. She passed the training. She had the baby there. People are taking pictures with her. At the time, police administrative officials knew what Justin was doing that day. They knew he was going to do this. We have information, Your Honor, that when one of the gentlemen in the department said, "Oh wait, we got to give Kelsey her radio for July 4th." One of the administrative people said, "Oh no, just hold off on that. You don't know everything that's going on right now." They knew they were conspiring, to use the appropriate word. They were conspiring with Elaine before this service for this whole thing. And there's an entirely other.
They were conspiring. Oh, I
with Elaine too.
I thought you said Elaine.
Yeah, I'm sorry, with Justin Elaine. They were conspiring with him that he was going to go get this order. He was going to communicate with them. They're going to serve this order. And not to put too fine a point on it, but there were many people in that department that didn't want Ms. Fitzsimmons to go back to work. And this served the police department's ends as well, to blow her up by serving this order in this certain way. So you see where I'm going. There's a lot of doors here, Judge. There's a lot of doors.
The doors are easy from my perspective because it's about the rules of invisibility of evidence. So it seems to me that, again, the narrow issue here is whether you get to cross Mr. Elaine on the fact that these facts related to his alleged breaking and entering, and from my perspective, it would only be relevant when you say special treatment is if somehow he's changed his story, right? So maybe some of this we'll have to hear his direct, but there would have to be some basis to cross him on it that he's somehow trying to curry favor by changing his story.
I think it also tends to explain the unorthodox manner of service of the order, Your Honor, in the sense that they let him go into the house. Okay, he's an adversarial litigant against the owner of that house. He just got an order against her. Keep her away from me, I'm scared of her. The police let him into her home.
Yeah, it's weird.
So there's all kinds of bias. There's all kinds of special treatment.
I have to say this from my perspective again, that reading the transcripts of these calls that Mr. Elaine was making to the North Andover Police Department, to say that he was in with the right people, maybe he was on one date, but he was pretty pissed off on the date he was calling and
because he wasn't used to getting this special treatment he always gotten, and it fits the story entirely.
Because during those calls, he's saying that repeatedly that he's going to take it to a higher level. Meaning, I think somebody even asked him, "What do you mean by that?"
His friend, yeah.
Talking to the chief or something, and how he was complaining that the North Andover police failed to protect him. All right, so I'm not sure. Let me hear the comment. I'm not sure.
A lot of that is just the tip of the iceberg, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that I can rule on this right now. You can tell what my present thinking is.
Sure, and I agree with that. I agree.
That it's not admissible, but I think it is.
His testimony is going to be unless the defendant opens the door, very limited as to the presentation I made a little earlier. If his testimony changes significantly because of that, then it may open up to something different. But having said that, the Commonwealth decided not to prosecute. We're not promising anything. We decided not to prosecute for a specific reason because we believe there isn't a basis to do that.
I believe there is a basis. He broke down her door to get in, bro. Come on.
But having said that,
That's a basis. If I did it, I'd be in jail.
what does any of this have to do as to what happened?
Come on.
Up there? Because if counsel is up here 1 minute saying it should be very narrow, very short case about what happened in that room between Patrick Noonan and the defendant, and then all of a sudden wants to litigate a different case about the corruption of the North Andover Police Department. Mr. Ionian's favorable treatment. Well, you can't have it both ways. It's either one or the other. And so that's what I'm a little nervous about now, is that...
He's right. You can't have it both ways.
And the representations have been made, and now we're taking it to a different place. And that's why the Commonwealth has filed that motion previously.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think where I come out is I have to defer ruling until I hear the direct, or if the Commonwealth were to otherwise open the door. So what I would say is just come to sidebar before you ask those questions, and because I don't, generally speaking, I express my view of it, but it wouldn't be fair of me to Ms. Simmons to completely preclude it without hearing the director any of the cases. So that's my ruling. It will be deferred until. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Can I just say, just in response to what my brother said, I was actually going to use that against him, that they can't have it both ways. If you're going to call the witness, I get to cross-examine him.
I want to use that's why I tried to start the hearing with the agreement that I saw. That is that Mr. Ubatosi saying it was a simple case, Mr. Bradle saying the narrow issue here is it's a simple case, and I want to hold both sides to it. So,
I agree, and I just have a concern about opening doors, and I agree that it should be a simple case. I hope it's going to be a simple case. It should be a simple case. So we're even thinking about making it simpler, and I know we still deal with all this jury stuff. We talked about a possible bench trial. I don't know yet. I'm just saying, everything's on the table still. But if they're gonna call too many witnesses, I gotta cross-examine too many witnesses. So it depends on where they're gonna go with him, and he's gonna have his comeuppance in family court, and I don't think I really want to get into it too much here. And if the Commonwealth wants to call him, it's going to happen to the extent you are less. Thank you.
okay, all right. So I'm going to, on paper 65, I'm going to defer ruling until trial, really until after Mr. Alain testifies, and the defendant should come to sidebar before asking questions related to that. Let me ask on something that Mr. Brado just that I wanted to ask, but let's just march. I think we have one more motion. Commonwealth's motion to admit prior good acts. Yes.
Again, I think this would come up more in redirect than in direct of Patrick Noonan. So I would just ask to alert the court that this exists, and if we feel it becomes relevant, then we'll decide our prior to redirect.
Okay. So I'm going to defer on that as well. And let's just talk just generally. Do you folks, are there any exhibits that you folks think are going to be the subject of strenuous objections and litigation? And if there are, if you could let's just get up in front of them. All right. Sorry, something that Mr. Brado just raised. I want to follow up on it. I just can't recall it. We'll come to it. All right, so what that leaves is paper 73, which is that was filed this morning and the motion to modify the pre-trial conditions. All right, so it's paper 73, defendant's request for change of address. So let's just make sure that we're on the same page, Mr. Brado. And that is that you're seeking, there is an order in place now that the defendant reside at a particular address in Bethune.
Yes, sir.
With Lauren and William Page. So you're seeking what?
So Judge,
Can we put a sidebar on some of these issues? Judge? Sure, absolutely. And if we're going to do that, Ms. Fitzsimmons is going to come up as well.
thank you very much.
What the hell? I hate these sound machines and sound bars. They're annoying as fuck.
So, Mr. Brado, well, let me just go back just because we were at sidebar. The Commonwealth objects, this would mean changing the conditions, basically two conditions. One is to reside at a particular location in Bethune, and second, to reside with Mr. and Mrs. Page. As far as I can see, those are the two conditions that this would impact. And Commonwealth objects to both. Does Commonwealth object to both, or to one, or to all both?
Well, there was a long hearing and a long history to this case. And one of the conditions that the defendant was placed under was that she would specifically live, I don't care what house it is, but with her family, with her mother and her stepfather. There was a colloquy with her mom that she would take custody of her, and that she would oversee what she was doing, and that she would report to probation if there were any problems. Now she's asking to live on her own, which I think is a marked change to what we've been doing for the past few months. She, in her affidavit, it's basically.
Well, so in fairness, all I wanted was a yes or no. So no, that's fine. Because I want to give Mr. Brado an opportunity to argue this motion before you. I just wanted to make sure that there is, so it seems like you oppose both, or is it more the supervisory role of the parents?
Well, which resident, if they could move the entire the family to another house, I don't care about that.
Okay.
You know, as long as probation's fine with it.
So, Mr. Brado, I'll hear.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, Your Honor, Ms. Fitzsimmons is a 28-year-old adult. she had this order at a different time in the case. And, you know, I'm not gonna get into too much, okay, but this order was entered in very suspect circumstances. And I know what you're gonna say, Judge, I'm sorry.
No, it's just not helpful because, but let me ask, Kamala, are you objecting to me hearing this motion?
Well, I don't think there's any changed circumstances, so I am in that regard.
Okay.
So,
But the concept of me ruling on the motion in the sense of whether there's changed circumstances, you folks don't object to that? All right, go ahead.
So Judge, and there's actually another aspect to this that we're asking too, that kind of go hand in hand.
Sure.
And that is that we're asking also, I'm asking you to lift the restriction from the Superior Court, something I've never seen, where the Superior Court justice said that she can't go to family court and do anything. It doesn't matter what family court says about custody or visitation. The experts that do this, that's their core function.
Where does the order say
The
that?
order here is that she has to stay away from the child and that she, regardless of any probate court orders. I can't point it to you this very second, but it is in writing in one of,
No,
yeah,
it's there.
okay.
I
So,
want to make sure that we're on the same starting point.
Right.
So we have a written motion on paper 73 for just
Yes.
after the change of those other two.
right,
Orally, you're moving to vacate the order, so much of the order that, let me see, have no contact, direct or indirect, with own child.
and only to the extent to say, subject to deferring to probate court. So subject to probate court orders, that's all.
well, there's also a restraining order out there that has never been challenged at this point. So like,
But if, in other words, if I were to vacate that and make it, she's already, Ms. Fitzsimmons is already ordered to obey all orders, court orders.
I would leave that up to the court.
Okay.
As far as, leave that to your discretion.
Okay, all right, so that's easy. I'm going to vacate so much of the pretrial conditions that requires no contact, indirect or direct with the child. And again, only because since the passage of a long time,
Yes.
we now know, because the Commonwealth provided dockets, that there is ongoing, at least a case has been opened related to the well-being of the child in the probate family court. They're the experts. But I want to say that all that this initially did when it was entered was essentially ordering her to comply with the restraining order, because the restraining order it wasn't Judge McCarthy, it was the probate court judge that had granted.
The restraining
Right, okay. So I will vacate that.
Thank you.
And,
And I could just tell you, just so you know, Judge, the motion for temporary orders has been filed and the hearing on that is 4-2. So it's probably after this trial.
Can I ask something more out of intellectual curiosity? The Commonwealth in your motion provided the docket entries of the custody parenting case, but it didn't mention, those docket entries didn't mention the restraining order at all. Is that because it was taken out under a different docket number?
Correct.
Okay.
It's a separate case. I actually represent Ms. Fitzsimmons on the restraining order in family court, and my colleague, Ms. Hess, represents
Okay.
her.
But it's a completely different docket number. That's why I wasn't seeing it on the document. All right, so.
And that date, Judge, just so you know, 4/14 is for the restraining order, so.
All right, so I'm going to vacate that, and Mr. Boyd, just remind me, I need to, so you've docketed the orders, the order of pretrial condition at 74 and this GPS at 75. So I'll need to just change those, but let me wait until I decide the other issue. Let me hear you on that.
Thank you, Judge. So Ms. Fitzsimmons is preparing to be able to offer the family court a viable, good situation for whatever custody visitation she can get. And she needs to do that in advance of the 4/2 and the 4/14 hearings, so that she can go to family court and say, you know, I now have a home, I have a good, that's the first question the family court judge is going to say. Well, if I give you something, Ms. Fitzsimmons, where are you going to be? Where's the baby? And we want her to be able to say, not that I'm at my family home in my high school bedroom. I want for her to be able to say, I have a wonderful townhouse, plenty of room, fenced in yard, great situation, and I'm ready to go, Your Honor. And we'll also proffer Dr. Zeisel's report that we have here for you, that this is a good thing for her, that this is something that is consistent with her very bright future, that's something that is appropriate. This was a 4-month-old child who's now a year-old child, over a year old, and that this needs to happen for so many reasons, Your Honor, that I won't get into, but she needs to have a situation that's ready. And I think we have expert clinical evidence to show that in the present circumstance, she's ready for that. And that we were asking the court to get on that bus and help her in this sense so that she's ready when this is over with. She's ready. She's in the best possible position she can be in to go to probate court just a week or two later with this in place. If it's not in place, God knows it's a nightmare scenario, Your Honor, because I'm sure you know the probate court dates are like, they'll without batting an eye, they'll set like an August 8th, and Ms. Fitzsimmons will be sitting here, that's the point. So it's a very difficult scenario. We're just trying to get all of our ducks in a row as best we can, and this would be something that I don't think asks too much. And she's agreeing, and you see in her letter and in my motion that she's saying, I don't want my lawyers to disturb any of this other stuff, about house arrest and scram and, the 2-hour notice, which we appreciate very much, to come see us. She doesn't want to disturb anything else. She just wants to change her address and live like a grown-up.
So can I ask something, Mr. Cradle, then? So there was much litigation prior to my involvement related to the alcohol testing, smearing testing. And why isn't alcohol use mentioned at all in Dr. Zeisel's report? I think in either of his reports.
Right.
So,
good point.
Because it's something that, and I'll give you my real answer.
He alleged, the ex alleged.
It's something that was imposed on her to stick it to her, to punish her, Your Honor. There's no alcohol whatsoever in this case. There's no pattern of anything. It's a total red herring, and it never should have happened. And I am furious about it. It is absolutely beyond the pale that she was tortured with that scram device, Your Honor, and I'm furious about it, so I'm sorry, but you got me on that one. I'm furious about it. It's baseless, is my answer, sorry.
So leaving aside your argument about whether it's baseless or not, I mean, I can tell you that I've read all of the impounded documents that the judge relied on in fashioning the order, and alcohol
does not find it there.
By Ms. Fitzsimmons' own friends that were at that. So now, let me say this.
At one party.
So my only point is that it's. So your position basically, actually you answered it. You're basically, Dr. Zeisel didn't weigh in on it because he presumably doesn't think it's an issue.
And he's here, Judge, like I said, if you want to put him under oath and hear from him, I'm sure Dr. Zeisel will echo everything I'm saying about how there's no evidence, nothing's evident about any alcohol issue in terms of, at a
One party is not, that's what people do. They drink.
Fine, but as a basis for long-term, monitoring, it's outrageous to me. And the only other thing in the record, Judge, talk about a reach, 2018 in like Myrtle Beach or something. And that
Vacation?
I realize that I kind of opened the door.
I'm sorry. He's here, Judge. If you want to hear from him, he'll You can get some more evidence on it. You know, the alcohol issue really is not.
Nice to see you.
Thank
How are
you.
you doing?
I've been well, how about you?
I've been excellent.
That's great.
I should say one last point, Judge, I think you missed. Ms. Fitzsimmons was breastfeeding at this time. She's not drinking. Doesn't have an alcohol problem. She's raising her baby. She's a wonderful mom. And this whole thing is infuriating. I'm sorry.
No, there's nothing to be sorry about, Mr. Grado. You're an advocate, and a good advocate for your client. And the judge asked you what you answered, and when the judge asked you, then you didn't want to hear the answer. I get it. But the point is really, in all seriousness, the point is you're not seeking to change the scram.
Right.
Right? And so can you just tell me?
But shouldn't it be changed?
Scram work? Is it?
If the judge just
Or is it?
agreed?
Probation. Hi, how are you? Yeah, come on up. And you are again?
Alexander Hunt for probation.
I'm sorry?
Alexander Hunt.
Hi, okay. And do you want to swear her?
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to make true answers to such questions put to by the court or upon its directions, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't think we've met before. Before this morning at the other hearing. Officer Hunt, are you supervising Ms. Fitzsimmons?
I'm not, Your Honor. It's P.O. Scrunchy in Salem.
Who is it?
P.O. Scrunchy.
How do you spell that?
SCRENCI.
All right, another officer that I'm not familiar with. So what is the report back? Has she been in compliance?
She has, Your Honor. She was 7 minutes late to curfew on March 10th, but she had informed Elmo ahead of time, and points show that she was stuck in traffic coming back from an attorney's appointment. She also missed 2 scram tests, but then passed the immediate on-demand test. So she's passed all her scram tests.
Okay.
So other than those minor incidences, she's been in full compliance.
And the scram, how does it work, or how is it working in this case? Are they random?
They are random.
Okay, so what happens? Does something go off on the device or something?
That's correct, Your Honor. It a noise alerts her that
How does a judge not know this?
she has to
though?
take the test.
Okay, is that something that, again, this is more intellectual curiosity, because I haven't really had the opportunity to learn about how exactly the scram device works, but I think it's important for you to know, because it's one of the more significant parts of the pre-proclamation work. But what happens for the notification? Is it the GPS monitoring bracelet that goes off that tells?
Those are separate, Your Honor,
They're
but
separate.
Elmo supervises both of those.
Okay, so what happens, how does Ms. Fitzsimmons know that it's time to do a scram test?
It alerts her, a noise goes off.
So, and what is this device? The device is a breathalyzer or something?
Essentially, yes, Your Honor. There's a straw that she has to blow into. It takes her picture so it knows it's her. And that's how, and then via like Wi-Fi essentially.
So does that mean that she has to have that with her when?
At all times.
Okay, so when she leaves to go to doctor's appointments?
Yeah, so Judge, I got it right here. It leaves from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. all the time, and she blows into it, and it took her months to be able to blow into it without a lot of pain, and she can do it now because her rib is healing up. Her rib was blown apart in this shooting, and she can breathe now, and she can do it. And it gets on her from 7 in the morning till 11 at night. And it also has a GPS component to it as well. So she's on double GPS.
Roughly, I know it's random, how many times a week do you know that it asks?
I'm not positive of Ms. Fitzsimmons, but I believe probably does around 50 tests every 2 weeks.
Really?
I believe she has many random tests a day as ordered.
Judge, I think it's, for Ms. Fitzsimmons, I think it's about 4 times a day it goes on.
And pass with flying colors as far as we.
Correct, Your Honor.
Good, that's good. All right, Mr. Brady, is there anything else anything else on Officer Hunt that I should know about her performance on pretrial conditions?
No, Your Honor, she's been in full compliance and in communication with probation.
All right.
So she's been a great probationer, Judge. I appreciate you inquiring about that on your own. And, you know, it's just a step in the right direction for her. It's not a lot to ask. It's it's something that I know based on my interactions with her over the last 10 months, that, you know, she's very motivated to not do anything in contravention of the court.
So what is, actually, I'm not gonna ask you this because I know what the answer is. Mr. Gubitosi or Ms. Moriarty, what was the purpose of ordering Ms. Fitzsimmons to be in the custody, or to, really doesn't say custody, to reside with Lauren and William Page? But
Well, I can't speak for Judge McCarthy, but I was there. This is not something that I agreed to, I encouraged or anything like that.
Right.
It sounded like that, because of the situation in its entirety, including a statement from her high school friend that she's had an alcohol problem and an aggression problem since then.
I saw
that the judge thought it was appropriate for the mother to monitor her. So she made sure she does everything, including making sure there's no weapons, no dangerous weapons, nothing in the house that would be considered dangerous. And so that is what Lauren Page, the mother, had sworn that she would do. And I think that answers your question as best as I can answer it.
Okay, and tell me about your objection.
My objection is, we're all glad she's doing well, but why are we going to mess with it at this point? We have a trial in 10 days, which is going to be a very stressful time in her life, I'm sure, that we're coming upon. There have been no change in circumstances to suggest that, no real change in circumstances to suggest that this is an appropriate reason to change anything or a time to change anything. I think all that could happen here is we mess something up and it messes with the trial. Or she hurts herself, or she hurts someone else. That's what this is about. These
Come on.
were put in place for a reason. I would suggest they were ultimately fair. I just don't understand why, if in her
Probably.
to the court,
By the way, Mr. Williams, did she sign that?
Yeah.
Okay.
her primary reason for this request is in preparation for my unification of my child. We're talking 2 weeks. 2 weeks from the time of today to basically, we could be finished if it's a streamlined trial. If it's not broke, let's not fix it.
Well, but from her perspective, it is broken. That's what she
Sure.
said.
In my perspective, and from the unbiased really look at this, it's not broke. She's doing everything the court has asked her to do, which she should be doing. And so, what's the changed circumstances at this point?
Mr. Rado, the change circumstances.
I point to Dr. Zazel's report, her letter, the passage of time, the fact that we're in a trial posture, and sort of maybe why don't we analogize it to, when someone asks you to remand a guy from Pittsfield to Essex County House, it's like counsel for the Commonwealth is answering my own question, which is, it's a stressful time because she's in a difficult situation and it's hard for her to prepare. If she has her own home, it's much easier. She can come and go. She has the whole place. She can focus on other things when she wants. It's just I don't want to make too much of it, Judge. She's just going to go to an appropriate home, and it helps her in her family court efforts. That like I said, I don't want to get pushed off months and months if we're not ready on that occasion. So
I'm sorry, about what?
I'm alluding to what I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, about how on the 2nd and the 14th
There isn't really.
of April, we're going to be in family court. And I want to be able to say that she's been in her house for a couple of weeks. She has a great situation. She's been setting it up, and it'll just take a lot of the, it'll uncap the tea kettle, and a lot of steam will escape here if she can just kind of be in her own place.
Right, that wouldn't be grounds that would support my revising or modifying those two conditions. But I can say that I think the teachings of the SJC's cases under 58 passage of time can be a changed circumstance. And here, there is arguably a changed circumstance because Dr. Zeisel has said that her mental health has improved significantly. Because my memory is that in the first report that Dr. Zeisel wrote that's in the file that's impounded, he did imply or mention that she didn't contest that she had been suffering from mental health concerns at the time.
Yes.
And in directly after. So I do see, I guess the long story short is I do see sufficient change in circumstances. The question is whether, whether the supervision by her parents is something that I would change on this record. And so does Ms. Fitzsimmons have an address in mind?
Yes, Judge, it's all set, even the lease is signed.
When would she move?
As soon as you're ready, Judge. She has custody of the place. Whatever would work is, she's ready to go.
And
it's in Essex County. I can certainly give you the address, obviously.
right, and she's amenable to having probation inspect the place prior to her move. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I don't know what they're going to inspect.
How about if I were to order visits to?
No objection.
They already do that.
Ensure compliance with the no weapons.
It's already part of it.
No objection.
So.
It's already part of probation.
Officer Hunt again, come back up. So can you tell me if I were to order some kind of a visit by probation before the defendant were to move into the location to make sure that it is a place that, at least from what is observed, that
Probation can't decide if you're allowed to move somewhere or if it's safe.
no weapons brought into home. So weapons.
They can't search your place either.
Abroad. Is that something that the probation department can do?
Absolutely.
They can visit her, that's it.
I know that home visits happen all the time when someone is on post-trial probation. Is it something that you folks see occasionally, at least on pre-trial?
I'm aware of one case we've had where we have done it, so I believe it's possible, but I would like to double check with the supervisor. As for the home visit, that could be done, the initial home visit to check, we could do that by the end.
Is Officer Scrunchy available for at least maybe for you to communicate with about that aspect?
Yeah, I can contact her right now.
So it seems to me that, and again, I don't want to go back and forth on this. I read all of what the original judge had before her, and all of these orders were well supported. They were orders that I would have issued at the time. They're orders that a single justice affirmed. They're orders that the SJC affirmed. I don't want to relitigate that, but I also believe that there's sufficient grounds to consider.
Because it isn't relevant to this case, that's why.
And allowing determination of the supervision, I guess, or the residing with parents, so long as the probation department could monitor, and it would be by surprise monitoring. So, Officer Hunt, I don't know if you heard that. So I want these visits to be a surprise.
That's no problem, Your Honor. I actually just spoke with my supervisor, and she said as long as it's a court order, we can.
Either side want to be heard any further?
Judge, I just should say that her PO is aware of this request and it's been discussed. And, you know, I shouldn't say that she agrees with it. I just said that she's fine with it in the sense of whatever the court order, she's happy to implement.
Anything else, Kamala? Okay. I'm going to allow the change, subject to an inspection by the probation department prior to the move, Ms. Fitzsimmons move being physical move into the new place. And the inspection will be for weapons and also alcohol. You may as well look for that.
That's another weird thing, though. Why?
Inspections, random inspections by the probation department. I think what it may make sense at this point is for me, so it would also mean that the GPS supervision conditions would need to be changed. I think it makes sense, Officer Hunt and counsel, for me to just issue a new order and rather than write on this, I would carry over all of the orders. No, you know what? I don't think it's necessary. Do you have, do you want to come to the sidebar on the address? Or is it something that you can provide?
I just provided its probation, Judge.
Yeah, but I need to keep, everybody come on over to the sidebar, please.
Working in mental health as long as I did, for me, it's not about a date, like a specific date. It's more about where she progressed in her mental health treatment. For me. I definitely don't know what, like, her family court situation is like what the judge has ordered in that. I think Deidre knows, but I think those are going to have to be more. I think what she asked was like what she should have asked for, really, was supervised visits, because I'll tell you, they don't like. She's smiling, I think, because they're allowing her to move into her own place instead of staying with her parents anymore. She can move into her own place. She's smiling, because that's the first time I've seen her smile since they've shown her. There has to be a police union. There's no police union for that department. That's weird. I feel like there has to be. You're welcome. I mean, I don't really think that's happening here. I think we've discussed it's not okay to break into someone's house. I mean, but I do know that, like, I heard, I didn't get to see it yet this morning, that the turtle was doing his turtle thing when it comes to the ex's family, which is never okay. Ever. I do have questions, obviously. I have questions about why he changed the beneficiary. I don't care about him smoking weed. It's legal, like I said, recreationally legal and medically legal in the state of Massachusetts. I don't really see how that's relevant. And I think the judge agreed with, like, how is that relevant, really? Really kind of not. Even in family court, that wouldn't be relevant. I mean, people bring it into family court all the time, and it's a damn shame, because family court does kind of like, oh, well, you can't be smoking weed. And it's like, yeah, you can, though. Does that mean anybody with children can't have medical marijuana then, too? You know, where is the line drawn? There's a reason why it's legal in Massachusetts for medical and recreational. Yeah, I don't think anybody smoking weed is just a drug addict. That's crazy. What post? What post, chicks? Is it an Aiden post? I haven't blocked, so is it an Aiden post? I haven't been able to see any posts on Twitter yet. I haven't looked yet. Yeah, I don't think that's a good argument, though. I mean, again, has anybody ever overdosed on weed? You know what I mean? Like, it's a horrible argument, because there's a reason why weed is used medically. It can help a lot of people, and I don't even smoke weed. Never been a weed smoker in my life. I think the last time I smoked weed, it was been like 17, 18. I'm not a weed smoker. Never have been, never will be. You know, that's the thing though. Just like alcohol, it's legal. So you can't say that if someone's smoking weed before they go to work, that means that, you know, or on their day off, it means that they can't work correctly. I mean, that's crazy. You know, I'm not a weed smoker. You are Pablo Escobar, bitch. Okay, I know. I love that he still runs with that ridiculous nonsense. Because your ex sold weed, that means you're Pablo Escobar. It's so fucking crazy to me. I'm sorry, but weed to me is the equivalent of like alcohol, except for the fact that no one's ever overdosed on weed, okay? You can't be so fucked up on weed that you go into a blackout and hurt someone. Right. Well, people know what they're doing. A drug dealer guy. The judge is kind of doing Britta's work for him. He's not a good attorney. I mean, I would, if I was Kelsey, I'd have fired him already. He's the reason that she sat in jail. Yeah, but that's between him and his job. That has nothing to do with the court. And essentially the judge kind of shut that down in that way because that has nothing to do with the court.
Modification for the reasons that I've already described, both in court and at sidebar. I need to just write it up. We'll impound the new address. I'd ask all counsel, as I said at sidebar, to continue to keep in mind that we want our jury pool to be as made up of as indifferent of a group of folks as we can, and that's what my expectation is going forward. All right, so I need to change that, which I'll do. Anything else, folks?
I filed another final certificate of compliance, so I'm expecting any moment counsel's reciprocal discovery.
Okay. So, when you say, is that something? So, is it something that I need to weigh in on, or are you just making a record?
Just making a record.
I'm sorry, I missed it, Judge.
Mr. Gubertos reported that he filed a final certificate of compliance under Rule 14, and that he's hopeful that.
I think we're there. There's a couple little things, but I'm not going to make any sure.
All right, so.
Thank you.
All right, but also I need, I appreciate the sending of the joint witness / prominent names list, but there's a bunch of names on there that don't have towns or cities associated with them, and.
Yes, as counsel said at sidebar, there's a city concern in this case based on things that have happened, so I will get those to court before the trial.
All right, so, but how do we handle, I want to provide enough information for the potential jurors to look at that list and say whether they know a person or not.
We'll get a town.
Okay, and then, but are you suggesting that that be impounded?
No.
Okay. So, all right, so the missing, you folks will get, run down the missing cities and towns of the folks that don't have them on that list.
I have them, but I'll supply them to the court.
And Mr. Brado, given how close we are to the trial, and the movie, when you said that something to the effect that there was a couple of little things that perhaps, the bottom line is, are you prepared now to disclose whatever it is that you're required to disclose?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to do that as soon as possible so we can keep the trial on schedule. Sure. All right, and let me just see if there's anything else. Yes, Mr. Wayne. So, in a perfect world, we reconvene to talk about the juror questionnaire. Which we could. So are you folks, would you folks be available on Monday afternoon? By then I disseminated the drafted juror questionnaire. That's all that we would go over. And you, Ian, hold on a second. Ian, you could appear by Zoom if that would be easier for you folks.
Okay, if we're only doing the questionnaire, yes. That's fine.
Available, yes.
All right. So in other words, no surprises from the Commonwealth.
No, I'm not expecting any.
I can't, we'll all be surprised if there's surprises. All right, so that means I have some work to do and need to get that out to you. Mr. Roy, you have their email addresses?
Yeah.
Did you say 2 o'clock Monday? 2 o'clock. Whatever Mr. Roy said. All right, so I need to, I'm going to step off. I need to write up the change conditions, which I will do if you want to just hold tight.
Thank you.
2 p.m. This Monday is the 8th. All right, so we'll stay in recess and see you then.
Court all rise.
All rise.
There's Julie with her back to the wall. I mean, right there in the blue, facing the wall.
Whoop, whoop, Julie. She probably don't want her face on camera. I don't blame her, man. Oh, gross. Here's the opportunist opportunating himself in there to try to, like, you know, hey guys, I'm the guy that you want. I'm the guy that you want. I need your case. I don't have Karens anymore. I need it. I need it to make money. I need it. My name is the sewer turtle, and I need you to recognize me and think I'm important.
Kelsey, run.
Right? Look at her. She's appeasing him. You can tell by the look, like, she just had the side of her face, and she's just like, great, go away. Look at her, looking around like, someone save me. Someone get this fucking lunatic away from me.
He dyed his hair.
Look at how, oh God, no, he didn't.
Notice how blonde
lunatic.
he is?
Oh, yeah, you're right. My God, her and her family are like, someone help us, get this dude away from us. Look how uncomfortable they look. They're trying to just be kind without, like, being assholes, but, like, they don't want to talk to him.
Sorry for my dog barking. My contractor just got here, so.
I didn't even hear your dog. But hi, fur baby. Oh, now I hear you. I see you, sir.
He's been really sad since Monkey left us last week.
Oh, I know it. The poor thing. Okay, yeah, bye, Aiden. Nobody wants you around, you weirdo. He just has to be in the camera view. It's always him, like, trying to be, like, where the camera is. In Karen's case, he used to sit, and if the camera wasn't on him, he would, like, do this and move so that the camera could see him. The need for attention is fucking seriously disturbing. And these people are like, okay, yep, go away. Look at them going around people to try to get back in the circle that they boxed him out of. Like, sir, go away. We don't want anything to do with you. He will sabotage. He'll sabotage everything he turns he turns to fucking shit. Everything he touches. Yeah, me. He'll try to sleep with her. He probably anything with a hole at least.
Oh.
Right? Run away. I probably would have done it on camera. I'd have been like this.
Yeah.
Away from me.
Holy water cross. Hurry.
Camera or no camera. I would up. It kind of soft, but we can still hear it.
She needs to shower in holy water when she gets home.
Ah, get the demon out. I mean, to be fair, I feel like he would sleep with anything with a hole at this point. Like that's where we're at. All right. Like that's him. All right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Don't be on the floor.
Can you send Julie a link to your StreamYard?
Can you send her yours? I don't have her email.
Oh, okay.
It'll work the same way. I am going to show that, right? I mean, I burned my clothes. Like, did he touch her? Like, ew, gross. Hepatosyphilides, right? Back away from the hepatosyphilides, man. I don't even want to know what that dude's got. We're chasing his car. I have to see that. We have to see that part. Come on,
I also need to call court and see about
Farwell.
the federal case, if it's happening or not, because they said, I talked to the clerk yesterday and she said it was on for today at 2:00, but everyone else is reporting that there's nothing scheduled.
Huh?
So let me see.
Oh, wait. Someone's interviewing him outside. Look. Hold on. Stop. Oh my God, this is great. Hold on.
Hey, Kearney.
The biggest witness intimidator right there.
I mean, you think so? Why did the hood bookers want to ask you a question? Videos? Fuck you. Oh, really? Yeah. Who the fuck am I?
Oh,
yeah. You want to go around the car? You want to go around the car? Go. I'm going to hold your hand.
Look at a little tough guy. I got little man syndrome, bro.
I'm going to hold your fucking hand. Little fucking,
you want to talk shit to this dude?
Little fucking pussy. Fucking go ahead. Hey, hit me, you fucker. Go ahead.
What is happening?
Hear you up. Okay, cool.
What is just getting?
Yeah, bro, I don't want to be disrespectful, bro.
Like, this is sad.
This is what you got here, bro. This is what you got. Little man syndrome.
This is sad.
Oh God. JFK, we need to hear.
What is going on over there, man?
So you needed 2 more feet to get taller than me, bro.
Right. You're not tall enough. The camera's over your head, shithead. Okay, cool. Yeah, we really.
You need another 2 feet, bro. Keep trying. Maybe the stilettos you had at home will help.
What is happening? What did I just click onto?
So that's gonna be the first.
Well, the
You are a clown. Makes you think back on the part. Yeah.
That noise is too.
What do you think of that? She seems like a witch. You know, but luckily she's not here today. I thought the judge is pretty good. He seemed he's involved. He seemed like he's not in that. He understood the issues. And you know, I mean, the fact this case comes down to one question: does she look like herself or at Officer Murray? That's the only thing that really matters. So it's a he said, she said in most.
That's the clown car coming in and bringing Aiden's clowns.
Hey, good idea. Who doesn't have body cameras? Sorry, on body cameras. No. Presumption of any.
Aiden can't even focus because Jay
Look at
Bell's
this
right
attention. Look at this attention hold right here.
You know, then
I'm
they
a
call him
journalist.
Randy at
I'm a
attention.
journalist. Look at him.
He's a blogger. He ain't no
He's
journalist.
a blogger. I don't know who the fuck that is, but it's kind of stupid to be interviewing him outside of someone else's hearing. It's weird, bro. It's weird. Someone else's hearing.
Oh, I don't know.
You mean it's cult? Ain't no fan club. You got a cult.
No, it's a cult. We know it's a cult.
So what's going on? That's my favorite. I don't know.
Is that your boy, Aiden?
That's his boy. That's his one boy right here. He thinks you're gonna protect him.
Secret handshake.
His two fights are like his two lights are fighting into him, bro.
Such a vulture.
Dude
What does
just
the
got
sign
in his
say?
face hard, man. The other guy.
What sign?
Yeah, he did. He tried to block my camera.
Where? Where do we see a sign?
So, Aiden, you ain't gonna apologize to James, bro?
Free James Jackson.
You ain't gonna apologize, bro? Really?
I feel real bad for him.
Yeah.
We feel bad for you. Do you have
You're
your
a clown,
emergency
dude.
underwear on, Aiden? Do you have your emergency
What
underwear on?
about your hearing on the 31st with Meredith?
I have a hearing with 31st.
Don't you?
Sure.
That's the word on the street.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yes. No. Okay.
What
We
was the
didn't know
hearing
that.
for?
Yeah.
What's the hearing for? I didn't
You tell me.
I was calling to
Does
confirm.
Brado know about how you wish death upon a cancer patient? Huh? You don't know what I'm talking about? It's all over X, bro.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
That interview had nothing to do with her, did it? You're a
Right.
clown, dude. You
Weird.
didn't talk about Kelsey in that interview because I'm out here waiting. I watched it on my
Oh,
phone.
you're doing camera things.
Yeah. You fucking clown, dude.
He needs his emergency undies. Aiden, do you have your emergency underwear
That's the
on?
problem. You're not used to having a camera in your
Oh
face.
God.
We have Jay.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Room today. Look at
Definitely not. I ain't here to impress nobody. I ain't here to
Such
impress
a
nobody.
clown.
courthouse.
You don't have to worry about me.
Well, why didn't you come inside the courthouse? I'm just asking questions. Why are you
trying to be taller than me,
why,
bro?
why are you afraid to ask questions?
Don't put your camera so close to my
Why
face,
not?
Aiden.
Why, what's the matter?
Don't put your
You seem
camera
like you're
so.
getting flustered, sir.
Dude, don't put your camera so close to my face. Bro. Respect.
Here we
Don't put
go.
your camera in my
Such a
face. You're a clown, dude. You're a kid.
Why you getting
You're a kid. You're like a little
Why
kid,
you
bro.
shaking?
He is.
Why is he
I'm
You're a
shaking?
little
touching
baby.
you.
Why you shaking, dude? Look at you shaking. Why you so scared? You ain't used to having someone in your face. Are you,
I'm not
Aiden?
touching
Fucking clown.
you.
Where were you for
You're
the
not used to it. It doesn't matter. I'm here now. That's what
Well, why were
it
you
comes down
there
to. I'm
the
here
first time?
now, bro.
Someone go
Where have you
over
been?
there.
This
and
is your
check
first Kelsey hearing. This is your first Kelsey hearing. Where have you been?
JFK Reed.
Thought it's a
He's
conflict.
got his
Thought it's a
emergency
conflict.
underwear
Oh,
on.
that,
Thought it's a conflict of interest for you to be here.
well, it kind of is
It
because
is.
my
Oh,
opinion on the
yeah.
case will
Yeah.
be biased,
Yeah.
you know, because my lawyer
Just like you called Jigger a drug addict. Yep. Uh-huh.
Got it.
You
Sure.
called Jigger a drug addict. He died of drugs. You know who I'm talking about. The one you refused to take when I tried to send it to you.
You sent what's in
About the Jigger case, that one who got killed by 7 cops. Well, it's a conflict of interest, right, Aiden?
Well, he's represented by Brado too, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. It's a conflict of interest because you said it was drugs that killed him, not the cops,
I said
right?
that?
You did? You didn't?
I
You
did.
didn't?
I don't remember saying
I'm pretty sure you did.
that. Really? I
I'm 100% sure you did.
think it was George
Dude,
Floyd you're
you-
thinking of.
No, definitely not, bro. I'm not stupid. I know what I'm talking about.
I know you're very smart guy.
You're a
You're a
clown.
very smart guy. We got it.
I'm not the smartest. I'm definitely not the stupidest, bro. Keep putting your camera closer to my
That's all
face, and I'm
he
gonna
ever
smack it out of your
says.
face.
You're gonna smack it out of my face.
If you keep putting your camera closer to my face, and there's gonna be problems. You're a clown.
Are you intimidated by a kid?
I'm definitely not. I'm here, right? I ain't intimidated by nothing, and you can't even intimidate me. You can't.
What's
Why?
in the notebook?
Why you sticking up for Ray for Dallas, bro? Why you sticking up for him?
For who?
Huh? Ray from Dallas. Why you protecting him? Huh?
He's
He's definitely. You could allegedly
Still
Where's the
shaking.
charge?
soon to come, but that's
Where's the
besides the
charge?
point.
Where's the charge?
Why haven't you spoke on the polygraph?
What's up?
Why haven't you
The
spoke
fake
on the
polygraph?
polygraph? Definitely not fake.
It's fake. I already
Definitely
spoke
not
on it.
fake. No, you
It's
didn't.
fake. It's run by a witch doctor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fake.
Just someone that wouldn't talk to you, that hung up on you, bro. Because you're a blogger. You're not a journalist. You're not a journalist. You stole that award, bro. You stole that award, bro. You're a fucking. I'm mad. You're shaking, dude. I'm mad. You're shaking.
Why are you shaking? Why are you shaking for, man? Why are you shaking for? Why are you shaking? Look at you. You're a handsome bastard, huh?
Go home. Jay, Brill, go home. Jay, Brill, go home.
The three of you are saying that, right?
Clown.
You hear how the three of you are saying it? You're a clown.
Brill, go home.
I ain't going nowhere.
Brill, go home.
What's the
Jay,
matter?
Brill, go home.
What's the matter?
Jay, Brill, go home. Oh, you're so mad. You're so mad.
I'm not
All
mad.
right,
This
it's for
ain't
real,
mad.
man. It's
This
for
ain't
real.
mad. This ain't mad at all, bro. You're a clown.
You're an angry elf. You're an angry elf.
Dude, I'm far from angry, bro. You don't know angry. Angry is you, bro, when you get talked shit to, because you know the truth hurts you, bro.
Those are big words.
The truth don't hurt me. The truth hurts. I'm far from white trash.
Aiden Kearney.
I'm far from trash.
Aiden Kearney.
Trash. I'm being a journalist. I'm being a journalist. The same thing he does. I'm being a journalist. Free speech, right? Free speech, right? Well, you got your little force and it says free speech. He can go question people and call them murderers at a fucking sporting event, but I can't be here. No, I'm not. It's the truth. It's the truth. You can do it, but no one else could. You can do it, but no one else could.
You couldn't do that.
No. Jay, bro, go home. Trying to get me out of here, right? But I ain't going nowhere, bro. I ain't going nowhere.
You're a big.
I ain't going nowhere.
I know you're a warrior.
I'm not claiming to be tough, but I'm not a bitch. That's for damn sure.
Amazingness.
Come on, Aiden. Be a man, bro. Be a man.
Hold up.
He doesn't know how to do that, Jay.
You're a clown. Why don't you answer the question? When you're going to apologize to James Jackson?
I spoke with James Jackson. He's my friend.
Yeah, he is. He is. But you still talk shit about him.
Okay, cool.
But you still talk shit about him.
James, no, it's my homie.
You're a clown, bro. You're a clown.
My job.
You're a clown.
I let him talk. I'm like,
you're a clown. Yeah. It's JFK. It's JFK. It's Randy. Randy.
Randall. We're gonna call him
Randy.
Yeah. He hates that. Huh?
Nah. You hate your video of you crying on the floor. You got trapped in a house. Come on, dude. You know what you did. You know everything you did.
Like a little
You're trying to make it a play by design, bro.
It's serious.
You're trying to make it. When she comes out, I'll respect that. When she comes out, I'll respect that.
Who,
you? Like, embarrassed?
You don't need to help me find it.
Hey.
What? For doing what he does, being a journalist? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
Sure.
It don't matter. I'm an independent journalist, just like anyone else could be, right? I have a part-time. Yeah. Yeah, and I take the day out of work to do my second job. Thank you very much. Because I could do that.
That's right.
Ratchet. This is the only ratchet one of you turtle riders. That's the only ratchet here.
There's like 5
I'm
turtle
far
riders.
from jealous. I'm far. I don't.
Of what?
Making money off of begging for money, dude? Like
Of his
begging for
height?
money? Talking shit about people to make money? Come on, I can do that all day. I could do it all day if I wanted to. If I wanted to, but I don't do that. I spit facts. That's why I'm Jason Brill. Facts.
Who is it?
Fact
Chrissy
finder. Thank
Monitor
you.
in her face? Who is it?
Thank you.
One
Yep.
of the idiot turtle riders.
People like
is running
you
their
is why
mouths.
there's all this corruption around. Yeah, because you stick up for corrupted ass people like this.
Aiden is the corruption. They still haven't figured
Far
it
from
out yet.
filthy mouth. Filthy mouth. Do you hear me calling women see you next Tuesdays? Come on, dude. Come on. Enough with that. Enough with that.
Where's all the
Enough
support,
with that.
Aiden?
Enough with that. It doesn't matter where I smoke cigarettes. It doesn't matter where I smoke cigarettes.
We're back to the cigarette thing, but Will
You put a girl a
smokes
little
more
bit too, girl.
cigarettes than anyone. Keep them
You
all for
ain't about that
avoid.
life.
Protect the
He
turtle.
don't like the cameras in his face. It's a whole different story when it's on him.
Ask him if he goes to prison, he's going to be scared of the hood boogers.
When you go to prison, are you going to be scared of the hood boogers in there? Because you're going to be surrounded by them, boy.
Ask him if he's got his emergency underwear on.
He walked that
He can shit
thin
himself.
line, bro.
You got
All these
9
people-
cases open.
You got 9 cases on you, bro.
I wonder
Well,
if he
I
has.
hope you do. For your case, I hope you do. But the law-wise, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it, bro.
Can you articulate what I did that's illegal, sir? Can you?
You threaten people, first of all.
Blackmail.
A lot of people. It don't matter who.
Criminal
I'm not talking
harassment.
shit. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not sticking up for them. I know Karen Reed didn't hit them. I know Karen Reed didn't hit John. I know Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe. Yeah, of course they did, but it's not the point. Why can't I ask questions to you with all your little people saying I'm harassing you and all this other shit? It's not the right place, right? It's not the right place. But you went to a sporting event. So what makes it different? What makes it different?
First Amendment stops existing.
Okay.
While sports are being.
Okay, so the First Amendment stops existing when I'm in front of a courthouse at a hearing, right? It's the wrong place, right? Yeah, of course. If it's only good for Aiden Carney.
That's right. But
The only time it's good is when Aiden Carney, the cult leader, approves it.
Hey, why did he forgive a girl that accused him of rape and put him in jail?
Why'd you forgive that girl that put you in jail for rape? Whoa. Why would you do that? Someone said he raped him and you forgive him, bro.
Yeah, why'd you forgive her?
Why? Because she's on your side again? Come on, dude.
She put you in jail for 60 days. Why'd you forgive her?
Let a girl put me in jail for anything, never mind rape. You think I'm gonna forgive her? Hell no. But she claimed he raped her and he still fucking forgave her. This clown right there. I didn't. Someone did and he forgave that somebody. Someone did and he forgave that somebody. Someone did and he forgave that somebody. That was the question. Listen to the question before you talk crap.
Right? To drop the charges is what I'm guessing.
You go away. You go away. I'm exercising my First Amendment right. Cover your face.
You should have came to the courthouse, bro. You make all the money. You should have came to the courthouse to help Kelsey out.
I've been covering Kelsey's case. Where's he been? Oh, we did? Okay. Show the receipt.
Nobody can ask
Show
him
the
anything,
receipt.
but he could do
Because
this
I talked to Kelsey behind the scenes.
Amazing. She can't stand Aiden, I guarantee it.
Yeah. You go back and watch my interview. Yeah.
The Glera, get out my chat, buddy. You looking for attention, Glera? You looking for attention, you clown?
Yes, he is.
In the wrong place.
Attention, buddy.
What was that?
What doing, Glera?
What did you just call me? What did you just call me? Wigger? Yeah. You're a racist bitch. You're a racist bitch, and I'm not 50 yet, girl. Get it twisted. Yeah, I'm 100. You see, that's what these people are. They're racist. Last week I got called the N-word. This week I get called the wigger. Come on.
Most of these people are just saying.
Yeah, I got a life. It's a very good one, too.
See the people standing away from Aiden?
Hey.
Those are the people not there for him.
Racist traits.
You curate racism, too?
Why are the people
You curate racism, too? I definitely know what it means. I know what it means. I don't have to define anything. But here's the whole point. You ask me a word. You curate racism, don't you? And I go, can you define? You curate racism, don't you? I'm not going to define it. I know what it means. I don't have to define it. You're not my teacher. And I'm not in school. If I was your teacher, you'd have an. Bro, a girl beat you for your job, bro. It's like a girl beat you for your job because you suck at coaching. I came here 10 minutes away. I came here for Kelsey. I'm not all the way. What did you come all the way here for? Come all the way here for? I live here. I'm from Lawrence, so nice try. Yeah, ghetto. Yeah. Fucking racist. All of them are racist. Racist cult.
Why does it? Ask him about the cancer. Ask him about the cancer again. Why did he tell that woman Lisa, who's 60, hope she dies of cancer?
What about telling that woman that you hope she dies of cancer, bro? Why are you telling a 60-year-old woman you hope they die of cancer? He's definitely not scared. I'm here for support, Kelsey. Yes, I am. When she comes out, I'll be quiet. Don't worry. Yep, then it's on her. Don't worry.
See what happens.
Until then, like I did earlier, when I have respect. When her and her attorney came, I shut up. I definitely did, and you'll see the same thing.
All he can do is invoke Karen's name. Ever notice that? Well, McAlbert's Karen. Karen. This is a hearing for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I'm sorry. Let me pause it instead of muting it. He cannot handle what he does to other people. Look at how uncomfortable he is. He's rocking back and forth. I hope he has his emergency underwear on so he doesn't shit himself. I mean, look at all the people that stepped away from that circle where these like 5 or 6 people are surrounding him. Look at all of these people. These people moved away from Aiden because they're not there for him or anything to do with him. They're there for Kelsey, right? Or the hearing. It's amazing to me that he's even there. For what? More clout. That's what. You know?
None of this happened outside. None of this happened outside court the last hearing. None of this happened.
Because he wasn't there to cause a fucking ruckus. But I mean, it is ample opportunity to try to ask him some questions, right? Like, I mean, if I was Jay Brill, I'd probably take this opportunity as well, because it just goes to show what a hypocrite he is. And it's a perfect opportunity to show people he will do this exact same thing to anyone and say it's First Amendment. But when it is done to him, you ask him questions, he gets all clustered, right? He's got the phone out, he's shaking like a leaf, which is why he put it away. Let's be real here. Okay. Shaking like a leaf. And all he can, did you ever notice that when someone says something, his comeback is always like, yep, you're so smart. Yep, you're so intelligent. Yep, you're the best. It's the same shit every time. He comes up with nothing new. He doesn't know what to say, so he just reverts back to that baby child behavior of like, na poo poo, I can't hear you, na poo poo. Like, what are you, 2, dude? I mean, my fucking 8-year-old has more manners and acts more respectful than you do, sir. Although you might be the same height as her. I'm just saying. We'll get you a booster seat, Aiden. Next time you come to court, they will have a booster seat ready like you're going to friendlies.
Did you stop it? Did you stop it?
I paused it. I paused it while I was talking.
Oh, okay.
I shall read because I didn't want to talk. It's hard to talk over it and like put a point in when they're talking because it's super duper loud. Although I do really want JFK to ask him where his emergency underwear is. Next time, you know what? We'll send that in a package of goodies that we're going to get him. We'll get him a pair of emergency underwear. We'll get him a banana hammock for his dick nose and chapstick for his chapped ass because he's always so angry. His ass is always chapped. So, I mean, I don't know if you guys know the expression, but having a chapped ass just means like you're pissed off. Like you're always upset about something. So, you know, we're going to get him chapstick for his chapped ass. He's salty as fuck, you know? It is trauma response. Okay. I'm not touching you. I put my phone in your face, but I'm not touching you. He put his phone down because his hands were shaking and everybody kept pointing it out. Like, why are you shaking, bro? Why are you shaking? Like, because he can't handle what he gives to anyone else to himself, you know? But this is the shit. Like, he had no problem giving this exact same behavior to Mrs. O'Keefe, right? And John's brother, Paul, like the O'Keefe family as a whole, the victim's family, okay? And to point out, in my humble opinion, Kelsey was very uncomfortable with him coming up to them. She kind of was like trying to like be polite, but at the same time, like end the conversation quickly so he would go away. She kind of looked off to the side like, someone fucking help me, dude. Someone get this dude the hell away from me. Yeah, he's standing by getting roasted. I guess we should watch the rest of it, right? So we can get to the rest. Okay, we go.
Like that. Ask him if he's gonna talk like that.
I don't have to fucking curate, yo. What? I just be asking it about
ask him if he's gonna talk like that when he goes to Shirley Max.
Whatever my dog will tell me to say. You're gonna talk like that when you go to Shirley Max?
Say words. I'll say the words. I don't.
You're gonna talk like that in Shirley?
What the words are.
Talk like that in Shirley?
You know what them words
are
saying.
You're gonna talk like that in Shirley?
Because you ain't my teacher, dog.
You're gonna talk like that in Shirley?
Talking about.
That's you wrong, bro. You're gonna be a PC.
So,
PC. You're gonna be a PC.
Yo, James Jackson likes me more than you.
I don't care. I don't care. What you say?
I'm gonna steal James Jackson.
Go ahead. I want to see
he's mine right now.
That's fine.
That's fine. I treat him with respect.
Yeah.
Like you guys.
Respect.
Yeah. You said he was a murderer.
Respect. You told him he killed his girlfriend, dude. What respect is that?
You jumped him on the Randall totem pole. You and Kevin Kev jumped him because he has thoughts of his own. But you
told him he killed his girlfriend, dude. What type of dude is that?
Randall likes you.
That's the problem. You try to put fear into people to turn everybody, but you.
I'm right here. Tell him I'm right here. I'm right here listening. I'm right here.
Don't worry about what I do.
Is he giving you anything?
Don't worry about what I do.
You ain't giving me your Randall. You're cracking in that shit.
Is Galera or anyone of them making money off you giving you money?
That's why
your boy Galera is gonna come you soon, bro.
Let's do the work for free.
He gets mad
Randall, give him
when
Mr.
money.
Chat.
Listen,
he comes on every day.
I don't need money for this.
He sits there. He
this is what I like doing, bro. I don't need money for this.
Man, hey, J, bro.
Working.
I get paid.
Unlike you, Aiden.
I get paid. I work for my paycheck, and I don't need to get paid for this because I love doing it, bro. I love doing it.
Well, this is
I
my
love
only
doing
job,
it.
so I do
I
need
make my
to.
money.
You
That's
don't
what.
get money. You get
Why
man money.
are you worried about what's in my pocket, bro?
Oh my
Man,
God,
Why are you
yes.
worried about
How
what's
much
in
you
other
got?
people's pockets? Why are you worried about what's in
Man,
other people's
give
pockets?
this man some money.
Why are you worried about
Man,
what's in other
taking
He's
people's
always
pockets?
stealing
worried
it,
about
man.
other
He's
people's
stealing all the
pockets.
money, man. Randall's stealing all the money. J. Brillo
Look
and
at
Kevin
you,
Cat.
man.
Kevin Cat's got
He's a clown, bro. He's a
Mine
clown.
are on.
Little does he know. Little does he know. Little does he know.
You don't
Yeah.
know nothing, buddy. You don't
You're
know
a
nothing, buddy.
I'm sure
Why'd
Why'd
he
you
pays
forgive?
us
Why'd
pay.
you
No,
forgive
no.
Lindsay? Why'd you forgive Lindsay, man?
Why'd you forgive
Why'd you
Lindsay,
forgive
bro?
Lindsay?
Why I
Why'd you
carried
forgive
her?
Lindsay?
Oh, I wouldn't
You,
Why'd
you
you
forgave
why'd
her,
you forgive
bro.
her?
You said you raped her. She put you in jail, dude. She put you in jail and you forgave her, bro. Why? Why?
Why'd you put her on a live stream with James Jackson? She called him a
Yeah,
murderer.
why
like
did
that,
you?
Grave.
Why'd you do that? That's some clown shit, bro.
It is definitely clown shit. Why would you
Clown
do that,
shit.
Aiden? Why would you do that? Why would you put Lindsay on?
Why would you
Why
put
would you
Lindsay
put
on
Lindsay
with
on
James Jackson?
the games? To try to have him shit on it. Shit on him.
Huh?
We're here for Kelsey. We're here for Kelsey.
Why?
How do you think the hearing? How do you feel the
Why?
hearing
I
went?
think the hearing went
The
well.
hearing
What
went good.
about it?
But we're not, we're
Kelsey.
we're
I'm not
talking to you
answering
now,
your
though, buddy.
questions. You're answering my questions. I'm here to
We're
question
talking to
you.
What,
I'm here to
what
question
about
you.
the hearing?
When you get up to Shirley
Let me-
Max, right?
Okay, so we're
Are you
out
gonna
here
be
with
all right?
When you get
How do you feel the hearing
to
today?
Shirley
How
Max,
do you feel the
are you
hearing
gonna
went today?
talk like that?
How do you feel the
Are you
hearing
gonna
went today?
talk like
How do you
that?
feel the
You
hearing went today? Do you think it went well for Kelsey? What was your
you
favorite
and
part of the
PC?
hearing today? What did you find most interesting?
You're gonna enjoy PC?
What did you find most
You're
interesting?
taking
Answer the
us.
question.
What did you find most interesting?
You're
You're not
taking
Why didn't you
us.
come inside the courthouse?
You're not questioning me.
So
I watched the whole hearing. I watched the whole
we're
hearing.
just trying to curate
I
the
watched the whole hearing.
What was
You're
your
a
favorite part?
clown.
What was your
You're like
favorite
a
part?
little kid, bro.
What was your favorite part?
This is
Why are you
what
getting
little
nervous?
kids
Why are you
do.
getting nervous?
This
sir?
is what little
Why are you
kids do.
shaking, sir?
Dude,
Why are you
shaking?
shaking?
You're shaking.
You're getting visibly-
Shaking?
You're getting nervous.
Shaking?
Just uses the
Shaking?
same
around.
things
You're
every
I
year.
don't fear nobody, bro. I ain't afraid of nobody. I'm here by myself and you got all these people with you, right? I ain't afraid of anybody, bro.
We're here for Kelsey.
You got all these
We're here for
people.
Kelsey.
Oh, come.
Thank you. Thank
My
you.
little call numbers, come down and support me. Come down and support my grift.
Where's Kevin Cat?
Such a baby.
I'm a little
Where's
rat
Kevin
all
Cat
right.
today?
Kevin's at his job, bro. Nice try.
How come you're not there?
Because I came here to choose.
45.
I chose to take the day out of work to question your
Oh,
rat.
you're not doing anything. You're
I
just
definitely
learning.
am.
You're asking words.
I definitely
Aiden.
am.
Yeah, we're here for
What
yeah,
are
I thought you were here for
you
Kelsey.
saying?
You
You're not here for
organize,
Bro, you call me
you
Jason.
organize
So you're not here
and
for Kelsey?
create.
Jay
That's what
Brillo,
you
you
do,
don't
bro.
know what
You
Jay
present
Brillo.
it.
Jay Brillo had
In your presentation, you talk racist shit, brother. Buddy.
Bro, that's third
Jay.
grade
Oh, he's
shit.
so mad. He's
That's
so mad.
third grade shit. You gotta come up with something better than that, bro. You gotta come up with something better than that.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe I've been out here for maybe I've been out here for 3 hours.
It's like a,
Maybe I've been out here for 3 hours waiting
it's
for you.
like a cobweb is
Yeah.
forming.
You're a fuck.
What is with that saliva? Is that
There ain't no saliva in my mouth.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
You'll see, it's like little
Yeah.
things every time you
Yeah.
open your mouth. What's up with that?
yeah.
You're supposed to answer the
What's
dentist, sir.
up with your
Yeah, I don't need
teeth,
it.
sir?
You don't need it.
Why don't you go to the brain doctor? No, that's the brain
You're
doctor.
ridiculous.
But you're a clown.
I know. I only had a brain. I should go see the
How
Wizard
many-
of Oz.
How many
Boy,
Adderall did you
boy.
take today?
What?
How many
Yeah,
Adderall did you take today?
Do what JFK tells you.
Yeah.
What did he tell you to do?
How many Adderall you
Do what Randall. Oh, Randall gave you the
What's
script, huh?
Adderall this morning,
Randall gave you the
bro?
script. Do what your buddy. Do what your boss tells you to do. Do what your boss
That's
tells
my
you.
boy,
Oh,
bro.
no, that's your boss, bro.
Yes. Run.
Come on, Jay, bro. We know you. Free Jay.
Away.
We freed James Jackson. Now we gotta free you
You ain't
because
nothing.
Randall is using you, man. Free. You need a union.
You know
You need a
all about
fucking union.
using people.
You need a
You know
union.
all
He
about
sure
using
does.
people, don't you?
Randall isn't.
Aiden
You know
uses
all
people
about using
like
people,
white
Why
right?
is he
trash.
shaking for? Why is
Why
he
aren't
shaking?
you guys
Yeah, bro. Why are you
Why
nervous?
you
What are you
Why
shaking
you
for? Look at it.
shaking?
Look at it. Look at it. Look.
shaking?
You got the
Come on,
little.
come on, come on, come on.
It's shaking.
Look at him.
You look at him.
Look at him. Look at him. Oh, bro, he's getting flustered. He's getting flustered.
He just
He's getting mad. He's
what
getting
the other
super mad.
person
Stop on
said.
that camera.
Oh,
Why are
we
you
better
shaking?
stop.
And he goes, why are you shaking?
You
Why
gotta
you
do it.
flustered,
I'm not gonna
Aiden?
do nothing.
Why are
No,
you
you're not.
flustered?
That's exactly
what you want.
He
I'm
just
gonna give you that
repeats
satisfaction,
someone
bro.
else is
You
saying.
ain't getting no charges on me.
You're gonna do nothing.
Because you're a rat.
You're gonna
Because you're a rat.
nothing.
rat. I probably whoop your ass.
But
you're a rat.
anyway,
You're a rat.
but
You're a straight
he's
rat.
getting mad. He's getting mad. JFK, tell him what to say, Randall. Tell him what to say, Randall. He ran out of things to say.
Because you know what?
Curate something.
Internet
Curate
goes
something.
to the real world.
No,
We're in the real world. We're in the
He
real
doesn't
world.
know
We're
what to
not
say,
on the
Randall.
internet no more. We're not in the internet no more. We're on the real life
So bad.
ground, dude. This ain't internet no more, bro.
This ain't no internet.
You're a clown.
Randall,
You're a clown.
give him the script.
You're a
Randall.
clown. You are like 15 years old. You better get out of my face. You are 15 years old. Get out of my face. I moved that camera. I moved that
Look at
camera.
this.
You shouldn't be all up in my face, then. You shouldn't be all up in my face. You should not have your 15-year-old there.
Well, who does that?
I put my hand up so she didn't. That's it. I did not touch her. Just like he hit me earlier.
That's why you always film.
Yeah.
He'll lie.
I didn't hit no one. I didn't hit no one. If I hit her, call the cops. Call the cops. If I hit her, call the cops. Call the cops right here. Call the cops right here. Call the cops.
Oh my God. The narrative is gross.
He's so mad. He's so
You're
mad.
so
I'm not
gross.
upset about nothing you
down
guys
here.
do.
Send the caveman down.
Nothing you could
Randall, you gotta get
Nothing you
some
can do.
of this, bro.
Nothing,
Randall,
you
it's not
guys.
going well for you, man.
If I
It's
touch her,
bad
call the
stuff.
cops. If I touch you, why ain't the cops called yet? If I touched her, call the cops.
Why are you touching little girls?
I didn't touch no little girl. I blocked her phone. I blocked her phone. Call it. Call it.
The Karens need
Call
to
it.
back
Yep.
up.
Oh,
right?
yep. Go ahead, cry.
Karen and the grease crew, back it up.
Yep. Cry. I put my hand up so her phone didn't come close to me.
And he's allowed to do that. Maybe
I
you
did
back
not
away from
assault
him
nobody, sir.
and his personal bubble space.
Yeah. I didn't assault nobody.
15-year-old to a place you know this clown's gonna
Yep.
be. Come
I
on,
didn't
dude.
assault nobody.
Down here to hit
I didn't assault nobody. Look at the camera. She put her camera in my face and I went like this. I put my hand like that and I touched her phone. That's it. I didn't touch her.
No, not that.
Yeah.
This is what they do. They try to bait you and then they scream a narrative.
I called him because I didn't assault nobody.
Stop it.
I didn't
Stop
assault
it.
nobody.
They tried
That
this
means you
with me
assaulted
too,
somebody.
except
I did not assault anybody.
From 3 angles, we had it. They
I
tried
did
this
not
with
assault
me.
anybody.
We shut that down real quick. 'Cause
Yeah.
if I'm going to touch you,
Until she comes out, I'm gonna still do what I do. Yeah. What do you do for work? You're standing here doing nothing, making a fool. Yeah, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
working, standing in a circle of his turtle riders. That's working.
I'm here for Kelsey. Just so happens there's an extra
Have all
gift that I
covered
got.
this case. We've all covered this case.
I didn't come here.
except
Where was he in Salem, Mass? Where was he in Salem, Mass? I was there.
Exactly.
Oh, I got an interview. And I shook Kelsey's hand. She didn't shake his hand, did she?
I know, right?
Fucking clown.
They are all clowns.
Take it easy, bro. Take it easy.
He always has to have women stick up for him. All the Karens. Oh,
Yeah.
how dare you put your
That's
hands
not
in your
Aiden.
own personal
That's not
bubble
Aiden.
space. They'll just put their phone
There's
right to
only
your
one
face,
master, and that's
you
the co-master
can't-
right there.
You can't do anything. You can't put your hand up and say, back the fuck up
Yeah.
out of my face. Put a bonnet on him, yeah. I mean, who the hell needs to fight this man's battles? He's a big baby. Look at him. Now he's looking around. Help me, guys. Help me. Someone help me. I'm just going to keep standing here.
Funny.
Help me. Help me.
Shit
I mean,
happens.
how embarrassing.
If you put
Ain't
your
worried about
hand
it.
Only
up,
one man
Ain't
on
worried
bail
about nothing.
there. That's Aiden.
if you put your
Jake
hand
on
up
bail.
and that hits somebody, then they're in your personal
That's
space.
on them. Yeah, they're in your bubble space.
Those women are on disability and only came there to promote TB. That's what he did with Karen Reed.
Exactly.
Oh, it is. What do
Same
you do?
shit.
TB only gets brave if his cult is there.
Bingo.
JFK
Or he's on
smiling ear to ear the
camera.
whole time. In the words of JFK, this is what you curated, clown.
It is.
There we go. The old path is dead.
Exactly what he
She
curated.
You guys are taking that shit too serious.
She wants to put her phone in someone's face and she's crying.
No,
Yeah, but
well,
you know,
don't put
she's
your
a-
phone
she's a
in
young
someone's
girl, man,
face.
you know,
She shouldn't be here then. She
I
shouldn't
would
be
never
here.
bring my kids to something like
Yeah, but
this,
still.
ever.
My kids are where they're supposed to be. Not here. Not here. And my kids are older. They're not here.
Julie said,
Why am
no
I gonna put
assault.
my kids out here? Why am I gonna put my kids out here with you vile ass people?
She said what? Go ahead.
No assault. He put
Yeah,
his
of
hand up
course
to
not.
put the phone.
Of course, you can't put your phone in someone's face like this, dude, and then expect that like they're not going to be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And if that phone then hits you in the face, that's on you.
Yeah, 30 pants, $200 shoes. What do you got?
He's got fucked.
I don't give a fuck what you got. But you don't. Look at those sneakers.
For his dick nose.
Look at those sneakers. Yeah, yeah, right. They're clowns. People are funny, bro.
No, they don't like when you ask them questions. They're the ones
They don't
crazy.
like questions being asked, but they want to ask questions. Same shit. I'm asking questions. I'm here.
Yep.
It is what it is, you know.
He does love the drama. That's what he thrives on. But the other
Yes,
part of
sir.
it is to show what a coward he is. This is what he does. Let's show everyone
walk
what
away.
a coward he becomes when you ask him.
David, come on, man.
He can't. He can't do it.
Come on,
Same
man. You're better
police.
than this, Miss Jen. I mean,
That
better
he-
than what? He's asking questions out there, and he got
I
attacked
know,
by
what
a
the
bunch
hell?
of people. You know
I
what
mean,
I'm
that's
saying?
what happens.
So it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
This stuff may have
Ray from Dallas
delayed Kelsey
sexually
coming
assault
out.
10-year-old boy, and the Glare loves Ray. There you go.
Can't hear you, Elise.
Yeah.
Right, that little girl's crying over there right now, but she was high-fiving everybody when she put her camera in my face.
I didn't see
And
what
then
happened.
turned on the kids.
What happened? What allegedly happened?
No, she called my name and I looked over. She had her camera in my face, so I put my hand like that to block her camera. Oh, you hit her! You hit her! Come on, dude, I didn't hit nobody. I put my hand up so she won't be all up in my fucking ear with her phone.
Yeah.
So Kelsey's not
And
coming
now
out.
she's over there
This
crying.
whole thing
Oh,
may
you
be
hit me.
delaying her leaving.
Wait, that's deleting her leaving? Is that the outside?
It may.
Yeah.
With that commotion, they may have kept her inside.
He's
But she's
definitely
not come
texting
out
for
yet.
help. Are you sure she didn't go through the back door, though, and already leave, though? Are we sure?
I don't think.
Yeah, he keeps looking around, because as Gray pointed out, he always thinks he's going to be arrested, so he is always looking around him. And why would you always think you're going to be arrested? Oh, that's right, because you've committed a multitude of crimes that you still haven't been arrested for. So he's constantly paranoid that he's going to be arrested somewhere, so he always looks around. He's looking. He's also looking for someone to save him. No one's there to save you, bro. You have 5 Karens, greasy-haired Karens, and that's it. Everyone else moved far away from him. Notice.
So Turtle Boy went back inside to where Bradle is.
Of course he did, bitch.
Yeah.
He
I'm gonna
needs
see
his
if Jill-
lawyer's protection.
I'm gonna see
Yeah,
if
they're
Jill
waiting.
can go back inside, see what's going on.
Yeah, they are waiting for Kelsey to come out. He's working. See, he has the notebook. He's taking notes, Birkenstock said. Jerry Bill should say at least he doesn't put his kids on the internet for clicks. Well, I mean, Aiden records them and then sends them out to everyone else and then complains when it gets leaked. And it's like, that's on you, sir. That's on nobody else but you.
This is a shame. This is really a shame.
It is.
So I did confirm that there is no federal case hearing today for Matthew
Damn.
Farwell.
What the fuck?
I
Thought
know
we were
got,
getting a hearing today.
got bad info from the clerk yesterday, and the clerk today apologized for that. But it's the 27th at 10:30.
Let me write that down so I don't.
I'm sorry, the
forget.
27th of April. 27th of April.
April. At what time? 9:30?
10:30.
10:30.
Julie was going to skedaddle over there for us.
I know. That would have been amazing. And we were going to do the 2-in-1, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, she probably is meeting with Recreation too, but They do come and talk, but sometimes if something like that's going on, the court might either make you wait, and if it takes too long, they might, put you out a back door, Oh my God, when the glare was in town, they should have. They should have. I agree with you there. I mean, unfortunately, you can't really choose because it's wherever Aiden's going to show up. And he doesn't, he's showing up because he thinks he's going to get the attention from it. He needed the attention from it. He hasn't covered this case really up until now. We've all covered it multiple times. I know every other channel that I know of has covered it. I know that JFK's covered it. I know that we've covered it. I know there's other channels that cover it. I know Mike covers it. So, I mean, again, Aiden was losing out on money, and all he can do is complain and go and literally say, but what about Karen Reed and Karen Reed? It has nothing to do with it, yet he keeps bringing Karen's name into it because that's the only relevance that he has. He knows where Sperry's. Yeah, it's called boundaries and personal space. For me, you could see the look on Kelsey's face when he walked over there to talk to her and her family. You could see the side of her face, and she's kind of like glancing out the side of her eye, almost like very uncomfortable with him, like even being there, but she was trying to be polite. And you could tell she just wanted that conversation to end quickly because at one point she turned around and looked like basically looking for someone like, hey, can someone come over here and like save us from this conversation, right? And then eventually the circle closed and a guy was standing in front of Aiden, and Aiden finally then in his brain took the fucking cue to be like, okay, they don't want you here anymore, bud. And then he left.
So what happened in court? Someone said 2 big wins for Kelsey.
So she is allowed now to move out of her parents' house and move into her own townhouse with the caveat that she still has to stay on the scram and all that. And that probation will go and do an inspection of her house before she moves in and have, they'll go there periodically, basically. Now, the only thing I had a problem with the judge for is the judge did not know how scram works, which as a judge, in my opinion, is not okay. You should know how all these devices work that you're asking someone else to do, right? You should be very up to date on what you're asking someone else to do and what it entails as a judge. There was cases and this was like family court stuff, but there was cases and there was an entire documentary that came out. This was more than a couple of years ago at this point, probably closer to 8 years ago now. But there was a documentary that came out with former judges, DCF workers, guardians ad litem, that all sat there and said, and the judge, what really got me was this judge, did this interview and sat there in the interview and said, if 30 years on the bench removing people's children, I never knew that DCF didn't actually do an investigation, that they just took people's words for what was said and they brought that in as a fact. That they don't actually investigate anything. They just talk to people and then assume whatever they want to assume from talking to people. She said 30 years on the bench, and she never knew that. That to me is unacceptable. As a judge, you should know how DCF operates if you're allowing them to take people's children. I was a foster kid, dude, and had they done their job back then, I wouldn't have been a foster kid. I wouldn't have been abused in foster care, right? Had they done what they needed to do or should have done, right? And so there's a reason why it irks me. I think that's probably why, is because if you're going to be a judge and you're going to order someone to do something, you should 100% know what it entails. Now, you've been a judge how long? This judge has been a judge how long? And you don't know that with probation already comes random times where they can pop up and check on you and come to your house without even scheduling. They can. You don't have to be there if they don't schedule it, but they can. I mean, I had it happen multiple times when I was on probation. Like, it's part of your probation. In Massachusetts, they can just pop in. But what they can't do, the judge was sort of leaning towards, like, can you do this and can you do that? But you should know that as a judge. What they can't do, he said, like, oh, I want to make sure there's no guns or no alcohol. Well, okay, that's great and all. But probation officers, not parole officers, know the difference, because parole officers can do different than a probation officer. But a probation officer cannot come into your home and start searching shit. They can't just start going through your shit. If they have a warrant for that. Being on probation is not a warrant for them to go through your stuff, right? Like, they can say, hey, can you open your fridge and I'll look and make sure there's no alcohol, or if they can't see a gun, but they can't just start searching through everything that you have. Not here, not in Massachusetts. I don't know what it works like in other states, but here they cannot do that. So, I mean, really all it is putting it on paper that they went by and looked at your place. Also, they can't decide whether where you live is appropriate. They can't decide whether you live in a drug-infested shitty area or a high-class area, because the problem with that is affordability. they cannot decide what you can afford, right? And if you can't afford to live in a better area and you end up in a shittier area and you happen to be a drug addict or an alcoholic or a former drug addict, and you have to live in a shittier area that is infested with all of that, well, they can't tell you that you can't move there because of that, because you have to be able to afford it, and they do not get to decide what you can afford. So these are things I feel like the judge should have known. You know, Bradel should have told him to go home. You're 100% right, Birkenstock. She was meeting with probation. That's the holdup, Jesse said. He's not the judge that imposed the scram order, but he kept the scram order, and he's the one who asked the probation officer how it worked. He wanted to know how the scram worked. You should know that as a judge. And he kept it in place. He didn't take the scram off, you know. Well, that's the thing. If you're a judge, though, shouldn't you be familiar with it? Amber said, to be fair, the judge said he wasn't familiar with it and asked questions to learn. That's something you should be doing before you're on the bench as a judge. You shouldn't be on the bench as a judge for many years and not know what it is and what it does. Because I'm not talking about him imposing that scram order on her. He has many other people that he sees daily. I'm sure at one point that judge has ordered scram on someone, right? I'm sure that he probably has in his career as a judge. And my point is before you even order it to the first goddamn person, as a judge, you should know what the hell it does, what it entails.
And it's part of this case.
Right. Like that, you should absolutely know that. Like that to me is an oversight, and not just for this judge, because that's my criticism of a lot of judges, is these are things that you should know as a judge. Nobody should have to tell you how to learn. You shouldn't be learning in the courtroom, right? You shouldn't just be asking a question. You should already know, right? That goes to whether you're competent as a judge or not. If you're ordering something for people and you don't even know what it entails, right? And again, I'm not saying that he's the one who ordered it on Kelsey, but I am sure that he's probably ordered it on other people in his career, you know? And for me, that just doesn't sit right. It just does not sit right. Oh, Bailey, is the record says I need another cigarette. Too bad I quit 2 years ago, Bailey. Oh, sorry, your attempted trolling's really bad. Oh, sorry. Sorry for you. Sorry for you. And yeah, they can't or shouldn't punish for poverty. But the problem is oftentimes they try to, you know, they oftentimes try to. And since the probation order changed because she can live on her own and stuff now, then, you know, they have to sort all that out in paperwork. Yeah, it's, I mean, but this is the shit that Aiden does. You know, this is the crap that he does. It's not, I mean, I would have taken the opportunity to ask questions, you know. If he ordered it, this might be new tech for him. Yeah, but the judge is not, this isn't a new judge. The judge isn't just magically, you know, he didn't just magically become a judge now. You know what I mean? This judge has been a judge for quite some time. So this is the first time you're learning about what scram is. Like, for me, that's a problem, because at any point it could come up in any case that he has and he might have to order it. How can you order something you don't even know about? Right? That's a serious issue for me. And again, that's my criticism. It doesn't have to be everybody else's, but I know what happens when these judges aren't well informed. Then decisions get made that hurt people that shouldn't have been made to begin with, right? Because they didn't do their due diligence. And that's my opinion, right? Like that the judges should be doing their due diligence, and far too often it happens where they don't. And something happens that hurts someone. This is someone's freedoms we're talking about, right? The court has the right to take your rights and your freedoms and do shit with them, right? And they should never be allowed to do that if they're not even fully informed on what they're doing, what they're ordering, you know? And so the other argument really that I think Bradel kind of flopped on there was the mental health argument. So he was arguing back and forth. He doesn't want to open this big Pandora's box of the Commonwealth arguing about mental health and asking all these questions about mental health. But the problem with that is he's already put in his filings that he intended to talk about, or intended to make his argument part of, the fact that her mental health was postpartum. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, well, I want to talk about it, but only in this really small, tiny, minuscule scope, and I don't want the state to be able to ask any other questions about mental health. That's not the fucking way it works. Also, you're arguing against yourself. As the judge pointed out, which was like, Mr. Bradel, didn't I read in one of your filings already? Like, so it's like, that's like the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth time that Bradel has argued against his own arguments in the same case. You know? It's weird. weird.
So she's able to move out of her parents' house and into her own townhouse. Was there something else that the judge ruled in her favor on?
So I couldn't tell whether, so when you have a dangerousness hearing, right, there's no undoing your dangerousness hearing. When you have one, it says you're dangerous and you have to be, you know, usually it's, you get put back in jail, right? You're not out on the street. Once you're out on the street, like it's done, right? The dangerousness hearing already happened. You can't change the dangerousness hearing. So I think it was the family courts was arguing that like, because they found her dangerous, they didn't want her around her child, which I can understand, but a dangerousness hearing, that doesn't mean you're dangerous forever. It means you were dangerous then, you know?
Yeah.
You know, so you can't remove that. So I don't necessarily know how they would go and argue to the family court that like, you know, she's not dangerous anymore. That's something that court needs to decide themselves because there's no removing a dangerousness hearing. So I don't know. I think Bradel was getting at is like he wants to be able to go into family court and say, okay, she's got her new townhouse that she's going to rent, move out of her parents' house, safe, it's secure, it's got enough space to be able to see the baby. And they're working towards that, which I get, makes sense.
Julie's got video, Bradel coming out. No Kelsey yet. Pearl just left, so she should be coming out pretty soon.
Okay. No, it's a townhouse. No, she didn't ask for her house. I believe her house is being sold. So it's a townhouse that she's already acquired. Bradel said that she's already got possession of the property. So it's somewhere, I'm assuming she's either renting or she bought a new townhouse. I don't think her house sold yet, so I don't know. But it wasn't her house that she wants to go back to. It's a new place. It's a new place that she wants to move to. I hope he does cry when he gets in his car. That would be amazing. And then the very first thing was Bradel's sort of back and forth argument against himself again in the very, very beginning. Here's the thing with Bradel. Like, he needs, if I'm Kelsey, I would have already fired him. There's number one. But his problem is narrative, right? And he spits out all these narratives, this person, that person. So his other argument was against the ex-fiance there. And he wants to be able to talk about him going into the house. And the state says, no, we don't want to talk about that if he's going to be a witness. And whereas like, well, I have the right to cross-examine. Yeah, but it has to be relevant. It has to be relevant, and it has to already have to have touched upon it at some point in the questioning that comes from the state. So, I mean, the judge was kind of like, okay, well, what's the relevance of that, though? And Bradel's like, well, the relevance is that he got special treatment. Now, I guess you could definitely argue that. Like Deidre said, he called in, right? Tell them what you said about him when he called in.
Oh, when he was sort of trying to arrange for a civil standby.
Yes.
He told them that he was not on the deed. So the desk sergeant didn't pick up on that. She should have said, well, if you're not on the deed and you moved out,
let you go in. Yeah.
Then, you need a judge's order to go back in.
Yeah, you can't just, you wouldn't necessarily need a judge's order if like her or her family agreed that he could go in and get his stuff or that he had stuff in there. If she said there's nothing that belongs to him in there, then yeah, he would have had to get a judge's order. And that's all it would have taken, is her being like, nope, nothing belongs to him in there. But if they agreed and said, okay, let him get his stuff, a lot of the times the officer will go with you from the station, one or two of them, and they give you about 15 minutes to collect your belongings.
Yeah, if you've got furniture and stuff, then what I was saying when I said the judge's order,
Then they tell you to get a court order. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was presuming when I said the judge's order was that they wouldn't allow him back in.
Right.
Which,
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Unless you could like pick it up and move it with you now, they don't usually let you sit there and move a ton of furniture out. They tell you that's a civil issue that you need to go to court and sort, unless the person in the house wants to leave everything on the front lawn, and then you can call us back and we will stand by while you put it in truck and leave. other than that, no.
Somewhere along the way, and I have to try and think where I saw it or heard it. He said that he had moved his belongings, like the movable, easily movable stuff. And he was going back more for his furniture kind of stuff the day that he broke in. So he not only told the judge that he had moved, but he actually removed some of his belongings.
Unreal. But this is, I mean, I think all of that is shitty. And if it was me or you, we would have been charged. You broke the door down. Like, no, that we would have been charged. It doesn't matter if you called the station first and said, hey, I need to go get shit in there. And then you lie to them about whether you are allowed to have access, whether you live there anymore, or you leave that out. The cops can't give you permission, right? Like, so if you call the station first and say, I'm going in there, and then you break in and you change things and you take things that don't belong to you, like, that's a crime. So you can't just call the cops first to be like, I'm gonna do this and then do something else, and then they don't charge you. If it was me or anyone else, guess what would have happened? You'd have been charged, right? So yes, it does kind of sing to me a little that maybe he got some unfair treatment and some special treatment. When he called in, he said, oh, he was an off-duty firefighter. Well, what does that have to do with anything that he was doing? It has nothing. Right. It was a way to get treatment. That was the point, right, Dee? Like, he used that. Like, oh, I'm an off-duty firefighter. Okay, well, that's great, but what's that have to do with the situation? It has nothing to do with the situation. He was using it as a clout pull, in my opinion, because you'd have no other reason to say that. I'm not saying the guy is like a horrible bad guy. Yeah.
Julie said they're coming out now, so I don't know if JFK's got.
All right, let me speed it up. Let me speed it up here. Click on live. It should get out. Okay, back it up.
There they are.
Teeny smidgen. Yep, let me back it up. Teeny smidgen.
And I know that it's gonna.
Clown. Kelsey, are you hopeful with some of the accusations of justice? Do you think that they will some light on that, or where's your head at right now going into the trial as far as vindication?
As inaccurate, it's going to be revealed. So we've held on to a lot for a really long time, and we're still holding on to things. So there's more to come.
Anything really frustrating going into the trial?
I'm not frustrated because I know that, and I know that it's going to be.
Kelsey, how hard has it been for you and your family to like not say anything, knowing all of this? Like, I can't even imagine.
There's no words for what my family and I have been. There's not a word for it.
And how do you feel about the judge being willing to let you move out and
I think it's great. I think it's fair. Like I said, it's all in
another brother
townhouse that
and how does it feel to know Brown right around the corner and then the dates are set?
It will still be that you got me testify. Not going there. Not going there.
That's
you want to testify.
You prefer a bench trial.
One area. Everybody good? Had a great day. We're thrilled.
Yeah, great day, Kelsey.
Thank you, everybody.
And you know,
Step in the right direction.
Good luck, Kelsey.
So happy for you.
Too fucking short.
Damn. I guess she's done. She's leaving. My phone's about to die right now, so I'm gonna walk to my car and charge it before it dies.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I'm good. Nice seeing you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know where you went. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah.
He already asked him questions anyway, man. He ain't gonna answer no questions. He already ran. He doesn't want to do nothing.
Right.
He doesn't want to answer no questions. He doesn't want to have no. He just wants to rile people up and act
I got
stupid.
someone who wants to talk to you on live, bro.
What's up, man?
What up, JFK? I was at your
What's
party,
that?
man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I just saw
Which
Jay
one?
Brill down here. I came home from work. I'm like, I gotta get down here.
I appreciate it, man. How you doing today, man?
Great, man. I want to come
Good.
down, you know, fucking support you, Jay Brill. Fucking love what you guys do.
I appreciate you, man. And
Anything I could do, I wish I could be more involved. Been wanting to find a way, cut in, you know?
What's your name in the chat?
It's not what it's through my girlfriend's, Kimberly.
Kimberly?
But she's not really on that much. We don't really chat that much. We watch a lot, you know?
Yeah. Well, hit me up on the hit me up in my email at JFK Show Off on the Gmail.
I will, man.
Yeah, hit me up.
I will. Yep.
So, I appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bro. Take it easy.
All right, man. Take it easy. Yes, long gamers.
I love when people see me in public and walk
There
up
was
to me.
this
I love
woman
it.
there. I don't know.
Always a
She's
good
walking on the
interaction.
street. She had my back over there. I don't know who she is though, but she
probably
wanted to talk
Julie.
to me, but he wanted to talk to you. So
Yeah, that's cool. That was nice.
yeah, there was a few people here that had my back. What's that dude? That dude's Lynch, right? What's his first name?
Who's that?
Big dude.
I don't know who that dude was.
That's Cynthia Lynch's husband. That's one of the boots on the ground.
That's,
remember?
yeah. That's it. Yeah, that's Cynthia Lynch's husband. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
You talking about the dude who got in his face?
No, the little dude. I don't know who that was, but the big dude, Lynch.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
I clicked in at the wrong time on that.
Cynthia Lynch's husband.
I was like, what the hell
Yeah,
goes on
he
here?
always has my back. He's a good dude.
What happens
He wasn't
here?
fucking around, bro. He wasn't fucking around for sure. You know.
Well, sure.
I mean, we
I
went
have
through the hearing.
3
I mean, you know,
spam messages.
hold
on.
I think it was a good day. You know, the trial's moving, and I said this before. The trial's moving pretty fast. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm muting him. No, thank you, LTG. Appreciate you. So, Graves sends a donation. He sends $100, and he says for TB nose reduction. He always puts the funniest things on his donations, and I love reading them because he always comes up with like pretty good singers.
That was a sweet donation.
Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend, and thank you, LTG, for $10 towards the goal.
Nice.
We're an independent channel, guys, and we only get by with donations from you guys. It's what allows us to stream and keep doing hearings and going over things like this, and apparently popping in on things that we had no idea were going to happen. I wanted to see the interview afterwards, and then we just ended up on that. But there are a bunch of different ways that you can help support the channel. You can hit the thumbs up. That's a free way. You can be here for these streams. That's always a huge help. You can hype the video when it's not live anymore. It takes about 5 or 10 minutes after the video is not live anymore, and then a little hype button comes up. That's a super big help. Hitting the subscribe button, always a big help as well. Make sure you're subscribed and you have your little bell notifications on so you get a notification when we go live. And then there are the most direct routes. You can do Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have an Amazon wish list. It's in the description of the video here on YouTube. And then we have a link. It's also in the description, and it's pinned to the top of the chat. And it's our Untwisted Chats, and you just click on it and you can enter any amount you want, and you put any good note, funny song, something to read, and a note of I love getting the ones where people send really funny like zingers, or some are just very uplifting words. I love those. Those are my favorite. And then obviously the basic options for YouTube itself, for those of you on X, is super chat and super stickers, and get your membership to the channel. You can gift memberships. We have memberships. Some of you are already members. I thank all my members. I appreciate all of you guys. With that said, let's back this up for a second before we're waiting for Julie and see what happened this morning that we missed a little. He's very chill. He has more patience than I do, Shannon. He has more patience than I do. That's for damn goddamn sure. All right, let's see what we missed here this morning.
There's stuff being said to other people, and it's said out of anger, and it's not fair.
No,
you know,
no,
it's not.
You know, even us two,
Yeah.
even
Yeah,
your
well,
channel, us going back and forth, busting balls. But
How
at the
about
end
this,
of the
though,
day,
Scotty? How about
at
this,
the end of the
Scotty?
day, we're fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me.
Like,
How about
I'm
this?
standing here in front of Jay. We can say hi. We can talk.
Yeah.
Do members only when we have enough members to do it. That's, you know, once in a blue, we'll pop in on some members only streams, and I'm going to start with the shorts now that I'm all set up in the new place.
You know, some of the online shit is not what happens when we're face to face in person.
Right. Facts.
Who is that?
You know what I mean?
I don't know who
I just
this
want to
is.
say, Scotty, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, listen, man.
Oh,
If
Scott,
I ever,
is that
if you
Scott
ever felt
McGinnis?
disrespected, you know, I just want to clear the air right now. You know, I apologize, man. I just, you know, there was a lot of stuff said, with Karen.
I fully understand, man.
You know,
That's what
me
I
and you-
just said.
Me and you. were
What
cool,
happens
man.
online and all the back and forth, but when it's come to face and we're talking in person, it's totally different.
You guys, I just got a screenshot. He put a picture up of him and Kelsey. That's what he did. He needed to take a picture with her in the hallway, and you can, poor thing. She smiled and took the picture, but of course, that's the first thing he did, right? Like, that's the first thing he did was, like, you know, put. And do you know what my friend said in group chat? She's not watching right now. She's at work, so she's not watching my show. And she actually knows him. And so, do you know what this is what she said? She said, she sent the screenshot of it, and she said, "Oh my God, he just wants to fuck her."
Oh no.
So many of you already said that, and it's just funny because she's not watching right now. She's at work. She can't. But I mean, it's to everyone's point where it's like he's just looking for attention. It's like he's not covering this case. He was never going to cover this case. He might have just realized that public cases, when you cover them and do true crime, again, he's never been a true crime creator either. Let's throw that out there. He never has been. He never really will be. It's for attention. And that's what he's looking for, the same attention that the Karen Reed case gave him. The problem with that is everyone knows who he is now, and nobody wants him fucking near them because everything he touches turns to shiitake.
People need to understand that when they're watching these shows.
Right. No, I just want to be, you know, just let you know, man.
Because I know your channel,
cool.
you guys are
Not
here to
every
support
show
Kelsey.
runs
So
the
am
same.
I.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, if these channels are fighting with each other, you know, Aiden fighting with you, whatever. But we don't need that distraction down here. We're here to support Kelsey.
Right.
You know, so can everybody just knock it off?
Indeed.
Probably not gonna
I'm not
happen, but-
standing here to start trouble. I was never standing in front of the Karen Reed cases to start trouble. I'm here hoping somebody drives by and sees the sign
But
and
Aiden
says, "Hey, what's this?
doesn't
You
care
know,
about the
Kelsey
case.
Fitzsimmons case. What's going on?"
He doesn't give
That's
a
how
shit about the
Karen
case.
Reed, Free Karen Reed started.
It is, but even in the beginning, and I'll point this out to everybody, even in the beginning of Karen Reed, Aiden was trying to police who did what. I was there. I lived it, okay? He was trying to police who did what. Only he could do X, Y, and Z, and you couldn't because it was his case, right? No one. Meanwhile, he's telling the audience and the public he wants everyone to know about this case. But when other people took steps to make sure that other people, but if you want other people to hear about this case, you want as many people talking about it as you can get. He did not want that. He did not, because he realized fairly quickly that if other people are talking about it, then he's not the only one getting the attention. He's not the only one making money. So he was trying to police who did what. And if you did something that he wanted to do and couldn't do because you just did it, or he wanted to do and everyone else was doing it, and it wasn't like unique to him, he threw a tantrum. If you got information that he didn't have, he threw an even bigger tantrum because he could be the only one that had any inside information on that. The problem is many of us have sources where we got plenty of good inside information on that case. So he tried to police it all. And that's half of his problem, is he tries to control everything. So while he's telling the public he wants everyone to know about the case, everyone should be talking about it, we should get everyone out there. The reasons the crowds got smaller and smaller, and if you remember, the crowd only was big outside during the time that the jury was deliberating. Like it was big, but not as big as in the very beginning. There were bigger and bigger crowds until he started sort of like pushing people away because it wasn't just about him anymore. And so that turned a lot of people off. A lot of people went, no, fuck this. We want no part of this. We can't even go to a standout or go to the, cover the documents or whatever without him throwing a fucking tantrum behind the scenes like a giant baby, right? So the problem is he says one thing to people in public, to his audience, and does a complete opposite of what he says, and he thinks no one's going to know about it. It's just sad. Oh, this is after? Okay, hold on. Back it up here.
Long here. It's a conflict.
Oh, here it is. Here. I found it. Hold on, Julie. I see you there. Hold on. Just want to get this in real quick.
You're live.
We're at Lawrence today, hanging out in Lawrence.
Right.
Hey, bro.
So Jay
I
Brooks.
thought it's a conflict of interest, Aiden. Why are you here? Isn't it a conflict of interest? You couldn't cover Jigger, but you're here? What's up, dude? Answer some questions, Aiden.
Right.
No matter why you avoiding the questions, bro? Okay, he's scared.
Now let's let Julie talk here before we get into all that because I don't know how long that is. Hi, Julie.
Hey, Julie.
Nice calm afternoon.
You gotta unmute.
On a Wednesday, on a Thursday. Nothing else going on, right? We're just sitting in the car.
I can hear.
Are we good? You got the ear?
Can you guys hear her? I can hear her.
Okay. How about now?
Let's see if I can hear you. Let me see if the chat can hear you. I can hear you. I don't think Deidre can, but I can. Hold on. Let's see if the chat can hear you. Chat, can you guys hear her? Yay or nay? Yes, they can hear her. Yep.
Because shouting is definitely going to happen because, like, disclaimer, I'm going to try my best not to swear, but holy shit.
Yeah, I'm not worried about swearing on my channel. I swear all the time.
I know, it's like the last year. But, yeah, wasn't it exciting? I mean, court was fun. Like, it was long. I thought my arm was going to fall off. And, like, she got
at all.
Try popping out, Deidre, and then pop back in. That might change it. Deidre can't hear you.
You can hear me? Is it just me or?
No, I think it's Deidre. We're gonna pop her out and then she can pop herself back in. I think that sometimes that'll fix it if you pop yourself out and then pop back in.
You know why? Because the way to the West Coast and then back.
Yeah, I mean we're in a different time zone here, and that always fucks me up because like I'll get a text from one of them when I'm already asleep, and I always forget that it's like, and I'm like, oh shit, the time difference. They're still up, you know what I mean? Still awake. It's like 9 o'clock there, and it's like midnight here, and I'm passed out already.
Yeah, time, but like it's 3:30 in the morning, so she'll be fine.
Yeah, right.
It's fine. It's good for her.
Right. Hopefully she pops back in. Tell us all the tea, Julie. Tell us all the tea. While I'm stuffing my face, I'm going to mute myself because I'm eating yet. But you tell us all the tea.
Okay, all right. So like I know that from the inside of court, like actual court of like why we were there today and like why all this happened. Like actual court, I went well. Like we went upstairs, they were ready to go, and then like, oh, no, just kidding, gonna go downstairs. But I mean, it was good because somebody tried to get upstairs who was disabled, and they're like, yeah, let's move it so that everybody can comply. I mean, they did it for the ADA, but like that was still nice of them. So I went back and did their thing, and they moved the camera. So like I'm pretty sure I was on camera the whole entire time. So like don't look like crazy.
No, they shut it off. They shut it off in the first courtroom they were in. They had it up there, and they said, oh, we're moving down to the first floor. The elevator's broken. And then they kept it on for a minute, but then they shut it off. And the next thing it was on is in a different courtroom.
Hold on, guys, just a second. For people in my chat, we're listening to Julie give a report on what happened. She was in court with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, and we're simulcasting with Elise on Untwisted Tragedies. Okay, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
The police came by and just put their lights on. I don't know what, like, there's more. There's 3 of them now. Oh, no, they're going elsewhere. Okay, never mind. Okay. Anyways, wait, so you guys didn't get to see any of that? Like from court?
No, we saw court. We just didn't see when they moved the camera from the first courtroom down to the second. It started from when they had there.
We couldn't hear very well. They didn't have their microphones on, Julie.
Yeah, if you didn't have I had both. I had to put both headphones in, and then I had to install a browser, a different browser that allows you to like turn the volume up. And even that, I had it at max 600. I still do. I have it at max 600, and you still could barely hear what they were saying. I caught it all because I put my headphones in, but most people who don't have headphones in and are trying to hear it did not hear what was going on. The sound sucked.
Yeah, see, that's too bad. Like you had to do like the Grant booster where like it boosts and then like partway through you sound like a robot and then it echoes where it's like, okay, is this better or worse?
No, I think mine sounded fine. It boosted the volume a little, but still not enough for everybody to hear like what the hell was going on. I don't think we had any roboting going on, thank God. It's just another browser I installed on the computer.
So can you give an update on what happened in court?
Well, yeah, like a whole bunch of stuff happened in court. So like they went back and forth on a lot of the stuff. What are you people honking at? Sorry. I don't remember that I'm on the internet and I'm just not in my car driving so I can scream at people. Yeah, like a lot of stuff happened. So like we moved. They talked about let's see, Rule 17. Yeah, like they seem to go back and forth an awful lot on like the juror questionnaires, and they're like, well, we don't want to ask about prior stuff. I guess stuff with Noonan's coming in. Where they're like, yeah, we'll do the IA stuff. We won't, like, we'll call people by their name. I know there was a big issue, like we're not going to make victim or what was the other thing that they said? It was victim, subject, alleged, so I don't know, whatever it was, but they're like, okay, well, we use names here, so we're going to use their names, so we're not going to, like we'll call them like the alleged victim, but like, we'll go from that. But the big thing that they made an issue about, which like didn't make a lot of sense to me, but they were like, well, the kind of defense that we're making is that she, wanted to like take herself out. Like I know I don't want to say the word, but like she wanted to take herself out, and they're like, that's not really a mental health.
Right, but that is a mental, obviously that is. So that was where I was saying, like, Bradel was arguing against his own argument. So he wanted to talk about, that she was going to hurt herself, not them. But the problem with that is my dad passed to suicide. So like it is a mental health concern. But then he wanted to say it's not a mental health concern. He doesn't want to get in the weeds with all the mental health stuff. And it's like, you can't bring mental health into this case and then expect that the state's not going to rebut on that. And what he wanted was to be able to talk about it in the way that he wanted to talk about it, but not allow the state to sort of rebut it. And that's just not the way it works. As the judge pointed out, that's not the law, right? We have to follow the law, not what you want to do.
Well, right, yeah, and the Commonwealth kind of went back at them. We were just like, well, so I kind of sort of get where Bradel was talking about, where it's just like, it's not really like a mental thing. Like she was cleared, and I didn't know this was a thing that she had 100-page report done on her for her to go back, get her firearms back and everything. And so like I haven't seen that, but that's interesting to know. But she came back.
I knew that. That was before she was shot, though.
Right, yeah. So she had went went to the McLean to deal with, got diagnosed, and then then came back, and then was getting ready to come back. But the argument that he's making is that like she was cleared, and then she was having and I stay with the baby, and then all of a sudden out of the clear blue sky, bam, restraining order, custody's gone, and it's like, oh my god, like it was like this like sudden thing. It's like, oh my god, like it's not really like a mental health like diagnosis, sickness.
And so his problem with arguing that is he's arguing against his own filings that he's already filed in the case. And he argued in an earlier filing in this case that it was a mental health concern because she didn't want to hurt the officer. She wanted to hurt herself. So it's like, it might come out of the clear blue sky. That's still if you're gonna take the extreme of wanting to actually harm yourself, that is a mental health concern, no matter if it comes out of clear blue or not. And usually it doesn't come out of the clear blue. The fact that she had already had her guns taken away and there was already talk of mental health, and then this happens, just further proves the state's point of it's a mental health concern, and clearly there was some mental health issues happening here.
With her training and experience, though, she also knows, people are saying that she, was going to put the gun up to her own head. Okay, but we don't know that. And
Nope.
officers are trained about suicide by cop too.
Yep.
So
yeah,
they have that concern as well. So he doesn't know what she's going to do. You know, it comes up
No.
when you're pulling a gun up. It's going to go in a direction. It's not going to go directly to you when you first pull it out.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what is the officer supposed to do with that? Wait and see?
No,
Wait
they
and see.
shoot. Center
That's
mass.
right.
It's
That's
me
right.
or you.
So,
you know,
and you know, as bad as things can be because it is one-sided in the beginning, because it's ex parte to begin with. That's just the beginning. It could have been her if this would have been reversed and she needed to get the baby away from him. It would have been the same process, but she didn't let it play out.
Yeah.
And she went to that level. And so what happens. Now she has to deal with that. But that doesn't mean that, you know, everybody's against her and there's this grand conspiracy or whatever. That's
no.
For that part of it.
Yeah,
The other part of it, there are problems.
Did she, Matt? I don't know if I heard about this. Matt is saying she pulled the trigger on an empty chamber and then racked around. I don't know if I ever saw that in the hearing paperwork or if I just forgot about it, but maybe you can shed some light, Deidre.
Go ahead. Well, Julie wants to say something, and then I have
Did she pull the trigger on it and to an empty chamber?
So there was, hold on. There was an email that was sent out on the night that this happened. I'll read it to you. It's from Lieutenant Kelly Barheit, and she's with
Stowe Police.
Stowe Police Department.
Yeah, Stowe. That's where she's from.
She said there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover this evening where Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons shot another police officer in her agency after a restraining order was taken out by her boyfriend, Justin Alain.
Oh, God, his last name. Alain.
Alien.
Alain.
Yeah, Alain.
Okay. Of blah, blah, blah street of Stowe, in Stowe. It was involving a custody battle between Alain and Fitzsimmons, and when her agency responded to her home to retrieve the firearms, she shot at the police officer, and Justin fled the home with the child. She has been med-flighted, and status at this time is unknown. MSP detectives have taken over the case. There is real concern that her parents will try and come to blah, blah, blah street. Make sure there are checks several times per shift until otherwise notified. These checks are to be logged. If a 911 call comes in, the residence has been flagged as a caution. Make sure you respond immediately and safely. The family is traumatized over the incident and are afraid right now for the safety of Justin and the infant, blah, blah. If any calls come in for questions or information about this incident, please forward them to me. And then there's the report number.
I'm
Please
confused though.
So you have the
What are
information.
they afraid of the safety of if at that point she's shot in the chest and in the hospital? Like, I'm confused.
Well, they're saying her family is an issue.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I don't have it. I'm like, how is she doing anything from a hospital bed is what I'm, thinking in my brain. But
the point being, that night, something was said that indicates that it wasn't just that she pulled a gun, that she fired
shot
at him, and there may have been a misfire. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know that that's been discussed widely, but that night, that's what the story was.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that has been discussed, and that's been brought up where they were saying that, like, well, depending on, because they're saying that, like, her intent was to pull the trigger and fire, and they're saying, well, and they're like, well, how do you know that? They're like, well, when we here's from his own statement and from examining the firearm, they opened the chamber.
They opened the chamber, yeah.
Didn't see anything, but the firing pin was released, meaning that somebody squeezed the trigger
Which means she squeezed the trigger for the firing pin to release itself, and there just was no bullets in the gun.
Right.
Yeah. Jammed, according to what Noonan said. But either way, there was either a or the chamber was just empty. But again, like her intent was to, pull the, was to squeeze the trigger.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Your firing pin doesn't magically get there on its own.
Yeah.
But then,
yes.
then again, in
Sorry, go
her defense, we don't know when that happened. That could have been before she was shot, during, or after when she made squeeze the trigger. We don't know.
You don't know if she tried to fire back after shot. I guess you could argue, right?
It could have just been a reaction or whatever to having been shot.
Yeah. So in the statement that she wrote in, it was after she was out of hospital. I believe it was in August, where with Bradle's help, she wrote a public statement basically. And in that public statement, she said that she, pointed took the firearm out, pointed the firearm at herself, and tried to, again, take herself out.
Well, that was the argument that the judge was making, which is, Mr. Bradle, weren't you one that in one of these filings exclaimed that she tried to harm herself due to mental health and stuff like that? So you can't then argue that mental health is something you want to talk about, but only in this tiny scope, and you don't want the Commonwealth talking about anything that has to do with mental health, because you're essentially arguing against your own argument, and you're making, the judge has to go by what the law allows, not what Bradle's brain or his narrative allows. And I think Bradle has a big problem between narrative and truth, and actually arguing a legal argument versus arguing narrative. He argues a ton of narrative. When it boils down to the judge giving okay, give me a fucking legal argument on it, Bradle kind of just starts stuttering. That's what he does. And you'll notice it. He'll go, but you're on it. Because he's not real good at actual legal arguments. He's hoping he can rope them in with all of his innuendo and his narrative. And the problem with that is this judge was not buying what he was telling,
Right. Julie, so she pulled the gun out and she was going to finish what that whole scenario was?
Oh, yeah. So that was, again, that was, I mean, to me, that's what, in my opinion, it's almost like a okay, this mind the pun, but it's almost like a self-inflicted wound, because again, you make that statement, you're being charged. Make the Commonwealth prove that you make the Commonwealth put the firearm in your hand and that you pulled the trigger. And she was basically admitting I think she even said that the gun jammed and I went to reload. I don't know if she said it at that time or she said it another time, but that was the statement that they officially made. But they put the firearm in her hand and put that there.
Dumbass.
So it's wait a minute, the battle. Why would you admit to that? Again, you're trying to make the Commonwealth prove that it's their burden, but that's not, that's water under the, that's. Oh no, yeah. I was they argued that a whole bunch. The other thing that they argued is the stuff about Justin Land coming in saying well, all these videos came out and look at all this, he smokes pot and this and that. And they're well, it's illegal. How does this apply to what happened tonight? And it's you know what, that's a good point. For the family and probate court, they're gonna have a field day with that. But for this, I mean, unless it's policy and unless he, was riding dirty. And
even if it was policy, they got to prove that, and that would be something you would deal with. And that's the other thing, is Bradle kind of stumbled there, right? Arguing oh, well, it's against the policy of the city. A city policy is not the law. A city can have whatever policy they want, but they can't circumvent the law. So if the law is I'm allowed to have this cell phone on my property, but the city ordinance is that I'm not allowed, it doesn't matter what the fucking city says. The law says I'm allowed to have it. So the city cannot make something more stricter than what the law is.
Right, yeah.
I think they're just trying to counter all the stuff that's come out about her drinking, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I think it was awfully dumb of Bradle to bring in anything that has to do with smoking weed, considering not only is it legal here for medical use, but also for personal use. You can go to the dispensary, walk right in, buy what you want, doesn't matter. And to say that oh, because you smoked weed at your house, you wouldn't be able to do your job. Okay, cool. You can argue that all you want till the cows come home. But what relevance does it have to this case? And that's the judge's point, which is, you don't want to keep pointing fingers at him. He's a bad guy. You don't like him. He smoked weed. You think he's a well, what relevance does it have to what happened here? It doesn't. It has zero. It has none. So the judge can't just allow shit in that has nothing to do with anyone just to make someone look bad. It's not the way it works. He knows
Yeah,
that though, and yet he still argued it.
Well, yeah, and that's the judge was just, like, okay, like, well, what does this have to do with this? Why should we let this in? Why? And like, he just kept going and going and going. Like, it's like, great, like, I see your point, but this isn't the venue for that argument. Like, again, family court, you're gonna have a field day with stuff like that. Like, again, like, depending on what the fire department says, like, who knows? That's up for them if they ever talk about it. But for this now, I don't see, like, it's not a good look, but like, I don't see how this is gonna do anything. But like, again, like they, where they're like, well, what about this? What about this? And they're like, well, but then the other thing that happened was they flipped. So last time Bradel argued, it's like, yeah, we're gonna bring Mr. Alien in, and Mr. Alien, we're gonna talk about this and this. The Commonwealth was like, we don't really see him because we were upstairs when it was him and her. He said, she said, and he was in the basement. And then this time they're like, yeah, we're gonna bring him in. And Bradel's like, I don't see the like, I think he's a bad witness, and I don't know. And all these doors could open. It's like, wait, what? And like, even the judge is like, wait a minute.
Against his own argument again. Yeah.
Julie, I think your gesticulating is getting in the way of your volume, at least for me. It breaks it up.
It's probably because she's on a phone, and a lot of the time it has that what is it called? It eludes me right now, but it has that like noise cancellation that comes on. So when it gets too loud or the noise is too loud, my husband's phone does it. It drives me fucking bonkers because I'll be on like FaceTime with him, and it'll be like, and I'm like, shut the noise cancellation off.
Well, but see, I have to talk with my hands. If not, I'll be mute. So
me too.
Okay, all right. Is this better? Like, do you want me to like? Do you want me to louder or lower?
It's not. I think it's where you get like higher volume. It cuts in and out. But when you just were talking, we could hear you perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll try. Like I'm so used to talking to my grandparents and my father who are like basically deaf. So like you have to like scream like you're screaming like down the block at them to like have a conversation. Yeah. So okay, all right,
my former brother-in-law, my ex-husband, was deaf, and so we would have to either not only speak very, very loudly, but speak towards them so they could read your lips. And my daughter's godmother, both of her parents are deaf, and they're like family, so they can't hear no matter how loud you scream. But if you face them and you find yourself just yelling because like you just do, and so you have to like say it slowly sometimes with them so they can read every word that's coming from your lips. So believe me, I get it.
So anything else of interest that happened with the argument? And Elise is right. Bradel tells a story. He has a story in his head, but stories aren't motions, and stories aren't legal precedents and cases and case law like he's supposed to be giving the judge.
I'd fire him personally. I'm sorry, but this is like the third or fourth time, and I've seen him do it in Aiden's cases too, where he will literally argue against his earlier arguments in that case. That's not a good look. Like Julie said, he put the gun in her hand first thing, which was fucking stupidity.
It's like, hey, I'm hired. Do me a favor, write this down and make it easy for them. Yeah, like that's what I was like, wait a minute, what? Okay.
Dumbass.
Yeah. That was a long. It was like,
you make them bring their witness in. You make their witness testify. That's what happened, right? That's what you do.
What did that lady? Who was that lady that testified?
That was a probation officer. That's the probation officer. Yeah, that was So that was probation. So the last time they had a guy come in from probation too, so they talked about so they kind of did the same thing this time because right now it was like, wait a minute, that happened a little later, and they're like, oh, we want to go over some of the bail conditions, and they're like, wait, you already talked about that, and they were denied because it wasn't handled. Like that's what came out. They're like, no, it's the improper application because
it has to be change of circumstances in order to change it.
So it wasn't Judge Clark that did it. It was Judge McCarthy Naiman and Judge Black, I believe, who did the dangerousness hearing. Because again, like it sucks because like you want it so bad, but like she's still considered dangerous. She's still under like 58A, and like they're trying to lessen it. And like what ended up coming out today, which is that like like they're gonna lessen stuff, and she's gonna be able to get her own home and like make progress. So that's a good sign. And like I hope I hope it all works out. But yeah, like she's still considered dangerous. So like the way that they did it was that Judge Kopp agreed. He was like, okay, I'll hear it. If that's okay with these guys, then we'll hear it. You guys agree. They came back and they're like, nope, you can't do it that way. So they, I guess, like revisited it today, but like it seems like they were doing the same thing, because then Bradel did it like, oh, it's unusual punishment. And I was like, oh God, here we go again. So they brought up those conditions again. They're like, wait, what are you talking about? You wanted to get the restraining order. You don't want to have probate issue. You're going to talk about this. Like, wait a minute. Didn't we just talk about this? Like the last time we were here and you guys were talking about this, and like, no, we want to rehash that. But like, what about the terms of conditions or whatever it is? So then they talk to probate again. They're like, okay, well, what are you doing? Like, he brought up he's like, all right, we test for scram. They were asking, because that was the other thing too. They were asking, what about alcohol? Like, why is alcohol such a big deal? And they're like, oh, he made a statement, and also her family, I guess, made a statement that there was like some concerns with alcohol. So they're like, like better safe than sorry. And they're like, well, you brought up something from 6, 7, 8 years ago, whenever it was.
That's weird. Yeah.
Like it's weird, because they're like, well, the crime didn't have anything to do with it, but it's like, yeah, but circumstances. Like, I can understand that. So they brought the scram. They're like, okay, like, how does it work? Is it random? Like, we can talk to the parole officer. That was the officer, but they were in contact. I'm like, yeah, like she's been doing it. I think they said that she was 7 minutes late for one, and
yeah, she told them no, she was on her way back from a meeting with her attorney, so she was 7 minutes late for one of them, but she was told them she was going to be late because she was on her way back from having a meeting with her attorneys. And then there was 2 times that she didn't do the scram, but then they asked her to do an on-demand one, and she passed that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then like Bradel even had in his hand, I don't know if you guys saw it, like he brought the scram device and was like, oh, that's interesting. It's like, it's portable. Plus it's GPS. There's a GPS in the scram device, which I didn't know. So that's, and they were, as I wrote it down, they were 50 tests in 2 weeks. And I was like, okay, that's what, like 3.
That's a lot. That's a lot. They should lower that amount. I don't even, so I don't understand. And again, Bradel argued it, but why didn't he file a fucking motion? Like, if I was to do anything, I would be arguing that alcohol is improper. Now, you could hearsay from this person from 8 years ago, hearsay from this person that, like, she had alcohol, but there's no evidence of an actual alcohol problem. There was nothing before that proved that she was, like, an alcoholic or anything. Drinking during your bachelorette party does not make you an alcoholic. Everyone on planet Earth drinks at their fucking bachelorette party, and then being in, what did he say it was? Some beach in North Carolina. But that's like on vacation. That's like what I drink on vacation too. Like, what the fuck? Like, that does not make someone an alcoholic. I barely drink, like barely, but I do like to have drinks when I'm on vacation, or if I was at someone's bachelorette party. Like, what does that have anything to do with anything? But if I'm Bradel, I file a motion to remove the scram on this judge, not the former judges, but this judge, because clearly this judge is understanding, right, the scram's not really fucking necessary if this really doesn't have much to do with alcohol. You can still keep a GPS monitoring bracelet on her. It doesn't need to be 50 scram tests. I didn't hear that part, but 50 in 2 weeks, that means like every day or so, like she's getting a couple a day. Like, that's cuckoo.
Yeah, they're random.
That's what you use for someone who was like drinking and driving and got caught doing that, and like maybe have committed vehicular homicide. Then you get 50 in 2 weeks. I mean, that's a lot.
Julie, did this judge seem like if Bradel would have made an argument to undo the requirement of the scram, that he would have gone for that? Could you tell?
So he asked, because he asked about alcohol and everything like that, and they were like, well, why doesn't Dr. Zeisel ask? Because the random guy that was there was Dr. Zeisel.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure that out. Wait a second, there's parking enforcement coming by. But that's all right. I have my placard. We're good. Anyway, sorry, I want to make sure that we're going to give me a hard time. But okay. Oh my God, what was I saying? I'm sorry. Oh yeah. So they asked about that, and Bradel said something like, "Well, this is what she needs to do, and it took her so long to blow." And I'm furious. Like, again, like I wrote it down, like, I'm furious. Right?
Yeah. I'm so furious about this.
Well, yeah. So, but he did say, like, well, we're not going to touch this now, but like, it did seem like he wanted to make adjustments, because they're saying, like, hey, we need to make adjustments for this now. And the Commonwealth was like, no, like things are going well. Like Dr. Zeisel, like, again, like the Commonwealth even referenced it. They're like, Dr. Zeisel said, like, compared to when he first, examined the case and talked to her to now, she's doing a hell of a lot better. And they're like, well, is that because she's with her parents, or is that because of, circumstances or whatever it is? And they're like, well, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, especially since trials coming up. Like, you don't, like, it's stressful time. You don't want to, have things go off the rails. And they're like, no, that might not be the case. Like, if you want, you talk to Dr. Zeisel right here. Like, he's right here. Wrote a report. Like, he was there. The judge smiled and was like, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. You doing all right? Okay.
That's so, my attorney. I'm asking my attorney to file the motion to remove the scram already. Especially since what I saw and what I could hear was the judge absolutely, I feel like, would have removed it if it was asked for, but he can't rule on something that was not asked for.
Right. Yeah.
So, like, I think that he was kind of like, well, like she was seeing, like, she's doing better, and I think he even said, like, well, like, how is this done for, like, like, checking, like, he went to the homes and talked to parole and was like, well, how is this done? I know that we do, like, post-trial, but what about, like, pre-trial? Like, can you go and check, like, they were concerned about alcohol, and they were concerned about weapons, and so, yeah, they're like, well, yeah, we could do checks, and we could, like, do, like, monitoring for that too. So I think she's going to be subject to, like, like a random, like, hey, like, house inspection.
So that's the thing, is you're already subject to that when you're on probation. So it's not parole, it's probation she has, but you're already subject to that when you're on probation. When you are on probation, when you sign those paperwork, when you first get probation, you go downstairs and you sign it, it tells you everything. And you are subject to them already coming by unannounced. You are already subject to that. So I don't understand even why they got into the weeds here. I think the judge didn't understand how probation worked, which is really concerning once again. But when you sign for probation, they already have the right to come by without notice and check on you. What they don't do, and again, I don't think the judge was very educated on this, but what they can't do is they cannot come into your house. It's not parole, it's probation, and because parole can do some of these things, but probation cannot just come into your home and start searching for shit that they don't want you to have. Like, they can't do that. They can see what's in plain sight. They can't just go around searching for weapons or alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
They can ask you to open your fridge to make sure there's nothing in there, and you can do that. But say you're hiding, a bottle of alcohol in your fucking closet underneath, boxes. Like, they have zero authority or right to force you to let them look in your closet or open your dresser drawers or look under your, like, they can't go searching through your shit. So I don't know why that, like, they can go there and they can say, okay, the apartment looks good. But what I didn't understand is if you want to send them there for, like, before she moves into the apartment to do some sort of, like, okay, it's fine. They can't go in and be like, well, we don't like the apartment, so you can't get it. You know what I mean? Like, they can't go in and be like, it's in a shitty neighborhood, so you can't get it. They can't do any of those things. Essentially, the only thing they can do is walk in and be like, okay, we don't see any dangerous felons in this empty apartment. We don't see any guns or drugs in this empty apartment. You're good to go. I mean, there essentially is really no reason for them to even go by and do it because there's nothing they can do.
Well, so that was the issue originally when she was first released into her mother's custody back in September. They had to sign agree, and so they agreed. And the reason why it took, I think it was like 2 weeks, is because her brother either had like something happened with the brother, and so, like, he had to get out of the house in order for her to get in the house because everybody had
probably
to pass.
Because they did a Corey check on him, and he probably had something probably from like 15 or 20 years ago. And they do this in foster care as well. As a foster kid, you can't go over to your friend's house unless they Corey every single person in the house. So if your friend's father or grandfather, for instance, say your friend's grandfather lives with the parents, right? And everyone passes the thing except the grandfather who had a DUI in 1945 or 65. Like, they will not let you go there because the grandfather didn't pass the Corey check for the DUI from 1965. Like, that's a real thing. So they probably say, okay, brother's got to move the fuck out for her to be able to go there, which is just crazy. But nonetheless, what does that change? Does it change if the brother can go there anytime he wants? No. Does it change that the brother could stay overnight if he wanted? No. Like, so what does it really do? You know, I guess it makes this court feel better. It might give them a little pat on the back, but it doesn't really do anything.
Right.
Yeah, that's all right. So that's
the part of it that like pisses me off, because like, why do these things that essentially do nothing? It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of everything. Why? So you can pat yourself on the back and be like, okay, we told him to move out. Okay, well, nothing stops him from staying there every night, moving back in. Like, nothing. You guys have no control over that. You're not going to monitor the house every day, you know?
You know what bothers me listening to this is that when people get stopped for DUI and stuff, they might have one of those, I forget what they're called, devices put on their car.
Interlock. It's an interlock device, yeah.
But they don't have to wear a scram thing. Like, there's more emphasis that's being put on her and her alcohol use or whatever than even people who were stopped for DUI.
Yes. A lot of them now do get the scram device, but like you said, like go back even 5 years, right? Go back 5 years, and you're not going to see people with DUIs with this. Most people with a DUI with a scram on. It's going to be an interlock in their car that, by the way, they have to pay for the calibration of it every month, which is hefty. They have to pay for the installation, which is like close to $1,000. And then they have to pay monthly to have the thing calibrated. With scram, you're not paying for that. You're paying like a probation fee because it's a term of your probation, but you're not paying for every scram test. Like it's because the court ordered it. Like, it could be a burden, and then even if they did order you to pay for it, they can waive all those fees because it's a financial burden. With the interlock device, they make you pay for all those things, even if it's part of your probation. So I guess this was probably their like way to be like, okay, well, it's less expensive for the person. But in a DUI case, that person would still have that interlock device in order to start and stop their vehicle. Like, in order to start your car, you have to blow into that tube. And do you know how people get around that? They have a passenger sitting next to them. When the interlock goes off, they have that person blow into the fucking tube. What good does it really do?
Yeah. But that's what's driving me nuts about this whole thing, is that there's so much time that they spent in court talking about this. And you have people who actually drink and drive, which is a danger to the public, and they're not given this amount of attention when alcohol was not a factor in this case. I mean,
that's so weird. Because usually it has to be a factor in the case for them to order it. What usually happens is some asshole from the family or some asshole from the opposing party will be like, well, they're a danger because I think they're a drug addict or an addict. And when the court goes, well, have you ever seen them use? Even if the person hasn't, they go, yes, I have. They make up this wild story about, and I've seen this many, many times because, again, I worked in mental health, and in the prison that I worked in, we'd have plenty of people who come in with this, and they're completely, and we take a drug test once they're in the prison, and it's completely clean. And it's like, clearly someone made something up, right? Like, obviously, otherwise it would be in your system, right? Alcohol is both the only thing that like you wouldn't really catch. Some opiates come out in 3 days, but we're getting them within the first 24 hours. So it's going to be in your system, right? And everything else stays in much longer. So if you're coming in with a clean drug test and they're talking about you're doing this drug, that drug, and the other thing, clearly someone was lying, and there's no way to reverse that. Now you're there. Now there's no way to like, we can't just release you. That's not the way it works. You got to go back to court. And even then, we're not allowed to step in and be like, okay, well, they came here with a clean drug. Like the attorney has to like ask for that and like get an order to seek that paperwork out. And if they even know, if the client even tells them, like, so it's like a whole shit show for no real reason. But I've seen it happen a million times before. Someone's pissed off or wants to get their way, and they're like, oh, you're a drug addict, you're an alcoholic. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't have a problem. I don't know, one way or another. I wasn't fucking there, and I'm not her, and I'm not her family, and I'm not the ex's family. But what I'm saying is that the court is far too lax with allowing to just plop on all these extra things to someone because someone said they were a drug addict or someone said that they were an alcoholic. Well, people do that all the time because they know they're screwing someone by doing it. We shouldn't just be taking anyone's word for fucking anything. There needs to be some sort of like being able to prove it, you know, before you put those caveats on someone. Like
that's my yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was saying, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. No, that's my big thing with this case is that again, like there are low thresholds for a reason, and it's good to have low thresholds. Like again, like Attorney Captain Office was covering this case. It was like, like we need, like temporary restraining orders because again, like God forbid something happens, like like they say. However, when they get abused, like in my opinion, again, like we don't know like exactly, but like again, like they absolutely get abused with like harassment prevention orders and like shit like that. Like they 1000% get abused where it's like that person needs to be funny, get an order.
Look
Like,
at
no.
Aiden. He just told the court he's afraid of fucking Kate. We all know he's not afraid of Kate.
You said that. Well, I know. I big scary. She said she took pictures that I put online. Said stuff.
But she said mean things about me online, Your Honor. She told the world that I was in the Cape. What he left out of that was I was in the middle of harassing witnesses in the Cape that I knew where they were. So, of course, he left that part out, right? Well, she told everybody where I was, so that would incite them to harass me. Aiden, do you know how many times you've let someone's address, phone number, exact location out? About 1 billion. So you're, again, arguing against yourself because you're so fucking intelligent. And you're putting it on a court record. Bravo, sir. You're fucking amazing. And then he calls anybody else stupid. That's his famous thing to do is be like, yep, to be like a smart ass. Be like, yep, you're so smart. Yep, you're so smart. Like, sir, you're the stupidest person on planet Earth. Your brain is filled with fucking rocks. You're so dumb. And you have the audacity to talk about anybody else's intelligence. It's amazing to me.
Ridiculous. But yeah, like for stuff like this, like to bust people's cookies to the point where it's like, like again, like there's a reason why there's a low threshold, but like something needs to be like put into check with, like again, like you can't just say like, all right, that one, right? Like the big thing is like, because again, we're in Commonwealth, Massachusetts, where, like some of us believe in the Second Amendment, but like in general, they like, like the greater population doesn't, but like, again, like you have license to carry, somebody can turn around and say, I have kids and that person has firearms. I want an order. Okay, here's your temporary order because they have kids and you have firearms. Like, yeah, but it's not like they're like, like illegally obtained. They're legally, stored and carried and, but yeah, like that's a law cause. And then like these judges are like, this should have never been brought to me. Like, this is just an argument between neighbors. Or this is an argument between friends or like whatever the case may be. They're like, no, drop it. Like stuff like this.
Or what happens is you get into court and a judge, and this isn't like a dig at like any specific judge. This is a dig to all judges. They need to do a better job at being able to tell who's lying or not, because I have watched this play out so many times as an advocate where a narcissist like Aiden gets up there and completely fucking gaslights and lies, and then they win, and the innocent person is standing there in a losing position because a malignant narcissist like him gets up there and lies to the court, because the court in its rules does not allow judges to do any extra research. So anything that's not brought to them, they can't look at or rule on. Okay, exactly. I understand that from a bias perspective, so that they're not biased and they aren't on social media picking a side. But there's got to be some give here, because what ends up happening is they're allowed to just lie to the judge's face, and the judge doesn't say, okay, well, if you're going to say that, we need proof of it. They just take your word. And that becomes a huge problem when you're talking about people like Aiden, narcissism, right? Malignant narcissists, people who are really good at fucking lying, especially to the court or law enforcement, so that they're taking that side, assuming that that person is right, when in reality they got it wrong. How many people each day are hurt by a judge's order or a judge ordering something that should have never been ordered because they're not allowed to do this, or this to find out who's telling the truth and who isn't? Far too many times I've watched an innocent person be found guilty of something, or an innocent person have to take a fucking plea deal on something they didn't do because a malignant narcissist like Aiden made up a fake email that makes it look like they did something wrong, or took an app and made some fake phone calls and said it was them. And they have no way to prove that they didn't do something that they didn't do.
Yeah.
It's a huge problem with our legal system that a lot of these people just get away with a lot of this shit, and the judges buy it hook, line, and sinker. And I know that a good judge wants to believe that they always get it right, but the problem is that they fucking don't. And a lot of the times people are getting screwed because someone like Aiden is willing to lie through their teeth. The court system assumes that you're not going to lie under oath. That's a horrible assumption to make. They assume that when you put your hand up and you take the oath, that you know that you could be charged with perjury. the problem with that is almost nobody is ever charged with fucking perjury. So no one is afraid to lie anymore because no one gets charged with perjury anymore. Well, here's an idea, court. Start charging people with fucking perjury, dude. It's there for a reason. It exists for a reason. Use it.
Yeah, make them accountable. That's yeah, like it's too easy. It's like, well, I have something on tape. It's like, well, I'm gonna tell you the exact opposite. It's like, but I have video evidence of what actually happened. Like, nah, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna just write this and then hope for the best.
That's a lot of time. Sometimes judges will be like, I don't even want to see it. You'll have evidence of like, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see it. And it's like, I've watched that happen. How can a judge refuse to look at evidence that plays into it? How can they refuse to look at something or read something that is evidence? Far too many times I've seen a judge go, nope, I don't want to see it. Nope, I don't want to look at it. No, I'm not going to look at it. How in a good conscience can a judge rule on something without looking at all of the evidence? I have seen that happen so many goddamn times. My head wants to explode from it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, again, like, it's there for like, this is kind of like the argument of like, this is why we can't have nice things. Like, we try to lower it and be like, yeah, we want to do this, because again, like, better safe than sorry. However, better safe than sorry turns into, strike while the iron's hot and, get while the getting's good. And it's like, all right, now we can't have it. What's going to end up happening? It's going to get tighter. People are going to get hurt, and we're going to go, back and forth. And like, again, like, if people could just act right, we wouldn't be in this problem. Like, we wouldn't be in this predicament. But one other part that I wanted to say, when they were talking about Mr. Alien, they were asking about like, well, are you going to call Mr. Alien? Are you going to, do you want justice? Justin called, and Bradel said, what the hell is it? He was like, well, I think this is a dangerous witness. He said, quote unquote, dangerous witness. I don't think I'll call him. The judge was like, wait a minute. And Bradel's like, I don't want to call him open doors, but if they're open, I'm going to walk through them. It's like, okay, that makes sense. But like, again, the opposite of what they said, Judge to Bradel, did you intend to ask if he busted open the door on July 3rd at Kelsey's residence? Judge said, why would, and then he said, well, then that's what he said. Well, if the door's open, like, I'm not going to go, like, I'm not going to call him, but like, if they're going to call him and like, maybe we start to talk about it, like, then maybe I'll ask the question. So like, you kind of seem to kind of go both ways, but the judge did ask that why would we give, so they're talking about the what the hell is that called? Promises, inducements, and special stuff where they're like, like, okay, what are you guys giving Mr. Alien Justin?
Yeah.
Yes.
They have to tell the court and the other party if you are giving him any promises or inducements. If you're not charging him or you're giving him immunity for that, you have to tell them.
They filed a motion for that. They filed a motion for that.
Who did?
Yeah. You have to give it anyway. So yeah, part of the rules.
Yeah, that's what I was brought up. Okay, so they asked the Commonwealth where they're like, are you guys giving him special treatment? They're like, no, we're not charging him, but we're not charging him because we don't see any he said any like criminal, like any like wrongdoing or something like that. It was basically like, hey, we don't see a crime.
Basically asserted that like, oh well, we're not charging because we don't think like he had bad intent or bad, and it's like, it doesn't matter what you think the fucking intent is. It matters whether he committed a crime or not.
So then, this is what, hold on. This is what the thing that was filed. Now comes the Commonwealth and asks this honorable court to prohibit the defendant from questioning Justin Alain about claimed promises, rewards, or inducements. As reasons, therefore, the Commonwealth maintains that the witness has been offered no promises, rewards, or inducements because he committed no crime, and therefore any questioning on the matter claimed by the defendant would be entirely irrelevant.
No, they're allowed to ask that. It doesn't matter whether so for the Commonwealth, and I'm going to criticize the Commonwealth now on this, is if you get even in, a witness like that, you have every right to say, did the Commonwealth promise you anything in return for your testimony? That's like a standard question. Most defense attorneys ask these people if there's any question that they might have been promised something. I don't know why the Commonwealth would be trying to stop. They're trying to stop them so that there's not a look of it to the jury. The problem is they have a right to know and they have a right to ask, to put it on record.
Julie, did they talk about this today?
Yes, they did. That's That's part that I'm going over it now. That's yeah. So So that's what I was talking about. That they're saying Bradel dangerous witness. I don't think we'll call him. So basically, like the last court hearing that I went to, it was Bradel saying we're gonna call Mr. Alien because he did this and this and this, and they're like, no, Mr. Alien, we don't. He's immaterial. Everything happened on the second floor, and he was in the basement. And there was a video of it and all the other stuff and all the jazz. He made the statement. We're like, yeah, we saw this on the statement. So they talked about this, and then they're saying like, well, like I don't want to open doors, but if the doors are there, I'm gonna walk through them. And if the Commonwealth decides, like we think he's a bad witness, but if they call, if they're gonna call him, like we're not gonna call him, but if you guys want to call him, like they switched this time. So they were talking then they were talking where they're like, well, why would he be given special treatment? So Bradel said, well, he's in with the right people. And Bradel said conspiring because that's what it was. He's like, he's in with the right people. He was conspiring with the police because when she was there on the 30th, they wouldn't give her a radio for the 4th. Now, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about with that, but I guess she had a radio, like, oh, you come back for the job. She took her CPR class. She was there with the baby. And I guess they were supposed to give her a radio. And they're like, oh, no, hold on. You don't know the whole story. And I was like, okay. And they're like, yeah, see, because they're all conspiring. It's like, oh, God. So I don't know what that means. So then the judge said, Justin seems, quote unquote, very pissed off, quote unquote, when calls with dispatch and the sergeant. How is that special treatment? So he's talking about the calls that came out with the dispatcher, where he was just like, like, hey, someone else, and they're like, oh, we love you. So
that doesn't mean that he didn't get special treatment just because he called in pissed off. I kind of didn't understand what the judgment. I got what he meant, but my point was just because he was pissed off in those phone calls does not mean that they didn't give him special treatment to get the order to do all of this. That doesn't, just because he's pissed off at one thing he thought that they shouldn't have done. Actually, that might even prove that he got special treatment. He just wasn't getting his way at that point and he got mad, right? Just because you're mad about one thing does not mean that you weren't getting special treatment on the others. Like Deidre pointed out, when he called in not, hey, my name is Justin and this is my ex, but he called in to say that he's an off-duty firefighter. Why else would you need to say that unless you were trying to get some sort of special benefit out of it? Now, again, I'm not trying to vilify the guy. I don't know him. I don't know, we don't have all the facts in this case. You don't make your, completed opinion until you have all the facts. Up until this point, though, this is just what I'm seeing, right? This is what I'm seeing. So I'm giving my thoughts on what I am seeing. That it was weird to me. Also, allowing him to be there when they did it was another weird thing to me. Normally, it gets sent to the police go over there. You don't get to go. If you're afraid of this person and you need an order, there's no reason for you to be there. They usually serve the order, and then if you have to get your stuff afterwards, then you schedule a time with the police and they bring you over there and you get your belongings. I don't know why they allowed him to be there. That is a weird thing, and I'm not a fan of Bradel, but it is a weird thing that they allowed him to be there.
Right. I'm sorry, somebody just drove down the wrong direction. What?
Oh, shit.
Do you know what you're doing? Graham, are you all right? Hang on.
Hey, you know what? Maybe it's Ethel Machado.
Oh, speaking of which, Mesca in the morning didn't show up today and was very upset. I got coffee. I got coffee on my way just for her. For me to drink.
Machado.
But what was I gonna say? Well, so speaking of the dispatch, did Deirdre? Oh wait, is Deirdre still here? Did she run away?
Yeah, I just checked on my contract real quick, but I'm back.
Did you read the transcript for everyone to hear?
No, I haven't read it yet. I did. So apparently other people have done a dramatic reading, but I did it first, but I did it privately.
Yeah, she did it first.
It was
Nurse Kim ready to read and was like, oh my God, the transcript came out. I know who I'm going to talk to about this.
I love dramatic readings of Aiden's transcript when he ever talks in court because it's fucking so amazing. He's such a baby. Those transcripts are amazing to me when they come out, when it has anything to do with him and you pull the transcript and he has to say even 10 words. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Because when he has to say anything to a judge, he's so nervous. Stoner, his face turns beet red, and like he's looking everywhere to make sure the court officers aren't like going to arrest him and drag him down into the cell.
Yeah. Yeah, I know he's up now. Well, okay, so with that motion, the motion with the promises, inducements, and that, the judge said that because they're like, well, what is this? What does it have to do with anything? And they're like, well, this could potentially change the trial. Like, it could start one way and do the other. And they like made this big deal. And they're like, well, we don't know how to like go forward and proceed. They're like, okay, well, we're not gonna know like what's okay and what's not. But like, let's agree that like if you're gonna bring up anything about this, we'll go to sidebar. And they both agreed to that. And they said, all right, well, I won't make my decision until trial is going on and Justin has testified, because again, like you don't know like what's coming in, what's coming out.
Right call. Yeah.
So yeah, so it was smart. It was smart decision. He's like, okay, because like while they were going over, it was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. It was like, oh right, yeah, because you don't know what comes out of his mouth until like I don't know if they're gonna do like a voir dire or if they're gonna just like
so they can. Or like a lot of the times what will happen is a judge will do exactly what this judge did, which is say, I'm not going to rule on this until he's been here as a witness, because then, like you said, you don't know what they're going to say. And if they open the door, then you have to allow it. If the door isn't open, then you don't allow it. So at the time, you're not going to know until that happens. So a lot of the times, judges reserve their right to rule on it until they have more information to be able to rule on it, and they wait until trial. The same way Judge Canoni did on some things was like, okay, well, wait till we get to that point, then we rule on it.
Bev, okay. I miss Bev and her sidebar. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Sidebars.
So
There's
many
no
fucking
I in
sidebars. Yeah, there's no I in bars. So many sidebars, though. I've never fucking been through so many sidebars in my entire life. I remember clicking that button for my little sidebar dance thing. It was bad. I'm like, oh, and I think we used to take guesses on how many sidebars it was going to be that day. I'm not kidding you. I think the least amount we had was like 4, and the most I think we ever got to was like 17 or 18. I mean, that's a lot of fucking sidebars in one goddamn court case. Is fucking 17 or 18 sidebars in one court case. Here it is. Here's the little sidebar dance. Here we go. Actually, I have a longer one that goes for like 46 seconds, and I would play that one because that one goes on to play like the clown music, and it does more of them going back and forth and back and forth. And even the 46 seconds of that wouldn't cover most sidebars. It would still be happening. So bad.
Gotta go to sidebar again. Sidebar. Okay, so all right, so they talked about a whole bunch of like the motions. They talked a shitload about the jury voir dire and everything else. So they said that for a jury voir dire, they're going to, because again, like they kind of like ran out of time to do this today, and they were going to do like, oh, we can do this the first time. So next Monday, the 16th at 2:00, they're going to do like they're going to go over some of the questions, because some of the questions again about like questioning about like taking care of oneself or firearms or stuff like that. We're gonna work that out. So like we'll work that out, that'll be like the final. So that's gonna be via Zoom. I don't know how exciting that's gonna be, but I mean it's gonna be Zoom, so that's no biggie. But
we'll check it out anyway. Usually it's just about the questions to ask the jury, like a jury questionnaire, and they have to all agree before it gets given to the jury, because you don't want to put questions in there they're gonna bias the jury, but you also need to get answers from them about certain things to know whether to rule them in as a jury member, out as a jury member. So it's a whole fucking rigmarole.
Yeah. So for like jury selection and for scheduling and for trial, they said again, this starts on the 23rd. They're gonna bring members or people in for jury service on the 23rd. Now then they were talking where they're like, how long do you think it's gonna how long do you imagine this is gonna take? They're like, well, with these specific questions, I think that jury selection is gonna be twice as long as trial. I was like, oh shit, what? And they're like, yeah, so they said on the 23rd, the 24th, 25th, and 26th, Monday through Thursday, they have that blocked off for jury selection. For jury selection, they want to select 14, but they said we might we might be able to do it with 13 because that's the way the law works. But they're like, yeah, like we're going to
They
bring you
give you
people
one extra one, but I think that they'll probably like one extra one per somebody. I think they'll end up with 14 or 15. I guess probably 14 for this case. But I don't think you're going to see it go past 3 days of jury selection. Even that is kind of a stretch in a case like this. It's got some attention, but nothing on the level of some of these other cases. And even those ones didn't take a full 5 days for jury selection or more. So I honestly think maybe 2 days of jury selection, 3 if we're getting froggy, you know?
Well, so they basically
I mean, I think if they ask for a bench trial, they're asking to be screwed over. Sparkley said, I think they're going to ask for a bench trial. So Bradel reserved his right to ask for a bench trial. They always do. But I think that's a mistake because I think this judge would find her guilty, even though he seems very friendly and fair. Like, she pulled a gun. It's clear as day. She did it. She admitted to it. Like, you're better off with a jury, dude.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Julie.
like it's very like 50-50 because again, like it's her word against his word, and like again, like you give the benefit of the doubt to the like again, like like it's biased, like I think like again, like shouldn't really have been charged, but like it was charged. Like you're rolling the dice a little bit. Like I hope for the best for her, but like I don't think that like I don't know, but yeah, like it's iffy. But yes, so they were saying like because of so they're aiming for 14. They said because of how things go, they're like, well, we're not gonna like if we're at 13, it caps at 13. We're not holding another day for an extra. We'll go 13.
14.
Yeah, exactly for a 14. Yeah, so they're not doing that. So they said that so they said okay, so we'll tell the jurors that come in that if you come in on Monday, we won't start until the 26th or the 27th. Now, who can tell me what's happening on the 27th of March?
Oh, isn't that Aiden's hearing? Farwell is April 27th.
Right.
Nope. 27th.
Wait a minute. Let me check my board.
Yeah, April 20th. That's on Sandra Birchmore. That's what Missy sent last night when we
showed it's March and not April. I thought it was April, so it's March.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. March 27th. Now, ready? Right. Who did not object to that date?
Who what?
Did not raise his hand and object to that date.
I don't know. Oh, Aiden, because he's got a hearing.
Bradel did not raise,
doesn't he? Oh
shit! I can't start that day. He had his chance a long time ago, and he did not raise his hand to object. And so I don't know what the hell he's going to do on that day. Like, I don't think Venero can go by himself because he's pro and he has to be here. So, like, what are you going to do?
You know,
I don't know. And he's probably whining. Oh, Bella said Aiden, he's pouting about it on X.
Okay. Oh, well, he just didn't pout on X. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, lady. Let me ask you,
ma'am.
ladies, because I've got 9% left on my iPad. So I'm going to do a Spaces at my normal time of 7:30 Eastern. Can you guys come back for that?
Yes, I was going to ask because I need traffic's going to get ridiculous.
I can definitely pop in. I don't know how long I can stay, but because that's 10:30 my time, but I can definitely pop in at least at the beginning for like a half hour.
No, 7:30 Eastern.
Yeah, Eastern.
Oh,
7:30
Eastern.
time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So you'll be able to make it home in traffic, Julie?
Well, I hope I'm not in traffic for 5 hours, but I mean, who knows?
It's only 2:42, so yeah.
Okay. I'm just making this arrangement now because I don't know how much longer my iPad will last.
Yeah.
Smart.
Well, plus we'll talk. But yeah, so let me see. There's that. Then there was so like so like the reaction in court to kind of get the flavor of stuff. Her mother was very happy, so that made me happy because like I said, I go there and like I see because it's such a positive thing to see like family like around and be supportive because like that's a huge deal to have or not have, like that'll help sway it either way. So like like when this came through and like again like I really do hope for the best for her and like I hope that like she gets her apartment and that things go well and that there's no issues. So I wish her all the luck with that. So that's a good
I
thing.
would
And they were
definitely
very
like for her to be able to reunite with her child, even if it's supervised visits at this point, to make sure it's safe. I don't think holding her child hostage away from her is going to help her mental health, even if it has to be supervised. I think that needs to happen at some point. I don't necessarily, again, and in my opinion, we all have different opinions, but I don't necessarily agree with obviously her pulling a fucking gun. That was not smart. And I don't necessarily think this trial is going to go in her benefit because she pulled that gun and because then she admitted to putting that gun in her hand.
Yeah, I know.
I can't, you know what I mean? Like she did that and it's like, you can like her, you can want her to be with her baby, but ultimately the legal question is, did she pull that gun and was she shot because yes, that happened.
That's true. Yeah. But again, like if it was going here, like again, like should that have been charged? But like again, like you do something like that, like
would you be charged if you pulled a gun and you got shot? Yes, you would have.
Yeah. So like, I mean, like again, like it sucks. Like this sucks, but like again, like the way they're fighting back in the probate court with all the shit that came, like that's just about as eye opening.
It always happens, unfortunately. That they'll always use something like this against you. If she had not pulled that gun, though.
I know.
If she had not, that would have been just his word and her word, and she could have fought that out, and yes, it's a long road and it sucks, and no one should have to, be forcibly fucking pulled away from their child unless it's a giant safety issue. Clearly they thought it was. We don't have all the information on that, so we don't know one way or another, but what I do know is the legal question in front of us is like, if I had pulled a gun and they shot me, I'd be charged too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she got special treatment or not special treatment. If you pull a gun on officers and they have to shoot you, you're going to be charged probably with attempted murder because you pulled a weapon, dude. Right? And they had to shoot you to disarm you. Right? And so you can like her, you can want her to be with her baby, you can want her to not, have to sit in jail extra time, but at the same time, recognize like she pulled that gun. That happened, and I would have been charged too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. And that's the shit part. But I mean, again, like, hopefully it's just one of these things where like, like with time, things will resolve themselves. So, but yeah, like it's going to be sucky. Like, but again, it's, luck of the draw, luck of the roll. Like go to the casino, like Mr. JFK says, go up to the roulette table,
if you're going to do the roulette table, though, your best bet is a fucking jury. If that's what you want, right? Your best bet is a jury that can give you an acquittal because they feel bad, because they're going to go on feelings and not necessarily the law. The worst thing you could do is ask for a fucking bench trial because the judge has to rule based upon the law. And the judge is not going to rule in her favor if you ask for a bench trial. Mark my fucking words. I think that Beach is right. Bradle's fucking ineffective. If I was Kelsey, I would have fired him a long time ago, recognizing that he is not effective, that he is a frigging clown who only cares about the publicity and spitting narrative. He is not an effective lawyer when it comes to actually arguing, lawyering legal shit. He can't do it. He can only spin narrative. And when a judge, and I've watched this happen multiple times in Aiden's cases, in this case, anytime a judge stops him from spitting narrative and tells him, okay, I understand all that, Mr. Bradle, but what is your legal argument against this? He doesn't know what to do. He starts stuttering and arguing against himself, and he doesn't make sense. And it's some things that aren't relevant, and it's not a good legal argument. It's not sound legal argument. I would have fired his ass a long time ago. And as you can see, Martha Coakley isn't arguing anything. It looks like essentially all she's doing is pressing paperwork like crazy Courtney is, like she's not going to get up and argue shit.
I was just going to say, it's not just Bradle that's ineffective, it's Martha Coakley as well.
Okay, so from the peanut gallery, well, like I think she was doing it last time, but today was writing like Bradle would get up, would write, and then between she and Courtney would like coordinate and like flag him. So like, oh, look, this is like no like
that's
argument,
paralegal work.
But she was told, was it this judge or another judge that told her that she could speak?
Yeah, you could speak.
Of course she can. She's co-counsel. She doesn't. She just does what Courtney does. She does paralegal work. Let's take notes. Let's do this. Listen, if you're going to be effective counsel, what you do is you do this to your counsel and ask them if you could fucking argue it because you think you can argue it better. Not for nothing, but she was attorney general. And even when she was attorney general, she was very ineffective. So not a huge fan of Coakley to begin with, but I don't see this as a legal winning team, dude. She could do better if she's looking to win this legally. I don't think this is the team you're going to see it happen with.
No, I think you have to go on like emotions and like, tug at the heart. But again, like that's part of it, which is, like there's a theater of the law where it's like, like you could say like, like just going to robot, punching a robot, but like there's, finesse and flair and how you do stuff in, like the quote unquote drama of it. But yeah.
You don't want a jury for that though, not a judge trial. A judge trial doesn't give a fuck about your finesse. The judge doesn't give a fuck about how much you spin narrative or story. What he's going on is the evidence that sits in front of him, what the law allows. You don't get that jury nullification with a judge. So if you're going for something like, all right, I already put the gun in her hand because I'm an idiot and I'm not a great attorney. You do what needs to be done to get your client acquitted or get a hung jury and hope that the state doesn't want to retry the case again. I don't think you're going to see that happen with Bradel. I don't think he knows his ass from his elbow. And there's a reason why he's already been in front of the BBO. He could very well lose his license to practice. He's not a good attorney.
That's for damn sure. But all right. Yeah. I'm gonna race the traffic. But at least thank you for
of course.
Thank you very much. Deirdre, thank you so much for thank you very much for the dramatic reading. I hope that we get more of that, or at least.
I might do that. I might do some of that on my spaces tonight because that was fun.
Yeah, girl. But, yes.
Julie, let me ask you. You had sent a link to a video earlier. Did Bradel make a statement earlier today?
No, this is from older. This is the last one.
Wait, what happened?
You sent me a video earlier today.
Did?
A link, was that and Bradel? I think Bradel was in it. Was that something before court or right after court, or what was that?
It's from the last court, Kate. It's the last court. It's not. This isn't from today.
Oh, okay.
Was that from the Google Drive? Yeah, I put the last one in there from when
February 27th, 5:52 p.m. It tells me right on the file.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get home and like you guys can put them up on your twatters and go to town and take a look. But like again, like the interviews from Martha said she came by and was like, hey, I gotta go, these guys are out there, but thanks for stopping by and we're gonna do a good thing. And then he came out and spoke, and then she came out and spoke like that was nice. It was a good interview there. Everything else, I'll say this and I gotta go, but I'm from Essex County. I have been following this case since it happened, again, elsewhere on the internet, but still you could see my face and you could see me, say again, pound the ground saying yep, this is Essex County here, grew up in Boston, but I'm on the North Shore now. I've been following this case because again, it's not personal for me, but I have selfish reasons for covering this case, but also it's, local, this stuff affects where it's all right, well, you'll, if you could do this and then charge her, what are you going to do for the rest of us? And some of the stuff that just came out recently with the firearms, where it's wait, you can't just go into somebody's house and take stuff, but that's kind of what they sounded like they were doing. But I don't know if that's the case, but anyways, I live here and I've been, coming to physical, to Salem and then up here to Lawrence. Since November, I didn't go inside because I was doing the roundy round game to look for a place to park. But I was listening to Melanie and yelling, so that counts. But since December, I went inside, courtrooms and did saw things. Saw Moneymaker Mike, who was also in Essex County, and he's mentioned that. Saw Jay Brill, who was also in Essex County, and was there in January with AFK on the.
We're going to have to go together one day, Julie. I don't have a car, so that's what stops me from being able to scoot over there and then be back here to get my kiddo off the bus. But one of these days for an early one like that, we're going to have to go together on one of these.
The commuter rail, just one stop and I think it takes 4 hours because we were trying to figure out how would you get
that's
here?
The thing. If you take the train and stuff, you may not be back to where you need to be at time, and that's the problem.
Do you guys live close enough to drive together?
No,
I don't know. I don't think so. I live in the South Coast, so I'm in Bristol County.
She's a ways. She's by.
I'm in Bristol, yeah, county. It's sort of like on the like, so Norfolk County's huge, but like I'm probably 10 minutes from the Norfolk County border, if that makes sense.
Can you commute to Julie's area to go, or?
Well, that's still going to be a hike and a half, but like I mean we could figure something out for I don't know if there's anything at Plymouth or Norfolk, but like we could
If there's something in Plymouth or Norfolk, that's what I mean. If there's something that ends up happening over there, like, you know, Plymouth County is on the other side of me as well, so like, you know, she might have to go through me or near me to go to one of those, you know, so
yeah.
But yeah, so it's like I say all that just to say, like, you know, like these guys have been here, and like I have, you know, videos of you know of well, like before court, I don't, you know, like I don't see anybody, but like during court and then after court, you know, people come out, you know, they, you know, people talk, you know, like whatever the case may be, and again, people I just mentioned, including myself, live in Essex County and, you know, have a reason, and like that's not to say that like, well, you have to live there to cover the case, no, but
right, of course. But
anyways, that's
you know, you can't come there and cause, like we just saw, cause a ruckus, and you're, you know, from fucking Plymouth County, you're way out in Essex County asking someone who's from Essex County why they're there, like.
And like the thing is, like you're full of, you know, you're full of whatever. They're like, yeah, video. Like I sat behind him in, yeah, I almost said church again. I sat behind him in court that day. So, anyways, that's what I'm down. I'll talk to Deirdre. We can figure out like exactly like what I saw and like how, yeah. Anyways, it was a complete nightmare. But like again, like all the guys I just mentioned, like they have roots in Essex County. So there's that. Okay, I'm gonna hit the road. At least, thank you very, very, very much, Deirdre. I'll talk to you very soon.
You're welcome. Thank you, Julie.
Thanks, Julie. Drive safe.
Aw, thank you to Julie.
Okay.
We appreciate you being
Do you
our
want me
boots on the ground.
to return you to your local programming, or what do you want to do?
I mean, I'm gonna play this from
I
what
can't
happened
hear you.
earlier. I
think I have to go out and come back in again.
How about that? What if I unmuted you and then unmuted
can you
you?
hear
Does that
me?
work? I can hear you.
The host has unmuted me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I muted you and then unmuted you.
I can't hear you. I'm going to go out and come back in.
Damn it. Oh, damn it. She lost audio. That's all right. I'm going to play what we missed earlier from JFK there. We played a whole, like I popped in to what was happening live, and it was a whole there was some guy stepping to another guy. I don't even know who those guys were, but that's what we popped in on. So if you back up a little on the stream, that's what we found. But I am going to play this here, finish playing this. I got to get my other headphones because I hear it saying battery low in my ear. So while I play this real quick, I'll be right back. And when Deidre pops in, I'll pop her back up. I think she lost audio. Oh, there she is. There you are. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Sorry,
okay.
my garage door opener
okay.
is going down again.
All right. So I'm gonna play this. What I'm gonna play is what we missed earlier, from Jay Brill's thing with Aiden this morning, that we missed. So I'm gonna play that while I go get my other headphones because these ones are dying and pee because my bladder is full. So I'll be right back, and I'm gonna press play on this while I'm doing it.
Wait, hold on 1 second. So I'm going to tell my chat, and then I'm going to go talk to my contractor while it plays.
Sounds good.
Oh, my person just left, so never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to hit play, and I shall be right back.
Dude.
Hey.
Dude.
Hey.
What's up, bro? You know. Come and ask some questions, bro. You ready to answer some questions?
Let's
dude?
go. Let's go.
You ready to answer some questions?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, dude? We're here for justice. What's up, dude? We're here for justice.
I can't hear this recording.
You're the most corrupted one, bro.
Aiden Kearney.
Is it cool to say that you rather have cancer beat a 60-year-old lady, bro? Is it cool? What's a hood booger, bro? Aiden? What's a hood booger, bro?
I email you all the time. Your email friend.
I thought it's a conflict of interest, Aiden. Why are you here? Isn't it a conflict of interest? You couldn't cover Jigger?
If you could
Are
announce
you
that
here?
again on your
What's
show.
up, dude? Answer some questions,
And
Aiden.
I'll be doing a space.
Oh, God.
No matter why you avoiding the questions, bro? Oh, he's scared.
Okay, no, sure.
He's scared.
Aiden Kearney, take some pictures, you loser.
Daddy Dumb's here right in person, bro.
Why don't you ask him about
Why do you get out of my ear?
is he gonna call Kelsey to see you next Tuesday too?
Are you gonna call Kelsey account when she don't like you?
Why would I do that? What's with
That's what you do, bro. That's what you do, bro.
What are you on right now?
I ain't on shit, bro. It's called lack of sleep because I've been waiting to come to investigate.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Testing your ass, bro. Yeah, I'm always sharp. Look at you. Look at you. You're a rat or a rat.
Oh, so Brado here too or not?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Would Brado better like how you rather wish death upon the cancer patient? Huh?
Are you what time? What time?
Fucking clown. Fucking clown. You don't want to answer no questions, but he wants to ask questions, right? You want to intimidate women? And so all you can do is intimidate women? What's the matter, Aiden? You can't intimidate a man, you can intimidate women? You like threatening women, bro?
That's not a nice thing.
You like threatening women?
That's not a nice thing.
You like threatening women? You like threatening women?
Chris Albert.
You like threatening women?
Definitely not a woman. Be nice to them.
Come on, dude.
I don't think they.
Why are you here, bro? I thought it's a conflict of interest. I thought it's a conflict of interest.
So why am I here? It's a great question.
Isn't it a conflict of interest? You couldn't cover Jigga because your attorney's his attorney, right?
Because Kelsey Fitzsimmons deserves to be reunited with the
Yeah. He definitely does.
Really?
But you're not the one to help her.
No,
Because you're going to call her a cunt after she doesn't. Because you're about the money. You're all about the money. That's the only reason why you're here is about the money. No, he's about the money. He's about the money. He don't work. I work. I took a day off on my job to go. I'm a tow truck driver, bro. Because I'm here to question your ass. Look at you.
These are very productive questions.
You look at you.
Should we do a video off?
Look at you. Look at you, bro.
The bus.
I don't give a fuck if the bus is real. I told you, Daddy Dunks will be up in your face, bro. I'm here. I'm here in your face. Get that fucking camera out of my face, bro. Do not push me.
Not okay.
It is okay. You're not gonna put. I didn't touch his hand. I touched his phone. Get your hand out. Get your fucking phone out of my face that close, bro. Disrespectful. Who are you?
I know you.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Yeah, it is me. It is me. You like that? You like that, Giorgio? You like that?
I love it.
You like that, right? You're a clown, bro.
So
You're a rat. You're a rat. It doesn't matter where I was. I wasn't part of this. I wasn't part of this. I wasn't part of this. Yeah. Yep. I'm the man who invented everything. I'm the man who invented everything. Yep, I am. Yep. You're a fucking clown. I am. I'm here now. It doesn't matter where the fuck I've been. I'm here now, bro. That's all that matters. Because I don't like him. I don't like him. And he don't belong here because he... All right, so it's a conflict of interest, right? But how come he couldn't cover Jigga? The dude who got killed by 7 cops, right? Because his lawyer is Kelsey's lawyer. He can't cover it, right? Dude, you know why? Because he said it was drugs. That's why. That's the difference.
I did?
It was the difference. It was corruption, and he said it was drugs. That corruption, and he said it was drugs that killed him. I got it on video, bro. I'm not embarrassing myself at all whatsoever. I'm here. It doesn't matter. It's none of you want to hear it because you don't want to hear the truth about your leader. About your leader. Yeah. Clearly. I don't care about your bus stop, Aiden.
But do you think it's real?
I don't care, bro. I don't care.
Like, are you?
You know what I think is real? I think you released the recordings so you can get to where you're at right now. Fuck no. I wouldn't want to be him.
How do you feel about the person?
I ain't spending time in jail.
Congratulations. I'm surprised they didn't come after you. The state and you.
I have nothing to do. They can come at me all they want. I have nothing for them to come at me for. They're a clown, dude.
You're well groomed today.
Yeah. I don't care. I'm not here to impress people, bro. I don't need to impress anybody. I take showers every day, twice a day, bro. Before and after work. Nice try.
Anyway, So
You're a clown, bro. Yeah. We ain't gonna melt, bro. You're not gonna melt, dude. You're not sugar, bro. You're not gonna melt. Yeah, it is. It's Randy. It's JFK, bro. Get it right. JFK. JFK. Yeah. Retard. Dude, you see, that's your problem. You call people retards because you know you get knocked the fuck. You can't get knocked the fuck out because you'll call the cops, bro. Really? Yeah, you will. You're the first one to call the cops. I didn't say that. I said you know you can get away with it because you know no one's gonna touch you because you are afraid of you got the cops on your back. But you're fighting the cops that you will call.
Yes.
What does that make you? You're a clown. Look. Yeah. You're a clown, bro.
And the Silverados to come arrest him.
This
That's why
dude's a
he's
fucking
always
straight
looking
pussy, bro.
everywhere. He's always looking everywhere else. Always. He's looking for the Silverados to pull up and arrest him.
Who are you?
He's nobody.
Who are you? Who are you?
Man.
Who are you? I'm here talking, ain't I? I'm here, right?
Girlfriend,
What do you,
roommate. Would that be Lauren? Was
no,
your
no, no,
daughter's
no, no. I'm not
girlfriend's
embarrassing
roommate, Lauren?
anybody but him. I'm embarrassing him because he is a piece of shit.
She had a
He don't
roommate
belong here.
that hated him.
He don't belong here. It's a conflict of interest, remember? He said it was a conflict of interest, wasn't it? It's a conflict of interest. Why is he here?
Like an asshat. He said that. Like
I'm not saying you guys. I'm not disrespecting. I'm not saying nothing to you.
Come back to the tools with the rest of the.
I'm not embarrassing you. If you want to, listen, you're getting involved. You're involving yourself in something that has nothing to do with you. This is me and him, and you guys involved yourself. Why? All right, well, you know what? It's the only place for it. Because he shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be here. It's a conflict of interest. He said it with his own mouth. What's up, bro? You see, my eyes look bad. I look like I'm on something.
No,
I didn't even smoke
obviously
today
not.
for this. Then maybe that's why my eyes are a little puffy, because I didn't smoke.
That's all he
Yeah,
says
my bad.
is dumb
But
shit.
I had to do what I had to do, bro. I had to get some questions, and even though I sounded a little crazy,
He looked like he was shaking a little bit, man.
he was. That's why he pulled out his phone so he could try to get some content, bro. I don't give a fuck. Put that camera in my face. I ain't afraid.
You're intelligent.
The fuck do I gotta hide?
That's all he can do, like a child.
Yeah. I don't know what he's doing there.
He shouldn't
There's no
be here,
reason for him
bro.
to be
Everything
there.
is a conflict of interest with him, but now he wants to be here. It's funny.
There's no conflict.
It's just
He
funny.
made it up. He made it up.
Yeah, well, he needs to make the swerve, right? He needs to make the pivot.
He does. Either be a fucking man and do the right thing or fucking back out. That's it. And he'll never do the right thing. He'll never do the right thing. He had plenty of opportunities to do the right thing and he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, hey, just stay on him, man. You know, you're out there doing the right thing. You are embarrassed. You are an embarrassment. Is he?
I'm an embarrassment.
Why is he an embarrassment though? Because he asked TB questions. That's funny, isn't
I
that
did what no one has the
Right.
balls to
Come on,
do.
stop it.
Be up in his face asking him questions.
But he's okay to do it.
How is that an
Same people
embarrassment?
cheering him on. Same people cheering Aiden on are like, yes, go Aiden. Or
Yeah.
saying that it's an embarrassment to
Probably
the
the,
same
not
thing
the
he
right
does.
place,
It's
but
amazing.
it's the only place.
It's amazing
Yeah,
to me.
it's the only place. I mean, hey, there's nobody there. You're not hurting nobody.
Right, I got 3 people talking shit. Like, who cares, dude? Back up.
Shut
Who are you?
fuck up.
Yeah, well, this is what he should expect going forward with himself, man. He
Eric and
he says a
Dina,
lot of wild things,
Mike
man. So
He does. He's a very
Erica.
disrespectful fool, bro. And like,
there's no
I'm
safe
not
space.
tolerating
James,
disrespect.
Erica.
Like you say, right?
Ooh,
No safe space for disrespect at all whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, you asked him some questions. You know, I don't think there should be outrage. It's kind of like if
Aiden can do
anybody's
it, though,
outraged
right?
over him asking questions,
That'd be
then
outrageous.
you
Aiden
should
too.
be outraged about you should be on Jen McCabe's side then because he asked questions. You said this is not the time and the place.
Well, I mean, to
I
be
don't
fair,
think
Aiden committed crimes.
But where did he go to
should
go ask Jen
He
McCabe
went to
questions?
their kids' lacrosse game or something.
It wasn't
Exactly.
just
So
asking
what's the
questions.
difference?
He
A
went
lacrosse
far
game or a
beyond that.
courthouse in Lawrence, a superior
Kelsey
courthouse.
wasn't out here. Kelsey wasn't out here. I would have never did that in front of her. And you know,
Yeah.
I stopped when her lawyers came.
Yeah,
So
there was nobody there. There was nobody there. You're just on the corner in Lawrence, Mass. Let's be clear. You're in your hometown. You're in Lawtown, Lawrence, Massachusetts. There was nobody there. You had the opportunity to ask him questions, get in his face, check the temperature, and you did. And you seen him shaking with the camera, and that's it. And none of the boots on the ground, or I didn't see Scott McGinnis with the flags. He was there, right?
He's right there.
Yeah, he didn't say a word, did he? Scotty, you don't got nothing to say, huh, Scotty?
And this is where he
Yeah, they
talks
never
to him,
nothing to
right?
say, bro. He already was talking shit
Yeah,
about
that's all
Aiden
he does
earlier
is pull his-
because he said that they're tailgaters.
What, Scotty was talking shit about Aiden?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Saying, oh, he's calling us tailgaters. We're not no fucking tailgaters. Fuck Aiden.
Well.
Oh, really, Scotty? Go ahead,
Yeah,
put
he
him on.
did.
Let me see Scotty.
He probably won't say it on camera, but
Ask him if he wants to talk
He
to
won't
JFK.
say it on camera.
Don't just throw
Obviously.
it in his face.
See, I'm one of those people,
Got
like, camera or not, if I have something fucking to say,
JFK wants to
I'll say it, but a lot of these people will not say what they said privately on
You're
camera.
live right now.
What up, Scotty?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, man? No disrespect there, man. I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, just to let you know, man. How you doing today, man?
Good.
Good. You all right?
Yeah, things are fine.
All right, good, brother. How's Kelsey doing, man? How you feeling about this case, man?
Obviously this is just, making the donuts pre-trial conference stuff, but she looked confident. She said hi as she walked in. We saw Martha Coakley get dropped off, said hi to her. And then Tim Bradle just walked in. Everybody looks confident. I'm not sure exactly what's going to be accomplished today in this hearing, but we're all here, rooting for Kelsey, hoping she gets justice. That's why I'm here. That's it.
Absolutely, brother.
That's why I've been here the whole time.
Nah, you've
Every
been
time
there.
I've been able to come up here. So
Can I ask you a question though? One thing. What's this thing about the tailgating thing? Is that disrespectful? What do you feel about that? Do you have a take on that?
I think Aiden was
Out of pocket?
angry with Brandy.
Oh, please. Don't
And
give him an excuse. Oh,
He
he's
called
just
her
angry.
participation in trial 2 tailgating.
Giving the excuses is just weak ass shit,
it's
bro. Come
stuff
on.
said
Don't be
in
weak.
anger that
Don't be weak.
can be applied to other people.
Yep,
Unfortunate.
there's the fear.
No,
I don't.
I'm just going to point out once again, like giving Aiden excuses like that, like, oh, he was just mad about Brandy, so he called all the boots on the ground that, because it was before he even said anything about Brandy that he actually came at the boots on the ground. It was before. And then again, after. So, I mean, again, if you're going to say something to someone privately, like be willing to say that shit on fucking camera too, bro. Say it with your whole chest, Scott. And I got no issue with him. But the point is Aiden's a fucking coward. And he didn't just mean Brandy. He meant all the boots on the ground. That's what he meant. Because he thinks he is the ultimate smart man. And he is the only one who is important. Nobody did anything but him. Have you not heard him over and over reiterate this to his audience? Like, if you're actually going to say, like, oh, it was just said out of anger. No, it wasn't. That's what he actually thinks. And if you don't know that about him by now, then I fear that you are kind of stuck in that cult mentality to the point where I don't think anybody but you can help save you. That's who he is. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He'll never give anybody any other credit. It's simply himself. Himself and himself only. He doesn't give an actual fuck about anyone. And that's unfortunate. But it's the God's honest truth. And I wish people like Scott would say what you would say privately, which is fuck him for saying that shit publicly. Because when you start getting fearful that he's going to attack you if you say a word, then you have people that make up excuses for him. And then it's never ending excuses for that fucking douche nozzle. Never ending excuses when you do that. It's time for people to stand up and stand together, because when you don't, the alternative is he is allowed to target someone else and victimize someone else and incite his fucking mob against someone else. That's what he does. I just want to say, I do love this sweatshirt because of how big it is. It is so comfy. It is so comfy. Also, I want to say thank you again to New Hampshire Birkenstock, because this chair is amazing. It is very padded. This is my old chair over here. But it's so comfortable. Like I used to have I still have a pad that I put on this one, because this one's just like hard sort of leather. But this one, on the armrests and on the regular part of this chair, on the back, on the bottom, it's got padding that's like this thick. And it is super comfy, and you can like lean back. And when I push it in, I can put these up and push it into my desk without having to worry about it not going underneath the desk. And as you guys can see, it goes up and down as my other one doesn't do anymore. So I appreciate New Hampshire Birkenstock taking this wonderful chair off my wish list for my broken one and replacing it. You're amazing. And the plumber was done in my house, so I can now put up the shelves in the bathroom for my towels that Nina got. And I already put my coffee thing that Marcia got me right in my coffee space. I'm going to take a picture of it so that I can thank her properly with a picture of where it is currently. And Amy was my bed that I have been sleeping on soundly for the last 2 nights. I appreciate you guys. The fact that you guys took the time to go to my Amazon wish list and take those things off. I appreciate you. Holly sent the money for me to get the curtain rods, which I did. At least 6 of them I got last night. I still need to get the smaller ones for my weird ass, very small windows that are tall, but not as wide. So those ones remain on the ones for that kind of window remain on the wish list. The other ones I can now say are completely done and off, and it's amazing. So he only pulled his phone out and ran his mouth when he had women to stand in for him. So that's the other thing. He can't defend himself. All he can do is talk over you, say you're stupid, say you're ugly, try to call you sloppy, say you're not dressed right, say things that simply aren't true and are blatantly not true. And obvious to anybody else with eyeballs isn't true, but because his audience isn't physically there, he says them hoping that they'll repeat them. Oh, he was sloppy. Aiden said that he stunk and he didn't take a shower and that he was sloppy. We all know none of that is true, but that is what the narrative is, right? It's to just like try to shame or insult him in some way because Aiden can't argue any real arguments. Why are you even there, bro? You've not covered this case. Most of us have covered the hearings that have happened. He's a savage, right? He was shaking. It was so funny. And I respect that. If that's what you want, that's cool. But at least say, you know, what you mean when it comes to, like, if you said fuck Aiden because he said that about boots on the ground, then say that shit, bro. And say it and be proud that you fucking said it. Because to me, if you try to give Aiden any out, you're giving everyone else that out too. Everyone else is gonna be like, oh, you're right. He was just mad. No, he wasn't just mad. That's exactly what he thinks about boots on the ground. That's always what he's thought about boots on the ground. That's something he said way in the beginning. Chrissy Mello was so desperate to be friends with him that one of the things she said to me before one of the last conversations that I had with her, she said something along the lines of, well, I only was on your channel or I was only modding because I thought you were friends with Aiden. You made it seem like you were friends with him. First of all, how did I ever make it seem like I was friends with him? We were acquaintances, never friends, okay? Let's be clear about that. He's called me a couple times on Facebook Messenger. We communicated in the beginning on Messenger, through messages. We were in the same places, covering the same cases, but we're not fucking friends, dude, okay? We're not friends. We were never friends. Like, there's nothing that made it seem like we were friends other than acquaintances. Simply acquaintances. That's it. When friends you hang out with outside of work, friends you converse with about other things, right? All she cared about was getting close to Aiden. And what was so funny to me, that she was so willing to insult and bash me because he wanted her to, is that what I never told her privately, because I thought it would really hurt her feelings, and I'm not just a mean person, is that Aiden couldn't fucking stand her. Couldn't stand her. He called her a big mouth, said she could never shut the fuck up. She's screaming in every video in the background. People complained about it over and over. I never said anything to her because I didn't want to hurt her feelings. But she was so desperate to be friends with him, and still is, clearly. So desperate to be friends with him, she was willing to shit on other people who were nothing but kind to her. Those are the type of people that you will let themselves out. And I think it was Mike or LTL. I think it was LTL. I think it was Brian the other day. I was on a space, and he was like, I had an exodus of people, trail riders, essentially. And he's like, good. Those are not the type of people I want around. And I've said that so many times. It's like, good, let those people let themselves out. Those are not the type of people that you want around. Those are not the type of people you want following you. They're toxic, and what they bring with them is toxicity. If they're only there to get clout or a pat on the back or to befriend a YouTuber, then those are not my type people. You want to meet me? That's fine. When I meet a YouTuber, I'm okay with that, right? I'm just a regular person, just like everyone else. And I've had many interactions with people in public who see me and walk up and say hi, and they've always been amazing interactions. They've always been awesome interactions with people, and I've never had a bad one. I've never had a bad one. But that's because they treat me like a human, and I treat them like a human. I'm just another human being, right? There's nothing special about me other than being another human being, right? I'm just me. There's nothing special about Aiden. As a matter of fact, I'd argue that what you don't see is a lot of the shit that he lies about and does behind closed doors now that everybody's seeing it now, right? A lot of that shit beforehand he hid decently well, except for a few things that would leak out here and there. Now it's on full display, right? And once it's on full display, you can't unsee what you have seen. And he showed himself to me pretty early on. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, you know? I haven't even checked to see what people are saying on Twitter, but I am almost positive it's probably blowing up. But his hands were. Well, right. There's kind of like right and wrong, and then I don't know what the fuck, you know? Like, let's be honest about shit, bro, because the only way this shit stops, the only way this toxicity stops, and people stop accepting it as something that should be accepted, because it shouldn't, is when people stand together. It's the only way. It's not fighting each other. It's not calling each other names like Aiden wants. It's not pure chaos and toxicity. It's none of those things. It's standing together for a common goal. Standing together to make sure that Aiden can't hurt anyone else. The amount of people he has victimized is astronomical. And if you knew what I knew, you would be completely disgusted. Some people know plenty. Not all, but plenty. Leah knows pretty much all. But there are very few people that know all of what Aiden has done, and then some, and can pretty much predict his next move. There's maybe a handful of us that can do that. He's very predictable once you figure him out and you watch and you watch and you watch and you see the patterns and the patterns and the patterns. And for 3 years, he has been coming and doing his little, throw a dig at me. I mean, the other day, what was it? What did he say? Something about Kelsey's ex there smoking weed. Well, I hope he wasn't smoking weed outside. I hope it wasn't in front of their kid using illegal drugs. First of all, weed's not illegal. It's fully legal in the state of Massachusetts to use, whether it is medicinal for medical purposes or recreational. Perfectly legal in your own house, on your own property. No one can say a goddamn word to you about it. Sorry, not sorry. Hence why the judge tried to say to Bradel, this is not relevant. It's not relevant. Bradel tries to make things relevant that aren't. He loves doing that in Aiden's cases. If I'm Kelsey, I'd have fired his ass a long time ago. I'd have fired. He's incompetent. He is incompetent. There's a lot of people who will never be okay with it. People right away came to me privately, too afraid to go public, but privately, and were like, yeah, something don't sit right, but that's what the fuck's going on. When I told them, they were like, okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense on why he won't say what it is that you did to him. Because at first he wouldn't say, right? It's private. It's personal. Because he couldn't tell the world that he got caught cheating on his wife and 3 other women. Couldn't tell people that. So the next best thing is to say, she did something horrible, personal to me. Oh, good. Listen, girl. Okay. I saw Cuckoo Courtney there. I said, girl, who's going to give the Section 12 to that crazy bitch? You're in a courthouse right now. Someone. She has her own unresolved mental health issues. The fact that anybody would actually hire her as a paralegal also makes me seriously concerned about Bradel's decision-making skills. Okay? Girl doesn't know her ass from her fucking elbow. She's ruined like a handful of men's lives on top of other people with her lies and her bullshit. I don't know how anybody takes Courtney seriously. Again, you're talking about someone who I haven't seen since I was like 19, but then went around because she's such a turtle writer and called on the phone and then messaged the people she couldn't call, my mods and viewers, to try to say that she's known me for 25 years, except she couldn't answer any questions about how many kids I have, what my kids' names are, where I live, what I drive. what my husband's name is. You're like, well, how have you known her for 25 years? Well, last time I saw her, I was like, okay, yeah, 19, still in active addiction. Like, you don't know me from a fucking hole in the wall. Why are you pretending that you do? On the other hand, Courtney, you've ruined so many lives. So fucking many. So many. I mean, so many people I know met and just instantly realize she's fucking cuckoo bananas, okay? And that's the problem. When you have something so wrong in your brain that you think that's normal behavior, right? To call someone's viewers and mods because you're a turtle writer and tell them you've known someone for 25 years and they're like horrible and bad, except you don't really know much about that person. You haven't seen them since they were 19. They're in their late 30s and have an entire family. Like, that's crazy shit. That's nothing compared to what she did to Leah. I mean, she might as well have just tried to like peel Leah's skin off and put it on her body. It gets the lotion on the skin. I mean, essentially, that's what she did. She like took over Leah's life while she was in the hospital. Like, who the fuck does that? Answering her phone calls, wearing her clothes, driving her car. I mean, you need some serious help, Courtney, and I hope that you get it, because I'm gonna bet that up until this point, you still have not gotten the very serious mental health help that you need, because something is wrong up here. Something is very, very wrong up here. I remember at one point, didn't she call Meredith's mother or aunt or something like that? Like, I mean, the level of calling people's families is fucking weird. I'm not understanding how someone hasn't called her police officer husband yet and asked him why he hasn't Section 12 his own fucking wife from ruining other people's lives and interjecting herself, who has nothing to do with anyone, into other people's lives. My family would have laughed at her. My husband specifically would have laughed at her. Like, what the fuck, lady? You're bonkers. You're fucking bonkers. Calling people's families, calling their viewers, like, lady, you need help, okay? That's not normal behavior. You watch people on the internet, and then because you're a turtle writer, you call their viewers, their family, their friends, their mods, people you don't even know. People you don't even know about someone you don't even know, someone you haven't seen in 20 years. That's not normal behavior. That's bonkers behavior. That is, there's something wrong up here that makes you think that it would be okay to do something like that. Not okay. No. Oh, gross. I've actually met Gronk quite a few times with my daughter, and he's a fun guy. He's a fun guy, dancing and singing. He's a fun guy. He's one of those people that just like likes to laugh and have fun. I like Gronk. I actually met Gronk, his brother, one of his brothers at least, his dad and his girlfriend, and this was the very first time was probably way back in my oldest was probably in her early teens, 12, 13. She's 21 now. So, that many years ago was the first time. He's a fun guy. I can't imagine that the poor brother wanted anything to do with her after that. Gross. I mean, remember she wanted to marry a cop, right? She needs that house and that. I mean, I can't imagine that poor guy is going to stay around too long. I mean, at this point, he definitely knows that she's fucking cuckoo bananas, right? Like, at this point, he definitely knows. He's probably plotting an escape. Escape, guy! Escape! Run for your fucking life. If you don't, God knows that eventually you're probably not going to be a cop and you'll have your gun taken away because she'll claim some crazy abuse that never happened. Or maybe in another case, like she did to someone else that I know, maybe she'll claim you committed fraud and try to get you locked up for that, I don't know. These are the things that crazy cuckoo Courtney does. So don't put it past her. You know what I'm saying? Like, which one? You swiped right on my Tinder. I can't stand you. Are you sure it was him though, and it wasn't just like somebody using his picture or something? Like, who the fuck that famous goes on Tinder? That's weird, Gronk. I'm not gonna lie, it's weird, bro. Okay, swiping right on my friends. What's wrong with you? It was Rob. Oh God, I can't. I think I remember you telling me this before. I think I remember you saying something to me about this before privately. That is so funny. He had zero. Oh my God, that's lit. But still, his face is so recognizable that it's like, why? Why would you ever? Oh my God, I forgot. Yes, you did tell me this. Yep. Okay. All right. Like, bro, stop it, Grog. Stop it. I like you. Don't ruin this for me. You're one of my favorite people. Stop it. And Edelman. I do love me and Edelman. Okay. There's nobody I like more than those two, except Charlie Hunnam. Okay. Ladies and gents, just that. If I had to meet a celebrity, he'd be one of the people that I would want to meet. Charlie Hunnam. Of people that I haven't met. I've met quite a few. Pauly Shore I saw one time. That was weird. That was weird. He came into the strip club that I worked at. And we had the entire Bruins team one time at 4 a.m. when I worked at a club in Maine at the time. And it was called Platinum Plus. And they came in at like 4 a.m. and they didn't close until 6 a.m. out there. And they came, the whole damn Bruins team, it was like 3, 4 a.m. they came in. Edelman is one of my favorites, you know? Oh, of course he did. I mean, that poor Camille. Poor Camille. I mean, I'm not going to lie, though. He's a fun guy. He's a fun guy. One of those people that just makes you laugh no matter what. He loves to joke, you know? And I love that. I think, like, everybody should have partying with Gronk on their bucket list. Right? It's a good time. It's a good time. I did hear about that. But to be fair, the Patriots sent their plane to take people out of the Middle East. They sent their plane to take people from the Middle East back, Americans who were like stuck there. They went and took their Patriots plane all the way down there to bring people home. I respect the fuck out of them. Patriots franchise, the owners, like they have done a lot of things for other people and disaster scenarios like this to make sure people are safe. They've sent supplies. They've done a lot of stuff like that. And not every team does that kind of stuff. So I can appreciate that the Patriots plane and the whole logo is like all over the plane, touchdown over there in the Middle East to pick people up and bring them back. But I did hear about that. Yeah, I know. Go us, right? Yes, go us. But they just did that. I think it was not even a week ago. There's pictures somewhere. Maybe I can find it to show you guys. So I was very proud. I was like, go us! Yep, Patriots plane chartered to evacuate Americans from the Middle East. Here it is right here. Hold on, I'll take this off for a second and then I'll bring it back. There it is. They did. They sent it. It says the New England Patriots plane was chartered to evacuate Americans from the Middle East as the conflict in Iran continues to escalate, causing a massive disruption to global air transport. Dylan Johnson, the Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Global Public Affairs, said the plane landed safely Friday morning at Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C., one of many State Department charter flights bringing Americans home. An image posted by Johnson X shows evacuees climbing aboard the Pats plane. When not in use by the team during the NFL season, the Patriots team planes are operated by a charter company that uses them for various flights. Hundreds of thousands of people have stranded across the Middle East amid the U.S. and Israel's joint war against Iran. Senator Ed Markey said last week his office was hearing from Massachusetts families stuck in the Middle East, and he was pressuring the Trump administration to come up with an evacuation plan fast. They did not have a plan to conduct this war. They clearly did not have a plan on how to evacuate innocent families. We're going to apply that pressure to the State Department until every American who wants to leave that region is out. I wish they would, the picture is somewhere. I'm going to show it here. Like, this is, come on, man. We don't want your stupid ads. Like, what's happening? They're going to show it, or is this not? They're just going to show, like, peanut products. Like, I'm confused here. I don't want to see peanut products. I want to see the damn plane. Or was it, like, way back here? Nope, it wasn't. Like, why is this even up, then? For the love of God, why? Why are we even seeing this? But there is a picture of it somewhere. Let's see if this is it.
When my hair started to thin, I thought, am I going to have any hair left?
After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thin, it was gone.
I don't want the copyright for this shit. So that's what'll happen. It'll be like copyright. Stupid New Patrol commercial. Let's see if we can get the goddamn picture. Can we get the goddamn picture, please? Stupid ads. This is why I get ad-free, folks. Okay.
Into travel tension. Many of the flights in and out of the Middle East from Boston are canceled or severely delayed.
Yes, so at the same time, people traveling overseas in general are feeling anxious. NBC 10's Robert Goulston, he's live at Logan with what you should know if you're traveling any.
I don't want to know anything. Are you going to show us or not? Because I'm going to.
Escalating conflict overseas.
No.
Clean running.
Sorry, guys. That's totally
to
me.
Africa. Much of the airspace over the Middle East is shut down and countless planes are flying around the region.
Look at him
leaving many
flying
people
all the way
stuck.
around.
They're either stuck at their origin point or there are some folks who are stuck in their connection airport.
Sean Kelly cautious when booking any internet. Recommend using insurance, but to do so with
travel insurance, yeah.
Suggest keep
target. You know, I'm thinking even if just pickpocket are in every.
You guys have a mission.
Yes, we do.
Nope.
Right now, many of the flights to the Middle East.
All right, whatever. Fuck you. You're not showing it to me, so I'll pull it from here. Here we go. I found it. Hold on. Oh my God. My team owner of the New York Giants used his plane to go to Epstein Island. Gross! Do you think Dick Nose is at the courthouse still getting an assault charge put on Jabril? Probably. But of course he tried to whine and bitch. The little girl put the phone in his face, and it's like he put his hand up. So if that phone then flung back and hit her in the face, that's on her. And also, who brings their 15-year-old kid to something where fucking Turtle Boy probably is going to be? I mean, you know he was probably going to show up. I mean, let's be honest here. I'm not bringing my kids anywhere near Dick Nose. Also, didn't you hear the present we're going to get him? Leah, did you not hear about the presents we're going to get Aiden? We're going to get him a banana hammock for his dick nose so he can cover that fucking thing up. You know, he's got to cover that thing up somehow. And I think a banana hammock for the dick nose will work well. You know, just a little banana hammock. And then we're going to get him some chapstick for his chapped ass because he's always so angry and his ass is always so chapped. We're going to get him chapstick. I mean, those are good gifts. Okay? Chapstick for your chapped ass and a banana hammock for your dick nose. All right? Soon to come, I will make a mock one for his dick nose, okay? Just saying. We'll come up with a design, but there's a Patriots plane bringing people aboard to the plane in the Middle East. Americans boarding one of the many State Department charter flights leaving the Middle East to the U.S. This plane landed safely this morning in Washington. Go freaking Patriots plane. Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's go back and see what Scotty here has to say. If he decides he's going to man up a little or if he's still going to give excuses to the journal.
I think I was tailgating for the 2 Karen retrials. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, Scotty, you know,
it's a free Karen Reed out there for 2 years. I mean, some people had, you know, personality conflicts, but everybody try to just keep that to the side and just stay here for the mission, you know?
The mission.
And there's hurt feelings, there's stuff being said to other people, and it's said out of anger, and it's not fair.
No.
You know?
No.
It's not fair.
You know,
Okay.
even us too. Even your channel, us going back and forth, busting balls. But
How
at the
about
end of
this,
the
though,
day,
Scotty? How about
at
this,
the end of the
Scotty?
day, we're fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me.
Like,
How about
I'm
this?
standing here in front of Jay. We can say hi. We can talk.
Yeah.
But,
Well,
you
I
know,
wanna
some
say-
of the online shit is not what happens when we're face to face in person.
Right.
You're right.
Facts.
So why don't you tell
You know what
everybody
I mean?
you said? That would be interesting.
I just want to say, Scotty, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, listen, man. If you ever felt disrespected, you know, I just want to clear the air right now. You know, I apologize, man. I just, you know, there was a lot of stuff
Literally
said.
can't.
With Karen.
I fully understand, man. That's
No,
what
me
I
and you-
just said.
Me and you.
What happens online and all the back and forth, but when it's come to face and we're talking in person, it's totally different. People need to understand that when they're watching these shows.
Right. No, I just want to be, you know, just let you know, man.
Because I know your channel, you guys are here to support Kelsey.
Yep.
So am I.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, if these channels are fighting with each other, you know, Aiden fighting with you, whatever. But we don't need that distraction down here. We're here to support Kelsey.
Right.
You know, so can everybody just knock it off?
Indeed.
I'm not standing here to start trouble. I was never standing in front of the Karen Reed cases to start trouble. I'm here hoping somebody drives by and sees the sign and says, hey, what's this, you know, Kelsey Fitzsimmons case? What's going on? That's how Karen Reed, Free Karen Reed started. We were out in front of those courthouses to bring public awareness to a case that's an injustice. It's obviously corruption. Again, that's why I'm up here. I'm like, oh, here we go again. Corrupt Massachusetts. I'm not letting them get away with it. I'm going to stand out here with a flag and a sign like, hey, we got corruption going on in this courthouse. Hello, people. Pay attention.
Right. But Scotty, you know, to be fair though, Scotty, you know, the guy, Aiden, you know, he says a lot of shit, man. He says a lot of things. Jay Brill didn't go down there to fight with him and nothing like that, but he had questions, you know, and to Jay Brill's point, there was nobody in front of the courthouse at that time to ask him the questions. So the time was now. So he just asked him some questions. I don't think he went down there to start any shit. We were there last hearing talking to Kelsey too, you know, and we've been talking about Kelsey since, you know, the end of September, you know.
Right.
But you know, we see what happens here. I think it's all intertwined, you know, from the DA in Essex County with the Francis Gigalotti to, you know, now Kelsey, and then all the way to Norfolk County. And then in Suffolk County, what's going on with the inmate, Jacoby Kenny, who died at the hands of the COs, which you understand about because you got some experience in that, you know. So it's from Suffolk County, Essex County, Norfolk County, the Commonwealth, right? Good old Massachusetts. So I just want to be clear on that.
There is a lot of corruption in this state. You know well, I do.
Yeah.
That's why I'm standing out here. I'm out here for bad publicity for the Commonwealth. Why do you think the whole buffer zone was put in place in front of the Karen Reed trial? Because it makes the state look bad. It made Michael Morrissey look bad. It's bad publicity against the corruption in this state. That's why I'm standing here. Bad publicity. Massachusetts is corrupt. Hello, people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Well, Scotty, man,
there's a lot less people here this day than there was the last hearing. There was a lot more media here too. So I don't know, like, if anything spectacular is going to happen in this hearing. But you know, we had some people here. Media's starting to set up. Maybe they're going to do a presser at the end. Hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, Scotty, I appreciate you jumping on camera. Like I said, you know, bygones with me.
I found it. Okay, I made it. I got it. I found it. So it actually looks like Big Bird, you know, but I did make a banana hammock for that thing. Kind of now just looks like Big Bird. I mean, it's better than the dick nose that's on his face, but there's a banana hammock there for his dick nose. I mean, just saying, like, you know, it is. We're going to have to get him one of those, you know. We'll even put little turtles on it for him. You know, the turtles might be puking, but we'll give him little turtles. It's fine. Like, it's totally fine. You know, it's a banana hammock for his dick nose. It's fine. It's totally acceptable. It's okay. Cover that fucking thing up, Big Bird. Come on. For the love of fucking Jesus Christ. All right, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Just had to show you that. It's funny. You said I was going to give him one. So there it is. My gift to him.
For me, my man, and I don't think you're a tailgater. I think that you stand for something. And I think, though, at the end of the day, that, you know, there is no safe space for disrespect, though, at some point. We can't keep hiding behind the First Amendment and calling people see you next Tuesdays and telling older women that cancer, I'm voting for cancer to kill you, and telling James Jackson that he killed his girlfriend and things like that. I mean,
Randall, I agree. It gets out of hand.
Just call him Randy.
It's Randy.
JFK.
It's Randy.
Oh, Randy.
It's fine, but it ain't. But it's
But
cool.
yeah, I get it. You know, the online hyperbole and
We don't
the
call
back
someone
and
by their real
forth.
name unless they want to be.
I'm not even on X, but I hear about it.
I use my real name.
And the back and forth between the channels.
Not everyone
But
does.
at the end of the day,
What is that accomplishing? I'm out here trying to make awareness to
calling
the
him
corruption in cases like Karen Reed.
So what Scott doesn't seem to understand is, what did it accomplish when you clapped like a seal along with when Aiden did it, right? Like, that's the part that gets me when these people say shit like this. It's like, what is it accomplishing? Well, what did it accomplish when Aiden did it to Mrs. O'Keefe? Or Paul, what did it accomplish when he did it to someone he didn't like, or someone who could expose his really shitty, bad, and life-changing behavior? Nothing. But you didn't say anything then. You only want to say something when people fire back at him. Don't blame the people for their reaction, okay? Blame the person who caused the reaction on purpose. Like, come the fuck on. Oh, it feels amazing. I'm loving it. I said that. It's got padding on it, so unlike my other chair, it's super fucking comfortable. My butt is not going numb, and I have a large butt, so if my butt's going numb, I get a problem. This one is all like leather. It's hard. This one, it's leather, but it's not hard. There's actually padding under there. Even not just in the armrest, but in the entire thing, the back of it, the bottom, like, it is super comfy. But it's like, you got to apply your same logic to Aiden himself. And when you're doing this, when you're going, well, it accomplishes nothing and everyone needs to stop. Were you telling him to stop when he incessantly did it and nobody was firing back? No, you just wanted him to keep doing it. Or you let him keep doing it without saying anything. And it's like, what did you think was going to happen? Eventually people are going to fire back, you know? Well, that's my point. Like, if you're all up in it saying shit too, bro, like, this whole, like, let's play, I'm everyone should stop game. It falls flat when you're A, in the middle of it, B, cheering it on, and C, not saying shit until people fire back at Aiden. Like, come the fuck on. People deserve to react to the bullshit, okay? They have a right to return fire to a man who has been firing upon shots fired against people for 10 years. At some point, the dam breaks and people fire back. People are now firing back. Don't blame the people for firing back. Blame the person who created the toxicity to the point where people have to fire back.
This case.
Like, come on, Scott.
I mean, I get the competition between channels.
It's not
and the back
okay,
and
you're
forth.
not getting it. It's not It's not about Okay, let me speak for myself here. It's not about fucking competition between channels. That's not what it's about, bro. It's about stopping a very harmful, toxic individual from being able to make any other victims. Some of these people don't seem to grasp. They don't seem to grasp that it's not just words online. Aiden goes far beyond just words online. He makes sure that you lose relationships, jobs, your family's torn apart, your life is a fucking mess. You can't pay your bills because he's having his minions call to get you fired. Like, this is life-changing shit simply because you didn't agree with him, right? Look at all the fire he's sending over to Brandy right now. For what? Because she won't condemn Meredith because he said so? I mean, imagine having the audacity to demand that someone condemn someone else because you said so. She can condemn or not condemn whoever the fuck she wants. Imagine thinking you have the control over people like that. The email that he sent Brandy saying that she needs to create unity. She needs to preach unity between Aiden and Karen to try to coax Karen into unity with him. All that's about is him making money. It has nothing to do with him really liking Karen or anything to do with actually caring. It's about him making money. That's it. And he lost a ton of it and a lot of people when he did this shit. You know, if it affected Scott's real life and the way that it affected other people, he wouldn't be saying this shit. Some of these people don't seem to grasp how bad it is, right? You're not grasping. You just think it's words online and everyone should just log off and it'll magically go away. If anybody heard that phone call with Meredith where she's bawling her eyes out and she's like, just leave me alone. And he's like, no, can't do that. She's like, I don't want to talk to you. And he's like, I don't care if you want to talk to me. Essentially saying, too bad, you're going to fucking talk to me because if you don't, I'm going to make your life a living hell, which is exactly what he did. He was threatening all sorts of shit and he did exactly what he was threatening. He's done that to many other people. Okay. He did it to Kara. He did it to Lindsay. He's done it to a multitude of other victims of his. Okay. This is the shit that he does behind closed doors. He will call, scream, yell, threaten. If you don't do what he wants or say what he wants on social media, he's going to burn your life to the ground. And it doesn't matter if it's true or not fucking true. Doesn't matter. He's going to say it anyway because he didn't get his way. And he didn't get his way. He's going to throw a tantrum like a child and try to turn everyone against you. It's what he fucking does. Let's stop pretending that's not what he does. Let's stop pretending it's something people can just log off from. I could log out right now. Does it stop affecting my real fucking life? No, it doesn't. Also, I have a responsibility to at least some of the people that came to me for help to help. And in the only way that I can, by trying to change the legislation, by working on legal shit behind the scenes to get his channels shut down, because it breaks terms of service basically every day to stop a very toxic, harmful human being from doing this to anyone else ever again. Does that take time? Yes. Are there going to be victims in the meantime? Yes. That's what disgusts me the most about it. Okay. And the fact that he pulls every little minion that he has, including Ethel Machado, you know, Willie the Marlboro Cowboy, Jimmy Crow Gillis Basement Bounce, and the rest of the idiots that just, you know, they got a lot to say about everyone else. Is what I find so funny. Jess forgets that she lives in her mother's house and pretends that it's hers. Will lives in his mother's basement. Jimmy lives in his mother's, but they have a lot to say about everyone else. People like us who are adulting. You can call me poor. You can say whatever you want. I've lived on my own since I was fucking 17. I pay all my own bills. Me and my husband pay our own bills. Okay. No matter how much money I make here, which isn't a lot, guess where it goes? Groceries, electric bill. It goes to my basic needs and necessities. I barely cover costs as is. And then I have to cover those costs it takes to running the channel. All the softwares I have to pay for monthly, all the light, all of the things put together, all of the editing software, all of the software I use to make the thumbnails and make sure that my channel's growing in some way, shape, or form. All that costs money, right? Aiden doesn't probably have a quarter of that because all he does is get on there and talk shit about people and lie, right? I guess if you lie, you don't really have to worry about any of that. But those of us that do and actually, you know, want to try to stop this fucking shit and want to help people, we don't just do that shit. What we do behind closed doors is try to help anyone we can that comes to us because it's about principle, right? I might not make money about the victims that I help, dude, but I would spend every day on the phone if I needed to for 6 or 8 hours with one of those people. If they needed to cry, vent, scream, yell, doesn't matter to me. If I'm helping them, I'm helping them. I don't have to make a penny. In the long run, what I'm doing is the right thing. It's not all about money. It's nice to make a living, abso-fucking-lutely. Some of us, it'll take a little longer. We're not willing to lie, sensationalize, you know, say shit for funsies, right? Like Ethel Machado and Willie the Marlboro Cowboy. But I mean, holy fucking shit, dude. If we keep doing what Scott here is doing, which is pretending that it's not as bad as it is and pretending it's some competition between channels, this isn't about a competition between channels. Nobody's competing except Aiden himself. He's the only one. See, I'm not that type of person. I would rather lift other people up with me. I don't want to compete with them. I want to lift them up too. You know, I don't want to compete. I want to lift them up. I don't need to. I'm me and they can be them. That's all that needs to happen. Right? Like that's it. The only person competing is Aiden and he's competing. It's way bigger than some weird YouTube channel competition. That's not it. And if you think that that's what it is, you're missing the entire fucking point and you're not paying attention.
But, you know, at the end of the day, that's not why we're out here. That's not why I'm out here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're assuming.
I don't think it's a competition thing. I think that you are who you are, right? And like I am who I am, and I wouldn't sit there and
he's just saying what
somebody
I
or
just
something.
said, basically.
You know what they did to James Jackson without apologizing.
That was
I wouldn't
horrible.
tell a cancer patient that I hope you die of cancer.
Also
I wouldn't
horrible.
call a woman that I help free and see you next Tuesday and sabotage fundraisers. Like this guy does a lot of wild shit, man. And I think guys like you who you know, sturdy in the movement, right? That sat strong for years, you know, if guys like you don't speak up and tell him,
thank you,
listen, you know, maybe it's you that has some issues too.
That's
and take some
right.
accountability, because it just seems like he could just walk around and do what he does because he has, you know, back to
He's
your
him.
what your words is competition. He has
Fucking
all
right.
the views and he has this, you know, more
Speaking of
subscribers
which,
or whatever, people just don't want to
if you
come
wanna
at him.
support the
And
channel,
and
these are
he
the
needs to
ways.
be held accountable for some
Or
shit
super
that he
chats, super
says,
sticker.
and he's
Memberships,
been
get your
saying a lot of
membership.
shit of late. And I don't think that helps the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, because him walking into that Kelsey Fitzsimmons case is
It hurts it. Let's be real.
everything that comes with him goes
Justice
with
for the
Kelsey, right?
silenced.
All the stuff he said.
All the
And
people he
what are we supposed to
silences
just have amnesia and act like
out
he
of
didn't
fear.
say all the things that he said in the last couple of months? And then
Yeah, no.
does it help Kelsey? If Kelsey turns around, doesn't want to do a show, or doesn't want to align with him, is he going to attack her next? Because he attacks everybody. He's even attacking the boots on the ground. So my thing is, the end of the day, Scotty, man, just a lot of things have been said, and I think everybody should be held accountable.
That's true.
That's all.
When I got your clown award on your show, was I happy about it? No.
No. Well,
but I get it.
it's only
You're doing a show. It's entertainment.
But at the end of the day,
I have thick skin, dude. I can take it.
Also, like they keep saying it's internet.
No.
The same way it's internet, we're on the internet in real life right
People's
now.
real
Like
life. It's not just the internet.
someone could just come by and do anything
life.
because they seen it on the internet. It comes back to real life. What you say on the internet is real life.
I can't disagree.
You can't. Because if
Unlike
you
what
said something
Pedro
now
said.
on the internet that was against the law, or put you in a crime, put you in the
Right,
in
they
the
can use
place of
it
a
against
crime,
you.
they can use it against you. So it is real. And I'm not saying that if you have an opinion about someone on the internet, you should go attack them. But when people are being straight disrespectful and trying their best to smear you and say the most wildest shit and spread lies, I think as your First Amendment, you have a right to, if you see them, you could go up and speak to them. And now there's backlash, right? Oh, Jay Brill went up to TB and talked to him. That's wrong. Well, then is it wrong for TB to go up to Jen McCabe? I mean, we can't have our cake and eat it too. You know what I mean?
That's right.
No, I mean that is what free speech is about, right?
Yeah.
Public speech in a public forum, public square, where you might have a disagreement with somebody. The idea of free speech, in my mind, is you can come out here and agree to disagree or agree, but unless you talk face to face with somebody, that's the only way you're going to accomplish anything. When you go on X and when you go on these channels and you create this back and forth, it snowballs and it gets out of hand, and people are insulting people, and it gets ridiculous.
No, you're right.
I'd rather talk like we're talking right now than the back and forth crap on a channel or on X.
Right.
We accomplish stuff. We might disagree with each other, but at least we're talking.
But you're also going to watch your words when you're in front of someone than behind the computer.
Exactly.
You're going to speak to them.
It's totally different when you're talking to somebody in person.
And that was my whole point, because he talks all this shit about me. Say that when I'm in your face with the
Say
camera.
it to your face.
He didn't.
Yeah,
He
but then
won't.
look what happens.
He
He goes
got it.
live, you're live, and now it's a back and forth for the audience.
He's not
But you
live.
two
He's
aren't
pretending to be
actually
live.
having a conversation.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Turn the
except
cameras
he's
off
not.
or something.
He's
Because
in the pit
you
with
get
all
right,
the rest
right
of
there.
them.
Aiden's
But
gonna
then-
go
and
live,
there's
big
no proof.
content.
He's gonna-
Everything right now,
But then there's no
unfortunately,
proof, because he's a liar. He's going to say
yeah.
it went this way and it went that way. You know what I'm saying?
That's
This is
right.
why I did it. So there's proof.
That's
Why
Here's the
couldn't
thing,
you answer
Scotty.
the question?
Here's the thing, Scotty. Even if you go
That's
behind the scenes with this guy, I went behind the scenes. I text
You
him.
try. It's not gonna
I
work.
try to talk to him,
Good
text him,
luck.
and you know what he does? He takes my text
He flips
messages
it.
and he puts them on the internet.
Yeah, he flips it.
Right.
It
Right?
doesn't
I
matter.
mean,
And only
so
portions of them.
so what are you gonna do? And then if I call him, he'll record me. So there's no way you can have a behind the scenes with that guy. So unfortunately, this is the type of measures you have to do. You have to confront him and see how he reacts then. And that's it. And that's the way he made it. He's just not he doesn't know how to work and play with others. And and hopefully when he goes to court, in these up and coming months, it doesn't go the other way for him. Because if it does, he's gonna have to learn to work and play with others when he hits Shirley Max. And
Right.
that's gonna be an issue for him, because this is what we're saying. Like, we would have no problem with talking behind the scenes with him or anybody else if it stops there. But and I know it's not gonna stop. So it just is what it is,
Yep.
unfortunately.
Facts.
And no one wants him to go to jail. Let's be clear. No one wishes jail on that dude.
Obviously, they try to shut him up because he was reporting against the corruption in the state.
No.
Yeah, but right now, Scotty, I
That's
hate to
his
say it,
narrative.
the guy that reported on the corruption in the state, right now.
I just want to point out that every person that says that came straight from Aiden's mouth. Oh, they just want to lock me up because I'm reporting on corruption in the state and the corrupt police that he calls weekly. You know, I'm telling you, the police now have to have a turtle protocol. That's why it's in my song. They have to have a turtle fucking protocol now, where they are like, initiate turtle protocol, and they just roll their eyes, tell him what he wants to hear to get him to fucking leave and go away. And then when he leaves, they laugh at him. Like, is this guy serious calling in a missing shoe? Like, what the, go to bed, go to fucking, and they actually did tell him to go to bed. I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. When he called in that missing shoe, they told him, we can't help you with that, sir. You might want to just go to sleep. Like, sleep it off, bud. All right? Like, what the fuck? That whole, oh, they're only trying to shut me up. They're trying to shut me up because I'm exposing corruption. That came out of Aiden's mouth. So at this point, if you're repeating it, if you're repeating that, that's what you're repeating. You have to stop and think about how brainwashed you have been. Yes, you have been brainwashed. If that is something you are repeating, well, they're just trying to shut up. It is a cult, and you have been brainwashed. Say that to yourself over and over and over until you realize that he said it so many times over and over and over to brainwash you into believing that was actually true. The problem with that is it's not true. Aiden is the corruption. He can bitch and whine and say the word corruption as much as he wants. When you're actively committing perjury, filing false reports, making up fake evidence to try to have people charged with crimes they didn't commit, you are the corruption. Okay? You, Aiden, you. So for Scott to be repeating this stuff, it really just tells me everything I need to know. You're still repeating the turtle mantras. And to be fair, it might seem reasonable, Shannon, but the problem with it is he's not reasonable because he's in the YouTube channels, in the chats, fucking clapping along like a seal. I mean, he just doesn't want to say what he said to Jay Brill privately, which was fuck Aiden on camera, because he's too afraid of what Aiden would say about him or do to him if he did. That's the problem that we have here. People are too afraid to stand up. Not I. Bring it the fuck on, you pussy ass bitch. To be fair, I made him look like the pussy ass bitch that he is on that Spaces that he joined a couple days ago, probably a week ago now, almost. He showed the world what a bitch he was. You want to talk to me? Every question I asked, he couldn't answer. Every time he lied or tried to gaslight or started to spin, I interjected. And that pissed him the fuck off. Well, Aiden, if you're going to make up these crazy rules, well, we should apply those rules to you too as well. He can't have that. He can't have his own rules applied to him, you guys. No, that doesn't work. That does not work. So he didn't want to talk. He only wanted to talk to Sparkly and Nina because he thought that he could manipulate them. He thought he could make them look silly. He thought he could dance around them and spin things and, you know, interject himself, talk over them, be like, yep, you're so smart. Yep, you're so intelligent. You're so bright. You're so amazingly beautiful, as an insult. That's what he does every time. Even if you try to talk to him on a show, that's all he does. He'll talk over you, mute you. And when you get traction, you're starting to talk about something, and he doesn't like the way it's sounding to his audience, that it's going to make him look silly, he starts talking over you or muting you or repeating the same thing over and over, like a little child putting their fingers in their ears going, la, 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 can't hear you, la, 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 can't hear you, because he does not want his audience to hear the truth that someone else is telling about him, because he knows it will hurt him. He knows that they will realize. And so he's got to do what a child does. Speak over you, keep talking, try to change the subject. The problem with that is he can't do that on someone else's Spaces. He can't mute everyone. He can try to talk over you. He can make insults, but the second he stops talking, someone else is going to start talking. And all it shows is that we know his patterns. So that if he starts saying something he doesn't want people to hear, he'll talk over you. He'll make some weird insult. All he could come up with that entire space was to call me Marlboro Red. That's it. That's all he could come up with. If I'm Marlboro Red, Willie is the Marlboro motherfucking cowboy. Once again. Okay? He's the goddamn Marlboro cowboy. I haven't smoked in 2 years. Also, never smoked a Marlboro a day in my life. I was born with this beautiful, amazing, raspy voice. I was born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline, I don't know, but I was born with this voice. Sorry, I didn't even start smoking Newports. Never smoked a Marlboro a day in my life until I was 21. So, you know, his stupid insults, whatever he can come up with off the top of his head as some sort of weird insult or some sort of weird gotcha, that's all he could come up with. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? It tells you the dude's got nothing at this point. He doesn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. He was so caught off guard that someone could stop him from spinning. Someone could catch his gaslighting. That's all he could come up with. His brain went into like stutter mode. He's like, throw an insult, say something insulting. First of all, even if I did still smoke, that's not an insult. What does that mean? What does that exactly mean? Does that mean something to me? I don't think it does, bud. Sorry. Sorry. See, again, when you don't know anything about someone that you attack, not a single thing, it's hard for you to actually attack with any sort of truth at all. You just got to make shit up to try to make it sound good. It's essentially all he does. The dude's never known a single actual thing about me. You want to know why? Because he never bothered, because everything is about Aiden. He doesn't bother to ask anybody else how is their life, how are they doing, you know, if he could set up a time to have lunch with them, to be friendly. No. How are their children? How are their families? How are those new curtains they bought? What, you know, how was the dinner that they made they were talking about? He doesn't remember a single thing someone talks to him about. Every conversation is about him. Always.
The guy that Jay Bro was talking to, he's corruption too. He's morally corrupt. He's morally corrupt. So we're reporting
morally
on corruption. This guy is morally corrupt. You know, you seen the reaction with Karen when she jumped on screen with you.
Oh yeah, he was shaking.
Right? She was crying. She was out of her mind when she seen you, right? This guy couldn't give her 2 months of grace, right? He just went straight at her and went nuts, and things came from it, right? Ray from Dallas came from it. All these different things, right? Now I get it. It didn't have much sticking power. Like I feel like we're so poisoned, right? This movement or whatever is so poisoned that we're like immune to the vile shit. But the fact is, it happened. And me, I'm not immune to it. Like it doesn't bother me, obviously, but I definitely know I remember what it felt like. And I'm always going to remind myself of what people say and what they said. I'm just not going to say, okay, last night this person called me a loser. He accused my friend of killing his girlfriend. Had Lindsay Katani up on a stream calling James Jackson red rum. All these different things he was saying to her.
No, I mean, I have to say, I never agreed with that stuff about James. You know, I hung out with James at the trials. I like James. You know what I mean? So I thought that was uncalled for.
But here's my thing: all we ever asked for was an apology, and they wouldn't give us an apology. Just apologize to James, man. I don't want the apology. I just wanted the apology for James. You guys accused him of doing something to his girl that I know for a fact from my friend that hurt him. That hurt him, man. Like that hurt our whole friendship. He was messed up.
I'm sure it did. You know what I mean? I'm sure it did.
So he wouldn't apologize, right? And all because of what? Oh, I was just trying to hurt you because of what happened with Karen and this and that. And people keep saying that we made this division in the movement. Karen is the one that decided to jump in the chat and say her piece. And she didn't think that everybody, and it wasn't even a big deal. People want to say, oh, she came on the JFK show. Not really. She jumped in the chat and said a couple of words and kept it moving. And
I remember that night. I was watching live.
Right? It's not a big deal. And then, you know, she came out on the stream with the cab and she spoke her piece about how she feels, you know, unsafe and how, you know, different things are happening in the civil case. I mean, no one gave her any grace, you know, and that's the only thing we did on this channel. We gave her some grace. That's all. And, you know, and things were said. I don't think an intervention like what he did, like let's have an intervention and just, you know, and then side with the McAlberts.
He needs an intervention.
Look at the McAlberts. They made this much money and you made no money because of this and because of that.
Of intervention.
Like it just doesn't even make sense of all the different things that was being said. If Karen and him have an issue, and here's the thing too, before the recording happened, Scotty, right? You know, she called him back 30 minutes after he recorded her and she said she was sorry. You know, at that point, he should have just deleted the recording. Like, you don't need a receipt if she's already saying she's sorry, right? So the point is, it's just some accountability. You can't keep walking around acting like you did no wrong. You know, that's all. That's all my take is.
Yeah, it sucks, but here we are.
Off a little bit.
Yeah, it is.
This hearing start yet? I usually
know.
watch it on Melanie.
Oh, God. Melanie Little. Lord save you.
Good old Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence is
What?
I'm gonna play a song, man, real quick.
All right.
Oh, God, don't.
Lawrence is
Nope,
What's going
don't do
on,
it.
people?
Don't do it.
And the reason why TB people even know about this case is because of tuberculosis. Well, tuberculosis announced that he was going to be there, right? Where's everybody at? Where's everybody at? Where are they? I don't see everybody. I see one man sitting there.
People.
I see one
Not
guy
even.
standing there.
Women.
His name is
Mostly.
Scotty McGinnis, who was being told that he was a tailgater. Where's everybody at? Where's the crowd? Were they there for tuberculosis or were they there for free Karen Reed back when it was in Dedham, Massachusetts? When we were there, were they there for Karen or were they there for Turtle Boy? Well, based on this right here, Turtle Boy announced for weeks that he was going to the Kelsey hearing. I don't see hundreds of people at the Kelsey hearing. I just don't. So why is he there? What type of awareness is he bringing other than content for his show?
He doesn't know how to do that. Sorry.
I reached out to you.
Praise you. God bless you, girl. Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
It was nice to meet you.
All right, great to have you guys
I should
here.
be talking to you soon too.
I'm sure you do.
About that Francis.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Brado, thank you for covering the Francis Gigalotti case too, my man.
You bet. Oh, he's my man. Yep, I know. We're gonna hold them accountable on that. I promise.
Gross.
And if everybody knows on this channel, we know about Francis Gigalotti. There's a lot of things going on with the Francis Gigalotti case that people don't know about. There's not only is there a civil situation going on, there is a criminal situation going on. Right? And people want to hold us and say things about us, right? And like hold us accountable to this fake delusion that they have. Oh, they don't ever talk about Francis Gigalotti anymore. When they came up with the body cams, they never said anything.
Maybe they're not ready.
You know, when they didn't charge them, they never said anything. Well, because we talked to the family. The family's mourning. It's only been 2 months.
Right, leave them
It only
alone.
happened in January that we got this news, right? And the body cameras just came out, and we have talked about it. But the way we want to talk about it and the way we've been talking about it is talking about it in a way that is presented the right way. Becca, Auntie, and the family. We want to talk to the family. We're not trying to exploit the family the way people try to say. The family wanted us to be involved. And that's the reason why we're not talking about it right now, because we don't want to exploit their pain. Because right now they're going through something, and for us talking about it and rubbing it in through the internet might cause them more damage than good. So we're falling back, but they want to
Until
say
they're ready.
that we're not doing our job. We are doing our job. We're waiting for the family to figure it out and come to us. Or when they decide to say, hey, you guys could talk about it in a deeper dive, and then we'll do it. But as of right now, they told us to back up a little bit, and that's what we're doing. But we don't have to tell everybody what we're doing every day of the week, because we already proved what we do. We went to the standouts. We asked questions. We raised the money. We got her on Howie Carr, Becca and her auntie, thanks to Young Jerks. Like, we did everything we possibly can, but no one else hitched on. The guy that you see in the courthouse today, Turtle Boy, did he do anything about Francis Gigalotti?
No.
He's talking about Kelsey because that's more his wheelhouse, right? A cop, right? A woman with no record, kind of lines up with the Karen Reed thing. It lines up perfectly, but Francis Gigalotti doesn't. Because Francis Gigalotti, he wears a tilted brim. He wears a flat brim. He listens to hip hop. He's from Haverhill. He's a hood booger. Is that the reason why he doesn't talk about Francis Gigalotti, who we seen on camera get killed by 7 police by the same DA that's pushing the narrative against Kelsey? The same DA? At the end of the day, it's the same DA, right? Why aren't we just talking about that? Now, we can't talk about that. Because why? JFK, James Jackson, Kevy Kev, Jay Brew, we were the ones talking about it first, and that's not good enough for you? You just want to squash it before it even gets any light because you need to have the full validation? This guy that you see, tuberculosis, the rat, He has no reason to be at the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing as far as trying to claim it and act like he's bringing any more awareness than
He's not. Than
already
anyone
got
else.
brought to it. There's no more people. There's not any more people, should I say, that are there than last time. And the case is doing fine in the court of law itself without him.
All right,
And
let's go
what
to
you're
the
seeing right there is a grift.
part.
You're seeing that right in front of
Yeah,
your eyes. You're seeing a guy that has no shame showing
He
up
has no shame,
when the
ever.
way he just told the 60-year-old woman,
clear.
Lisa, hey, I hope cancer kills you. And then he has the nerve to show up at the Kelsey hearing. Well, if you hope that
That's
Lisa
him.
dies of cancer, then you should, is it the same? Did you wish Kelsey to die from the bullet? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how you can wish death on someone with cancer.
He's just a shitty human being. All right, let's scan to where we popped in earlier and saw that fucking dude looking like he was gonna fight the other dude. Let's pop in and see like right before that, like right what we must have missed. This was after it, I'm guessing. Yep. All right, so this is the hearing. Oh yeah, that's where we. Oh, so JFK must have popped in there too, right when that happened, I guess.
You think you can block me, bro? Nah,
Short guy.
definitely not.
A little short guy. Yeah.
No, you're here for just.
A little short guy.
Well, I'm taller than you, bro. I'm taller than you.
Oh, Jesus.
Touch my phone, bro. I pushed his phone out of my face. Oh, that's that clown right here, bro. You're a clown.
Don't touch
Weirdo.
Don't touch his hand or nothing like that.
I ain't touching nobody.
You gotta stand on your tippy toes? He's gotta stand on his tippy toes, guys.
Ask him who he is. Ask him a question.
Who
Hey,
the
buddy, who
fuck
are
are
you?
Who are you, bro?
Hey, you in the flat
You a
hat.
journalist?
He is.
Who are you in the flat hat, man? When's the last time you went
Oh,
to
look at the
Planet
tall
Fitness?
guy.
It looks
That
like
happened. The other guy stood in front of him.
So long.
Oh, was it the dude that dressed as a minion? Are you sure?
He knows who I am, bro. He knows who I am. He don't want it with me, bro. He don't want it with me.
I feel like that guy looked different. Maybe it was. I don't know.
TB.
Maybe it is the guy that dressed as a minion.
Aiden Kearney.
The biggest witness intimidator right there.
I can't believe that he actually did an interview outside the courthouse. Like it has anything to do with him. Amazing to me.
Who the fuck are you? Oh, really? Yeah. Who the fuck am I? Yeah.
Who the fuck are you?
Fuck, you want to go around the clock? Go.
This is where
I'm
we
gonna hold your hand.
popped in.
We got a little tough guy. I got little man syndrome, bro.
I'm gonna hold your fucking hand.
What the fuck happened
Little
here?
fucking
You want to talk shit to this dude?
Little fucking pussy. Some fucking
Ooh,
go ahead.
He said the
Hit
P
me,
word.
fucker. Go ahead. I'm not gonna hit you. Tear you up. Okay, cool.
Oh, do you see that? Aiden's like, look at
Your
this
bro
over
don't
here.
want to be
Let me answer
respectful,
questions.
bro.
Look at this. Look at this over here.
This is what you got here, bro. This is what you got. Little man syndrome.
What is going on over there, man?
Bro, you needed 2 more feet to get taller than me, bro.
Sorry.
2 more feet.
You're not
2 more
tall
feet.
enough. The camera's over your head, shithead. Okay, cool.
Camera's over your head, shithead.
Yeah, I mean, really thinking about
You need another 2 feet, bro.
You need another 2
You're
feet.
trying.
Gotta
Maybe
grow.
the stilettos you had at home will help.
I'm dead. I can't.
Oh, Jesus.
This is what we popped in on earlier, and I'm like, what in the actual fuck happened?
I mean, just
Now we
trials,
know.
it's gonna be
Clown.
working with it.
He's a clown.
You are a clown. A clown.
I can't.
Yeah.
Aiden forgot to get his emergency wear so he doesn't shit himself.
Luckily, she's
We'll
not.
add that to the list of things to get him. Emergency underwear.
He's involved. It seems like the thing is not in that. He understood the issues. And
Aiden was shaking
the
like
fact
a
this case
leaf.
comes down to one spot. Put it, she could have done it herself or at Officer Newton. That's the only thing that really matters.
So it's a he said, she said in most deadly circumstances.
It's a he said, she said. Hey, no
Hey,
idiot.
good idea.
Who doesn't have body?
Let me pause that. You hear that guy? He's like, so basically what you're saying, Aiden, is it's a he said, she said situation. Yeah, see the problem with that. First of all, who the fuck interviews Aiden outside of someone else's hearing. I mean, let's be honest here. Who the fuck does that? That's weird as hell. That almost seems like it was set up ahead of time. Although there's no one there to see it happen, which is what Aiden wants, which is why, if you notice, he's not even looking at the interviewer. He never does. He moves his head side to side, round and round. He looks everywhere but in the face of the person who's actually talking to him. He never will look you in the eye when he's talking to you. He looks everywhere else. He's looking for other people to see if other people are watching him. He's looking for cops to see if they're going to creep up and arrest him. So he's looking for multiple things. Well, that's what Jay Bro was doing. I would have done the same thing. So Aiden couldn't even focus, right? Because he's being trolled, and not for nothing, but this is the shit Aiden does. This is exactly the shit Aiden does. And so he doesn't like it when it happens to him, you know? Like, why the fuck are you interviewing him? Like, first of all, that is clown-ass behavior to begin with, all right? Did you bring him with you, Aiden? Did he get out of the clown car with you? I'm just asking for a friend here, you know? Because who the fuck interviews him outside of someone else's? Like, what is there to interview? He tells you literally everything. He tells on himself, and the things that he doesn't tell on himself on, we tell you, right? So, I mean, unless you're a turtle rider, which clearly this person is, I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. Somebody says this is just a serve guy. Like, again, clown shit. It's just as bad as Melanie Little. Melanie Little, these people, like, bro, your eyes are open. You have ears, right? You have a brain. Clearly you're not using it. This man is a fucking stain on society. He is an oxygen thief, okay? And he is stealing our oxygen. I would like him to please stop thieving my oxygen, you know, stop thieving all of the people, all the decent people's oxygen, you know, because it's unfair. I don't like it. I don't like you thieving my oxygen, Aiden. You're a waste of fucking space and a stain on society. You belong stealing other people's oxygen in a jail, in a prison. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's part of her like channel or whatever the fuck that is. Because I don't know anyone else who'd be stupid enough to do this. This is cuckoo. This is cray cray. Who the fuck? Like, no. First of all, Aiden doesn't even give the common courtesy of looking at this guy. Okay, he can't focus because Jay Brill is pointing out very valid things. He forgot to bring his emergency underwear, so he's probably shitting himself. All right. Jay Brill did not hit a kid. A 15-year-old of one of the 6 turtle riders, all women, of course, Karen, Ethel, you know, all those people. Gladys, Ethel, Karen, brought their 15-year-old child with them and then allowed their 15-year-old child to get involved in this, which is just ridiculous. And the kid put the phone in Jay Brill's face like this. So he put his hand up, like, get your fucking phone out of my face. That's his personal bubble space. You're 15 and you don't know how to go into someone's personal bubble space. So he put his hand up. So she hit herself in her fucking face with the phone, which I didn't see happen. But even if she did do that, whose fault is that? Oh, that's hers for being in someone else's personal bubble space. They literally teach you that in fucking kindergarten. I mean, just saying. So, sorry, not sorry. He didn't hit a kid. No kid was hit or harmed. What the kid didn't do is, first of all, who the fuck brings their kid to this? And secondly, why would you ever allow your child to get involved in any of this at all? Just, I mean, why? Why would you do that? They went up to Jay Brill. I would never let my kid do that. That is someone else. Listen, first of all, you don't belong in Adult Matters. You're a fucking minor child. So if this is happening, I'm bringing my child into the car. Goodbye. We're leaving. Not letting my kid just stand there, and definitely not letting my kid walk up to another grown adult and stick a phone in that adult's face. I don't care if I don't like that adult. It's disrespectful as hell, and that's not what I'm teaching my children. Absolutely fucking not. Under no circumstances. So this whole spin that we saw happen, that we're seeing happening, oh, I assaulted a child. That did not happen. That literally did not happen. We've been watching it since it was live. I'm just replaying it now. That literally did not fucking happen. That is a bold-faced lie. Hey, Miss GNX. It is a bold-faced lie. That never happened. Okay? Never fucking happened. So all this spin that they put on Twitter where J-Real did not touch a child. The child almost touched him and put a phone directly in his face without any regard for not being in someone's personal bubble space, dude, okay? It's not a fucking thing. Don't do it to people. Teach your children better than that, folks. All right? Maybe don't bring your kid. Right, exactly. And Jabril said that at the time. He goes, well, where's the cops? If I magically assault, don't you think any of these people right here standing here would have seen? There was a whole group of people that walked, like, backed up away from Aiden. He had, like, 5 Turtle Rider, you know, middle to older women, like older than me. I'm 39. So I'd say that we're anywhere from, like, their mid-40s to early 70s women standing around him, making a circle as if they're going to save him. All right. Which was just bizarre in and itself. Ladies, okay? This man wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. If your house burned down, he would not use his platform to raise money to make sure that you had clothes on your back and a place to live. Some of us would do that, but he would not. Just know that. Okay? Just fucking know that. Because helping someone else means that money doesn't go to him. I have several times done that for people in the audience or people who have gotten to know something's happened, and we've, you know, given the information for people to help, right? Like that's what you should do as like a normal human being. He would never, unless it's going to benefit him. So these women who are standing there, these 5 or 6 turtle riders making this weird circle around him, make no mistake, ladies and non-gents, he doesn't give a fuck about you. He wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. He wouldn't help you if your house burned down. If you got some horrible medical condition, which I hope you never get, okay? Because my daughter has a rare condition, it's terminal. I have a lot of health issues myself. My sister needs to have brain surgery right after she gives birth any minute now. I don't wish that on anyone. But if you happen along that in life, this is not the man who would give 2 fucks about you. So while you're involving yourself in his drama and trying to shield him from his own actions, he doesn't even know your fucking name. Okay? He doesn't even know your name. Nor, by the way, does he give a fuck. Won't even look you in the eye to thank you. Just, I mean, take that mental note. Karens and Ethels and Gladyses. Okay? I mean, he runs to the police to protect him from words all the time, you know? It's crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy to me. But you're right, Jermaine. What kind of man needs women and children to protect him from words? Again, he's very uncomfortable. As we will see in a second here, he's very, very uncomfortable. Before I go forward, I'm going to remind you there is a bunch of different ways to support the channel, and hitting the like button is one of those. So if you haven't hit the like button and you just popped in, please hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. And if you're catching us when we're not live anymore, like after this is, you know, after I'm done and you're catching me on a replay or something, make sure to hit the like button as well and smash the subscribe button if you already didn't. If you want to do more, if you are, you know, like, hey, this is an independent channel, you know, they don't have sponsors or other channels. Like, I'm not Eden. I don't rely on other channels to support mine. I'm not Jess. I don't get 17 different sponsors and then I have to scream out their sponsored names. I'm happy to do sponsorships, but not in the way that Jess did. She did them dirty, right? Then they all pulled. They did not want to be involved in whatever it was that she was doing. And so she had sponsors for a quick 5 minutes. But nonetheless, I don't have sponsors because then they can't tell me what I can say and what I can't say. Okay? Nobody gets to tell me what I can say and what I can't say and what I can address and what I can't address. So that means that I'm totally independent. And what being totally independent means, I am at your mercy of whether you help support the channel by smashing the like button and hyping the video, which is free, or subscribing, which is free, or sharing it, which is free, or just being here, which is also free. Commenting in the chat, engaging in the conversation, it helps the algorithm. Or you feel to go a little further. Some people prefer to do the Amazon wish list. We have that where right now we have an old one and a new one. The new one has the 5 most important things on it. And then when something comes off, we put something else on it. The old one has a slew of different things on it. But right now we're doing the 5 most important things that we need for the place that we just moved into. And then there are the most direct routes, of course. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Chime, we have Revolut. Revolut's for out of country people mostly. It works here in the US as well, but it's their Cash App or Venmo. And the exchange rates are awesome on Revolut. They really should have me as a sponsor because I do love Revolut for people's for out of country. All different countries can send money to each other. It's amazing. If you have family members in another country, guys, and you often help each other, want to give each other coffee, birthday present, whatever, check out Revolut, because you'll be able to do that. It's like the Cash App and Venmo, but one that goes actually over country lines instead of just the United States. So that'd be fun for you guys to check out if you have like family or friends in other countries. It'll definitely help you out in that aspect. And like I said, the exchange rates are pretty damn good, better than PayPal. And then there are the normal routes for the channel itself. You know, you can get yourself a membership. You can gift memberships to other people. You can do a super chat or a super sticker. Although I do love those damn super stickers, the ones that move. Look at the little doggies. Oh my God, they're so cute. All right, back to our regular scheduled programming of Jabril clowning the fuck out of Aiden and Aiden, you know, not using his emergency underwear.
Sorry, on body cameras. No, presumption of innocence goes to the Senate.
Look at this attention. Look at this attention whore right here.
You know, didn't
I'm
he
a
call him
journalist.
Randy an attention whore?
Journalist.
Look at him.
He's a blogger. He ain't no journalist.
Oh boy. That's not good. Someone's using YBE's name. I would guess it's Valerie. That's what Valerie does. She loves doing dumbass shit like that. Using other people's names. She used Astro's name. She used MLF's name. You know.
You mean it's cult?
She's a clown like that.
Ain't no fan club. You got a cult.
Yep. It's a cult. It's absolutely a cult.
What's going on?
That's my favorite. I don't know.
Is that your boy, Aiden?
That's his boy. That's one boy right here. He thinks he's gonna protect him.
Boy.
That's his two fights are like he's two lights are fighting into him, bro.
Aww.
Two just got in his face hard, man. The other guy.
Yeah, he did.
Shout this out real quick. We have an anonymous $10 donation. It says, "Thank you for speaking out on TV." Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your donation. And I love this comment, right? Like, because I feel like people are too afraid to speak out. And this is why I do, is because I'm not afraid, number one. And number two, there's so many people that come to me that are afraid that I definitely love when I get to hear this specific thing from people when they're like, thank fucking God. Oh, thank you, Mamacita. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Yeah, I don't share government names, as she can tell you. I don't do, like, you know, some people share people's like first name. I'm not like, no, that just gives people a way to try to find you, harass you. Like, no, absolutely fucking not. Thank you, Ruthie. I know, I love that his new name is Superfan Blogger, but I'm still going to call him the Sewer Turtle. So he can be the Sewer Turtle Superfan Blogger.
He tried to block my camera. So, Aiden, you ain't gonna apologize to James, bro?
Free James Jackson.
You ain't gonna apologize, bro? Really?
I feel real bad for him.
Yeah. You're a clown, dude.
Yeah, I don't think she's here anymore.
What about your hearing on the 31st with Meredith?
I have a hearing with 31st.
Don't you? That's the word on the street.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What was the hearing for?
Yeah.
What's the hearing for? I didn't
You tell me.
know.
Does Brado know about how you wish death upon a cancer patient?
So shitty.
You don't know what I'm talking about? It's all over it. X, bro.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
That interview had nothing to do with her, did it? You're a clown, dude. You didn't talk about Kelsey in that interview because I'm out here waiting. I watched it on my phone.
You're doing camera things.
Yeah. You fucking clown, dude.
Okay. Guess we're doing.
Dude, that's the problem. You're not used to having a camera in your face.
So we have Jay.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Thank you, Ruthie, for becoming a member.
I ain't here to impress nobody. I ain't here to impress nobody. You don't have to worry about me.
Well, why didn't you come inside the courthouse? I'm just asking questions. Why are you
trying to be taller than me?
Why are you afraid to ask questions?
Don't put your camera so close to my
Why
face,
not?
Aiden.
What's the matter?
Don't put your
You seem
camera
like
so.
you're getting flustered, sir.
Dude, don't put your camera so close to my face. Respect. Don't put your camera in my face. You're a clown, dude. You're a kid. You're a kid. You're like a little kid,
Why are you
bro.
shaking? Why is he shaking?
You're a little baby. Why are you shaking, dude? Look at you shaking. Why are you so scared? You ain't used to having someone in your face. Are you, Aiden?
YBE's a member of our
Fucking
channel,
clown.
so we can
You're not used to it. It doesn't matter. I'm here now. That's what it comes down to. I'm here now, bro.
Where are you?
Where have you been? This is your first Kelsey hearing. This is your first Kelsey hearing. Where have you been? Thought it's a conflict. Thought it's a conflict.
What was that?
Thought it's a conflict of interest for you to be here.
Well, it kind of is because my opinion on the case will be biased.
Yeah.
You know, because my lawyer.
Just like you called Jigger a drug addict. Yeah.
Let me point out there was never a conflict of interest. Aiden's not a lawyer. He's not a fucking judge. He's an independent blogger. It's not even, I won't even say independent media. I'm independent media. He's not independent media. He's a fucking gossip columnist who writes his own gossip columns and fills them with lies. There's no conflict of interest. Just because his attorney represents someone else does not make it a conflict of interest to cover the case. As a journalist, you're supposed to put your biases aside for any story that you do, right? And come from an equal place. Your attorney representing someone else doesn't mean it's a conflict of interest. It was an excuse Aiden used to not cover certain cases. When he didn't want to cover it, he would be like, it's a conflict of interest. No, bro. All right. Like, I saw through that right away. And of course, I told people right away, like, here on the show, that's a fucking lie. He just doesn't want to cover the case because it doesn't benefit him. And so he uses that excuse because I saw people using it and they're like, well, he said it's a conflict of interest. I'm like, well, he's a big fucking liar. What conflict would he have? Just because it's his attorney doesn't make it a magic conflict. If he doesn't know the other person, what does his attorney have anything to do with anything? There's no conflict. There's no fucking rule that if your attorney has a case, you can't cover it. Right? Like, what the? It was an excuse. Oh, yeah. To be fair, Valerie does that, pretends to be other people all the fucking time because she's a pick-me bitch. And then you have her sort of little crew of weirdos that do that exact same thing. So it doesn't fucking shock me that some of these people do that shit. We will always be able to tell the right YBE because she's a member in my channel. So when you come here with her name, you're a fucking clown because guess what? People are members, their names come up a different color. Also, YBE uses her own picture. So there's that. Me and her have talked about this privately. So nice try though. I mean, it's cute. You can still watch, but we're just like not engaging with people who want to steal other people's identities like weirdos. Oh, it's got to be Ethel Machado or one of her minions, Oh, I saw them. I just wanted to see what else they were going to say. And I was literally writing them. I had the messages open to message YBE to have her pop in here, but she did on her own. So I didn't have to. Hi, Nina. Oh yeah. I'm like, there's a million fake me's too. It is what it is. Like, everybody knows who I am and where to find me. They should be able to tell the fake from the real, at this point, at least.
You call Jigger a drug addict. He died of drugs. You know who I'm talking about. The one you refused to take when I tried to send it to you.
You sent what to me?
About the Jigger case, that one who got killed by 7 cops. Well, it's a conflict of interest, right, Aiden?
Well, he's represented by Brado too, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. It's a conflict of interest because you said it was drugs that killed him, not the cops, right? You did? You didn't?
I did.
You didn't?
I don't remember saying
I'm pretty sure you did.
I'm
100% sure you did.
Yeah,
No, definitely not, bro. I'm not stupid. I know what I'm talking about.
I know you're very smart. You're a very smart guy. We got it.
I'm not the smartest. I'm definitely not the stupidest, bro. Keep putting your camera closer to my face, and I'm gonna smack it out of your face.
You're gonna smack it out of my face.
If you keep putting your camera closer to my face, and there's gonna be problems. You're a clown.
Are you intimidated by a kid?
I'm definitely not. I'm here, right? I ain't intimidated by nothing, and you can't even intimidate me. You can't. Why? Why are you sticking up for Ray for Dallas, bro? Why are you sticking up for him? Huh? Ray from Dallas. Why are you protecting him? Huh? He's definitely. Allegedly.
Where's the charge?
Soon to come, but that's besides the point. Why haven't you spoke on the polygraph?
What's up?
Why haven't you spoke on the polygraph? Definitely not fake.
It's fake.
Definitely not fake. No, you didn't.
It's run by a witch doctor.
Okay.
It's fake.
Just someone that wouldn't talk to you, that hung up on you, bro. Because you're a blogger. You're not a journalist. You're not a journalist. You stole that award, bro. You stole that award, bro. You're a fucking... I'm mad. You're shaking, dude. I'm mad. You're shaking.
Why are you shaking for, man? Why are you shaking for? Why are you shaking? Look at you. You're a handsome bastard, huh?
Go home. James, go home.
So I was pointing this out earlier, but a lot of you are just popping in now. There's a couple hundred of you watching on X. See, I don't get why most people watch on X. I would love for some of you who are on X to come over here to YouTube. I feel like at this point I should just stream on YouTube, but at the same time, I want people who don't have YouTube or who don't feel like using YouTube to be able to watch on X, but I wish some of you would come over here. Because when you have like over 400 people watching, and most of them are watching from X, when I scroll to look, I'm like, why? I just don't understand why. But nonetheless, I like to see people engage in the chat. That's one of my favorite things to do is see people engaging in the chat with each other. I mean, I know you guys are, but more people. And I know some people are at work, some people can't, some people don't like to. I get it. I understand it. But what I was just about to point out is Aiden's way of trying to deal with someone he doesn't want to hear what they have to say is doing exactly what he's doing now. Some of you popped in, some of you heard this earlier when I said it, but he loves to talk over you. And then if you say something like, Aiden, why are you shaking so bad? He'll wait like 2 minutes and then try to say that same thing to you to try to dupe his audience into believing that you're actually shaking, right? It's clear as day when you watch him do it, but his audience falls for it, So it's fucking weird. But here he goes, like being like, no, you're shaking. And then Jabril points out, like, dude, you look like a fucking clown. And then he starts to try to say the thing about what Jabril looks like. And it's like, dude, all you can do is throw the same. It's like being a mimic, right? Like, I'm drinking coffee. And then you just mimic back to me, I'm drinking coffee. Like, that's what he does to try to make it look like he said it first and he's like clowning on you when you've already clowned him. It doesn't have the same effect when you see the shit that he does. And Jabril points out a lot of really valid things. Aiden doesn't have an answer for any of them in the same way that he had no answers for me, Nina, right? When we were on that Spaces, he couldn't answer a single fucking thing I said. And every time he tried to gaslight and every time he tried to twist, I would interject and say something, which is why eventually he was like, you know what, I'm not talking to you. I won't talk to you. I'm going to leave. He said, like a big baby, I'm going to leave, Sparkly, if you don't mute her. I'm just going to leave. And then I had to interject and be like, then leave. Nobody actually cares if you were here. Sparkly said you were like asking to get up. She asked if we should let her, if we were okay with her letting him up. And we said, fuck yeah, let's do it. Screw it. Let him up. Who gives a shit? I'm ready. Right? Because nobody's afraid of you. You're a baby back bitch. And you got sand in your vagina, But nonetheless, he was like, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave if you don't mute her. Well, Aiden, you can't mute me without muting the entire Spaces, you fucking idiot. But he knew that, right? And so I had to tell him, sir, then leave. No, nothing's keeping you here. We're not going to be like, okay, we're going to throw Elise out so that Aiden can keep, that's not going to happen. And Sparkly had to tell him, like, okay, we're not doing that. That's not going to happen. Nobody cares if you're here, Aiden. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gave an actual fuck. It was great for entertainment purposes, but nobody cared. And then I had to break the really bad news that every narcissist hates. And I had to tell him 3 times in a row. I said, sir, you have no control here. Narcissists do not like hearing that. You control nothing here. You have no control here. 0 control here. Sorry, not sorry, but you're controlling absolutely nothing. We don't give a fuck if you leave. Bye. Bye. He thought that was going to be his way around having to deal with me. Unfortunately for him, that is not how it went.
You are a clown.
And also, he has to point out that Kelsey not only didn't acknowledge her, but he walked over to talk, and she just politely sort of listened. And you could see the side of her face, and you could see her like looking out the side, sort of like, somebody help me. And then eventually she kind of turned around, like looking for someone to like, please help me. Someone help me get this fucking dude away from me. And then people sort of closed the circle and stood in front of Aiden. And it's only then that he took the social cue to fucking leave, that nobody really wanted him there, right? What he really wanted to do was get in front of the camera and pretend that he's nicey with Kelsey. So he went over there, made a big laugh, got in front of the camera, leaned in, said something, smiled. Like, he needed to give his audience the look that he was important there, that they gave a fuck, and they were so happy. They must have been so happy to have Farwell there, when in reality they were just politely, nodding along, and Kelsey's looking around for help, like, someone fucking help me, get this dude the hell away from me, like, get him away from me. Yeah, Aiden needed to speak to the class. Your Honor, Your Honor, he raised his hand. Your Honor, I've lost my shoe. I need you to direct the police in Southie at B1 or B2 or whichever one it is. I need you to tell them to find my shoe at Meredith's. They have not found my missing shoe, Your Honor, and I would like an order immediately. You're out of line. Want my missing fucking shoe.
Hey, you're a clown.
Brill, go home.
I ain't going nowhere.
Brill, go home.
What's the
Jay
matter?
Brill, go home.
What's the matter?
Jay Brill, go home. Oh, you're so mad.
Look at the dick nose. We made you a banana hammock, Aiden, for your dick nose. Let me show you. We made a banana hammock for your dick nose. Don't worry. I'm working on getting the Marlboro Cowboy up and running, okay? Don't worry. Don't you worry. But in the meantime, we did get a banana hammock for your dick nose. Makes you look more like Big Bird in a way. But I mean, hey, it's my gift to you, so you can cover that thing the fuck up, man. I mean, do something with that thing. Here's your banana hammock for your dick nose, sir. Please accept it. Please accept. We'll even put little turtles on it if you want. They might be puking and they might be in the sewer, but we'll put little turtles on it for you and your dick nose, no problem. It's just a nice gift. I want to give you that nice gift. I mean, can't I want to give you a nice gift? And it comes with chapstick for your chapped ass and emergency underwear because I guess you shit yourself today. So I think you might need emergency underwear. I'm just saying.
So mad.
I'm not mad.
It's
This ain't
real,
mad.
man.
This ain't mad. This ain't mad at all, bro. You're a clown.
You're an angry elf. You're an angry elf.
Dude, I'm far from angry, bro.
How many times
You
has
don't know angry. Angry is you, bro,
just
when you
repeats
get
that to
talked
someone
shit to, because you know the truth hurts you, bro.
Those are big words.
The truth don't hurt me. The truth hurts. I'm
Aiden
far from
Kearney.
white trash.
Aiden Kearney.
Understand, Big Bird.
Aiden Kearney.
I'm far from trash.
Aiden Kearney.
I'm being a journalist. I'm being a journalist. The same thing he does. I'm being a journalist. Free speech, right? Free speech, right? Well, you got your little force and it's free speech. He can go question people and call them murderers at a fucking sporting event, but I can't be here. No, I'm not. It's the truth. It's the truth. You can do it, but no one else could. You can do it, but no one else could.
You couldn't do that.
Oh, Jay Brill, go home. Trying to get me out of here, right? But I ain't going nowhere, bro. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I'm not claiming to be stuff, but I'm not a bitch. That's for damn sure. Come on, Aiden. Be a man, bro. Be a man.
Hold on.
Be a man. You're a
He doesn't
clown.
know how to do that. He's pretending
Why
someone
don't you answer the
important is
question? When
calling.
are you going to apologize to James Jackson?
I spoke with James Jackson. He's my friend.
Yeah, he is. But you still talk shit about him.
Okay, cool.
But you still talk shit about him.
James, no, it's my homie.
You're a clown, bro.
Uh-huh.
You're a clown.
My job.
You're a clown. Dude.
I let him talk. I'm like,
You're a clown. Yeah. It's JFK. No, it's JFK. It's Randy. Randy.
Randall. We're gonna call him.
Randy.
Hey, Shirley Burnett, nice to see you.
You hate your video of you crying on the floor. You got trapped in a house. Come on, dude. You know what you did. You know everything you did.
Like a little
You're trying
girl.
to make it a play by design, bro.
He
You're trying to make
deserves
it. When she
nobody-
comes out, I'll respect that. When
Nobody
she comes
joined.
out, I'll respect that. Who, you? Like, embarrassed? Like,
Hey,
what, for doing what he does, being a journalist? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to him.
I saw the picture and I was like, that poor girl.
Don't matter. I'm an independent journalist, just like anyone else could be, right?
Damn picture,
I have a
clearly.
part-time. I have a
She just
part-time.
politely did it to be polite.
Yeah, and I take the day out of work to do my second job. Thank you very much. Because I could do that.
I wish she had said no too.
Ratchet.
I would've done
This is the
in
only
court
ratchet
if I
one
was
that you
Kelsey. I'd be like,
terrorized.
please back away,
That's the
sir.
only ratchets here.
Take your
I'm
Hepatitis
far
legs
from
somewhere
jealous.
else.
I'm far. I don't.
Away.
Making money off of begging for money, dude? Like begging for money? Talking shit about people to
No,
make
he
money?
gives
Come
them.
on, I
He
can
doesn't
do that
give
all
them the option
day.
to
I can
donate
do
if
it
they
all day
want,
if
we
I
do.
wanted to. If I wanted to, but I don't do that. I spit facts.
See, that's the thing. The way that Aiden does it is he demands that everybody help pay his legal bills because he can't afford that, right? He needs all the help. Except the problem with that is he could have paid that 300 grand or almost 400 grand that he's made at this point. Could have paid it all himself. He's buying a house. How do you ask people to pay over 300 grand, almost 400 grand in legal expenses, but then buy a house? I mean, that is a slap in the face to every single person that ever put a single fucking penny into that legal defense account. You should not be able to afford to buy a house if you're asking people to pay for your legal defense fund, in which 99% of it 99.999% of it is all of his own fucking doing. Why should anyone pay for his own bad behavior? Okay? Why? Why? I already played this earlier, so you can also go back and see my like reaction when we first saw it, because we kind of walked into it accidentally on purpose. Went to go see if JFK had because Jay Brill was there, the interview afterwards with Kelsey, and we popped in and two dudes were like looking like they were ready to fight, and I was like, what the heck's going on here? What did we just walk into? I think JFK made that point, right? Like, eventually, if Kelsey doesn't do what he wants, he's going to trash her too. So why are you even there, Aiden? You're just there to cause a fucking problem, right? Like, that's all you're there for. He's asking people to pay his legal defense fund so that he doesn't have to pay it. Not because he can't pay it, but so he doesn't have to pay it. So that he can just spend all of his money on himself. And again, he calls himself frugal, but from every ex-girlfriend that I know, and I know 3 of them, he's a cheap fuck. Not even pay for dates. Like, what? You fucking clown. I mean, look at the way he's dressed. I feel like, that 70s show called They Want Their Fucking Clothes Back, Sir. Like, what are we doing here? Somebody asked earlier, like, ask him what kind of box dye he used. I mean, he clearly dyes his grays. I mean, that's, abundantly clear and obvious. I mean, the actual fuck. Like, thank you, by the way, LTG earlier for that $10 donation, and thank you to Grave. All right, back to the funny.
That's why I'm Jason Brill. Facts. Fact finder. Thank you.
Jason Brill.
Thank you.
Bitch.
Yep. People like you is why there's all this corruption around.
Where's the Karen circle? We need to see the Karen circle again.
Yeah, because you stick up for corrupted ass people like this. Far from filthy mouth. Filthy mouth. Do you hear me calling women see you next Tuesday?
Ooh, agrees.
Come on, dude. Come on. Enough with that. It doesn't matter where I smoke cigarettes. It doesn't matter where I smoke cigarettes.
He's always got something to say about cigarettes. Like, sir, again, the only thing he could say to me is, okay, Marlboro Red. That was his only comeback to me. Again, mind you, I haven't smoked in 2 years. I have a vape. I have not smoked a cigarette in 2 years, and also I didn't smoke Marlboros. I smoked Newports. But nonetheless, like, that's all he could think of to say to me. Meanwhile, Cowboy Marlboro Man Willie smokes a cigarette like every 10 seconds, and he's got nothing to say to Jimmy, Will, his besties, his bro homios, right? He's got nothing to say to them about smoking cigarettes. He only wants to say, mind you, 90% of the people that support Aiden go and they're outside smoking a cigarette, because that's what normal people do when you smoke, is you smoke outside, right? But he's always got something to say about anyone else he doesn't like when it comes to a cigarette, which is so funny to me because I don't smoke weed. And again, I have no problem with anybody who does. To each his own, man. Like, fuck, if it calms you down. Some people do edibles to sleep. Some people do it. Like, it doesn't matter why. But he smokes weed, right? And if you want to really dig into like the information, smoking weed is actually worse than smoking cigarettes. So it's funny to me that he has anything to say to anybody about smoking. It rings so fucking empty because he's saying it just to be like a dick. The problem with that is do you know what the percentage is of people who smoke? Like, he's just ostracizing half of his own audience. So imagine every time he has something to say about someone who smokes, the people in his audience feel weird who smoke. They're like, oh, I'm never going to tell him I smoke. Or I don't want to be around him and smoke. Right? Who gives a fuck? Who smokes? Like, sir, do we need to remind you? Okay? Let's remind everybody about who the turtle is. All right? Let's remind everyone real quick. He has to talk shit. Mind you, he's shaking like a leaf, and his extracurricular activities, okay, include calling the police a few times a week, missing shoes and all, trying to make false charges against people to the point where the police station probably has a turtle protocol at this point, as we have said, where they have to be like, initiate turtle protocol. They yup him to death, and then when he leaves, they laugh their asses off and probably piss themselves laughing at how fucking stupid he is. And his other extracurricular activities look something like this.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
What was that, Aiden? What'd you say? What was that again?
Can you you please go back? Can you please go back?
Yeah, I hear you, bud. I hear you. The problem with this, you're going. I'm sorry. You know, I don't want to break it to you, but you're going. Yeah, the Glera. He's the Marlboro Cowboy now. You know, you got Ethel fucking Machado and the Marlboro Cowboy. Because if you want to call me Marlboro Red and I've never spoken to Marlboro a day in my life and I haven't spoken in 2 years, then fuck, Will is definitely the Marlboro Cowboy in this scenario. Shit.
He's getting
You
protected.
gotta grow a little bit too, girl. You ain't about that life.
Oh my God, you're right. At the same clothes.
Wait a second. You don't like the cameras in his face. It's a whole different story when it's on him.
Ask him if he goes to prison, he's going to be scared of the hood boogers.
When you go to prison, are you going to be scared of the hood boogers in there? Because you're going to be surrounded by them, boy.
No, he's gonna do.
Can you please go
He walked that thin line, bro.
You got 9 cases.
You got 9 cases on you, bro.
In PC.
Well, I hope you do. For your case, I hope you do. But the law-wise, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it, bro.
Yeah, no, he's.
Can you articulate what I did that's illegal, sir? Yeah, can you?
He threatened people, first of all.
Aiden, your fucking face is illegal, okay? It should be against the goddamn Geneva Convention, all right? You want to know what's illegal? Your whole fucking existence. Your face is fucking illegal.
A lot of people, it don't matter who. I'm not talking shit. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not sticking up with them. I know Karen Reed didn't hit them. I know Karen Reed didn't hit John. I know Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe. Yeah, of course they did, but it's not the point. Why can't I ask questions to you with all your little people saying I'm harassing you and all this other shit? It's not the right place, right? It's not the right place, but you went to a sporting event. So what makes it different? What makes it different? The First
Amendment stops existing.
Okay.
While sports are being.
Okay, so the First Amendment stops existing when I'm in front of a courthouse at a hearing, right? It's the wrong place, right? Yeah.
You're right, Lisa. It never gets old for me either.
It's only good for Aiden Carney.
It's the funniest thing on the planet because this man pretends that he's so fucking tough when in real life, like everyone else has said before, he can't do anything without a camera in his hand. He can't say something with his whole chest. He can only say it behind a screen, right? He won't say it in real life. Instead, he'll look down like he's doing now and kind of shuffle his feet around and hope that these middle-aged to elderly women save him. Save me from Jabril and my missing shoe. Save me from Meredith. Save me from my ex-wife. Save me from Leah and Kate. Save me, everyone. Save me. I'm so afraid. I mean, again, this man has went into court on multiple occasions and actually told a judge that he was afraid of multiple women. Sir, if he's afraid of multiple women, I don't think Bubba's going to be kind to him. All right? We'll send you soap on a rope, bud. Don't drop it.
It's the only time it's good is when Aiden Carney, the cult leader, approves it.
Hey, why did he forgive a girl that accused him of rape and put him in jail?
Why'd you forgive that girl that put you in jail for rape? Whoa. Why would you do that? Someone said you raped them and you forgive them, bro.
Yeah, why'd you forgive her?
Why? Because she's on your side?
Why are these Karens even surrounding? Like, how are you not embarrassed to be anywhere near this dude? All right? How? He smells like fucking broken dreams and sewers. Like, why? Why in the world would you want to be next to a man who smells like broken dreams and fucking sewers? I don't get it.
Again? Come on, dude.
She put you in jail for 60 days. Why'd you forgive her?
Let a girl put me in jail for anything, never mind rape. You think I'm going to forgive her? Hell no. But she claimed he raped her and he still fucking forgave her. This clown, right there. I didn't. Someone did and he forgave that somebody. Someone did and he forgave that somebody.
I'm sorry, Bruno.
Someone did and he forgave that somebody. That was the question. Listen to the question before you talk crap.
Coward clowns. Blair, you're the only clown.
You go away. I'm exercising my First Amendment right. Cover your face.
You should have came to the courthouse, bro. You make all the money. You should have came to the courthouse to help Kelsey out.
I've been covering Kelsey's case. Where's he been? Oh, we did? Oh, we did? Oh, we did? Okay. Okay. Show the receipts. Show the receipts. Because I talked to Kelsey behind the scenes. Yeah. Yeah. You go back and watch my interview.
I can't help it. He's a fucking. Oh,
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
The Glera, get out my chat, buddy. You looking for attention, Glera?
The Glera was looking for attention in JFK's chat.
In the wrong place.
The Marlboro Cowboy needed help, bro. So he jumped into JFK's chat to like run his fucking out the side of his neck. Like, sir, stop it. Stop it right now. All right. Everyone has your number, sir. 1-800 nozzle. Please go fucking somewhere else with yourself. Like, he needed the attention. Aiden was at court. He wasn't answering his phone. Glera's fifis were hurt. His fifis were hurt. He needed to jump on JFK and put a comment in, hoping, praying JFK would put it on the screen. Tough guys taunting someone on bail. You know what's real tough? Is running your fucking cum catcher all over line, and then you can't back it up with a single thing but looking at your feet and your hand shaking with your phone in it. Whether he's on bail or not is his own fucking problem and his own fault. He taunts everyone on planet Earth. So you think because he's on bail, he gets a what? A pass. See, that's not the way it works, sir. It's not the way it works. You don't get a pass because your dumbass was stupid enough to be a criminal and get caught. The fuck's wrong with you? Stop it. I mean, I know if logic was not your strong suit. We know this already, Glera. All right. I mean, Marlboro Cowboy. I mean, Willie. I mean, Safo. I mean, whatever the fuck your name is. Plumber Joe. All right. We don't actually care what your name is, like The Rock said. Nobody fucking cares, okay? But this is funny. Like, this is the kind of attention you needed. You poor thing. You poor thing. Don't worry. Aiden will call you later and bitch all about it and give you a new narrative to spin tonight. Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Attention, buddy.
What was
Is that?
that?
What you doing, Glera?
What did you just call me? What did you just call me? The wigger?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a racist
Nice.
bitch. You're a racist bitch, and I'm not 50 yet, girl. Get it twisted. Yeah, I'm 100. You see, that's what these people are. They're racist.
Don't worry.
Last week I got called the N-word. This week I get called the wigger. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Shop it.
Yeah,
Clubber
I
and
got a
actually
life.
dragged
I got a
down.
life. I got a life. It's a very good one, too.
Imagine getting dragged by the internet and then also your dog, whose name is Clubber. You got dragged and clubbed, bro. That sucks.
Don't get it twisted, girl.
Hey. Ask him if he curates racist traits. in
You
his chat.
curate racism, too? You curate racism, too? I definitely know what it means. I know what it means. I don't have to define anything. But here's the whole point. You
asked me a word. You go.
You curate racism, don't you?
And I go, can you define?
You curate racism, don't you? I'm not going to define it. I know what it means. I don't have to define it. You're not my teacher. You're not my teacher, and I'm not in school.
If I was your teacher, you'd have an.
Bro, a girl beat you for your job, bro.
It's like
a girl beat you for your job because you suck at coaching. I came here 10 minutes away. I came here for Kelsey. I'm not all the way. What did you come all the way here for? Come all the way here for? I live here. I'm from Lawrence, so nice try. Nice try. Yeah, ghetto. Yeah. Fucking racist. All of them are racist.
Cared about
racist cult.
being on
Racist cult members.
Cancer. Ask him about the cancer again. Why did he tell that woman Lisa, who's 60, hopes she dies of cancer?
What about telling that woman that you hope she dies of cancer, bro? Why are you telling a 60-year-old woman you hope they die of cancer? He's definitely not scared. I'm here for support, Kelsey. Yes, I am. When she comes out, I'll be quiet. Don't worry. Yep, then it's on her. Don't worry. Until then, like I did earlier, when I have respect. When her and her attorney came, I shut up. I definitely did, and you'll see the same thing. I don't have no respect for this dude, though.
I don't got no respect, yo. No respect.
Oh,
you got no respect, dog.
You gotta talk like that. Ask him to talk like that.
I don't have to define curate, yo.
What?
I just be asking it about
ask him
Curry.
if he's going to talk like that when he goes to Shirley Max.
Whatever my dog Randall tell me to say.
You're gonna talk like that when you go to Shirley Max?
Say words. I'll say the words. I don't
You're gonna talk like that in Shirley?
what the words are.
Talk like that in Shirley?
You know what them words
Why
are
was
saying.
You're gonna talk like that in Shirley?
Because you ain't my teacher, dog.
You're gonna talk like that in Shirley?
Talking about
That's you wrong, bro. You're gonna be a PC.
So,
PC.
dogs.
You're gonna be a PC.
Yo, James Jackson likes me more than you.
I don't care. I don't care. What you say?
I'm gonna steal James Jackson.
Go ahead. I want to.
He's my friend now.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
I treat him with respect.
Yeah.
Like you guys.
Respect.
Yeah, no, you said he was a murderer.
Respect. You told him he killed his girlfriend, dude. What respect is that?
You jumped him on the Randall totem pole.
You
and Kevin Kev jumped him because he has thoughts of his own. But you
told him he killed his girlfriend, dude. What type of dude is that?
I think Randall likes you.
That's the problem. You try to put fear into people to turn everybody, but you.
I'm right here. Tell him I'm right here. I'm right here listening. I'm right here.
Don't worry about what I do.
Is he giving you anything?
Don't worry about what I do.
You ain't giving me Randall. You're cracking in that shit.
Is Galera or anyone of them making money off you giving you money?
That's why
your boy Galera's gonna turn on you soon, bro.
Let's do the work for free. Randall, give him a super chat. He comes on every day.
I don't need money for this. This is what I like doing, bro. I don't need money for this.
Hey, J, bro.
I get paid. I get paid. I work for my paycheck, and I don't need to get paid for this. But I love doing it, bro. I love doing it.
You're a free lady.
I love doing it. I make my money. That's not. Why are you worried about what's in my pocket, bro? Why are you worried about what's in other people's pockets? Why are you worried about what's in other people's pockets?
Give this man some money.
Why are you worried about what's in other people's pockets?
He's stealing it, man. He's stealing all the money, man. Randall's stealing all the money. Hey, J, bro. Hey, Kevin,
He's a clown, bro. He's a clown. Little does he know.
All he's doing right now is literally repeating what he actually thinks, which is any content creator that isn't him that other people are going to, it's stealing money from him. That's actually what he believes. So the man tells on himself more than anyone I've ever seen. The projection level on Aiden is something I have never seen before. I have dealt with a lot of people like Aiden doing advocacy work, and I had an abuser. I know exactly how they operate. But the level of projection and telling on himself when he accuses other people of shit is something I have never seen before. It's every single time. You can bet. There are text messages that prove, by the way, all of that, all of what I just said. He thinks any other creator that people like, including the people that he supposedly likes, right? They're taking money from him. He can't share, right? He's not good with others. He can't play in the sandbox well, right? He wants you to get out of his fucking sandbox. And as a matter of fact, the sand that you took that came from your shoe stepping out, he wants that back too. All right. He wants it back too. And as I just said in my little thing here is with Aiden, every time a new fact shows up, the goalpost like packs their fucking bags and moves across the goddamn country. Like he doesn't know what a fact is if it punched him directly in his dick nose. Just saying. He wouldn't fucking know one. He really wouldn't. His hairline isn't hairlining anymore. That's why he used the box tie this morning, Miss GNX, I wonder what the name on that box tie was. Was it gaslighting for men? Is that the color he used? Gaslighting for men. Cover your graves with gaslighting for men. Made by Turtle Boy.
Little does he know.
You don't know nothing, buddy. You don't know nothing, buddy.
You don't know shit.
Nothing.
Why'd you forgive Lindsay? Why'd you forgive Lindsay, man?
Why'd you forgive Lindsay, bro?
Why'd I curate her?
Why'd you forgive her, bro? He said you raped her. She put you in jail, dude. She put you in jail and you forgave her, bro. Why?
Why'd you put her on a live stream with James Jackson and she called him a murderer?
Why did you?
Why'd you do that? That's some clown shit, bro.
It is definitely clown shit. Why would you do that, Aiden? Why would you do that? Why would you put Lindsay on the phone? Why would you put Lindsay on with James Jackson? I'm trying to have him shit on it. Shit on him.
Huh? We're here for Kelsey. We're here for Kelsey. How do you think the hearing? How do you feel the hearing?
I think the hearing went well. I'm not answering the question.
Sorry. My bad. Hold on. You get up to Shirley Max, you said.
How do you feel the hearing went today? Do you think it went well for Kelsey? What was your favorite part of the hearing today? What did you find most interesting?
You're gonna enjoy PC?
What did you find most interesting about?
You're gonna enjoy
What did you
PC.
find most interesting?
You're not
Well, how can
questioning
you
me.
come inside the courthouse?
You're not questioning me.
So
I watched the whole hearing. I watched the whole
you're
hearing.
trying to curate the
I
instance.
watched the whole hearing.
What was your favorite part? What was your
You're like
favorite
a
part?
little kid, bro.
What was your favorite part?
This is what little kids do.
Nervous.
This is what little
It's like a
kids
whole
do.
group of people back there who want
Jason,
nothing to do with him or this.
Jason,
You're getting nervous.
Jason,
Moving around. You're
Dude, I don't fear nobody, bro. I ain't afraid of nobody. I'm here by myself, and you got all these people with you, right? I ain't afraid of anybody,
Some of
bro.
those people are like, no,
You got all these people. Oh, come, my little phone numbers, come down and support me. Come down and support my grift.
help him.
I'm a little rat. Kevin Kev's at his job, bro. Nice try.
How come you're not there?
Because I came here to choose. I chose to take the day out of work to question your ass.
Oh, you're not doing anything. You're
I
just
definitely am.
You're asking words.
I definitely am.
He's asking words. You're asking words.
Bro, you call me Jason.
Does he hear himself? You're asking words, he said to Jabril. Jabril's like, I'm asking you questions. He's like, you're asking words. Aiden, do you even know what words are at this point, or is your brain just stuck on duh? I mean, look at him. He's still looking around. Like, he's literally looking for Silverados. Like, I'm not joking. When I say that, I'm not even being facetious. This motherfucker is constantly looking for the cop to show up and arrest him because he is extremely paranoid that they're going to show up and arrest him somewhere he is. No one I know, including myself, is ever worried that the cops are going to show up and arrest him. Why? Oh, that's right, because we didn't commit a bunch of crimes that we still haven't been charged with yet. The only person who's constantly peeping out their windows like a fucking crackhead on meth as well as crack is you, Aiden. Okay? The only person constantly looking behind them and around them, waiting to be arrested any day now and find their missing fucking shoe is you, sir. Is you. You say a lot of words that you don't really mean much. He just talks over people. That's it. And he hopes that you get frustrated enough to walk away. When that didn't work on me in Spaces the other day, he didn't know what to do with himself. So eventually he just fucking bounced. When he couldn't get his way and he couldn't control anything, and he made himself look like a buffoon with me, he had no choice but to leave. What else is he going to do? He's not going to answer my questions. And every time he gaslights, I'm going to stop him. Every time he tries to twist things, I'm going to stop him, which I did. So at that point, he threw the tantrum. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to talk to you, or I'm going to leave. He assumed somebody would be like, all right, Elise, stop talking so he doesn't leave. And instead, I was like, yeah, nobody cares if you leave, sir. Bye. You were here for the fucking entertainment. We got the entertainment. You can go now. Nobody fucking cares what you have to say. We know you're a bold-faced liar. You're never going to tell the truth. You can't tell the truth about whether you went fucking pee 5 minutes ago, bro. You contradict yourself in the same goddamn paragraph. It goes over your turtle douches' heads. They just buy it, hook, line, and sinker. But guess what happens eventually? And eventually, you go after someone they care about, or someone they respect, or someone they like. And when they realize that you lied, because they'll probably know by then that you're lying, right? Because they know that person. Then they take a step back. And when they take a step back, kind of like Jen Altman did, they can't unsee it. What you see, you cannot unsee. It operates like a cult. I mean, look. Again, extracurricular activities of the turtle include.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
He's so tough. You know, he's told multiple judges he's afraid of women. He's afraid of women. I'm afraid they're going to harm me, Your Honor. He told the court, like an actual fucking idiot. First of all, he represented himself, went into court, and then put on a court record that he is afraid and needs the order extended because Kate incited people against him by saying where he was, by putting his phone number on the internet. By the way, that phone number has been on the internet 10 years, and this clown in 10 years has not changed his fucking number. It's been all over the internet long before Kate ever forgot to redact something. And he still hasn't changed it. What does that tell you? Like, come on now. He's not afraid of anyone. He uses it as like a thing that he thinks like she's going to shut up. But she still has a First Amendment right to talk about you, whether you like it or not. Not to you, but about you. And it doesn't scream, I'm afraid of someone when you use 50 fake accounts to interact with them online. I'm just saying. Just saying. Just saying. I don't know. It disappeared. It also packed its bags and moved across the country. His hairline did. You know, it was too close to listening to his fucking mouthpiece. And so at that point, it was like, I'm fucking out of here, sir. Bye. That receding hairline got its own area code at this point. All right. I thought my ass had its own area code, that it needed 2 cars to bring it somewhere. That receding hairline got its own area code. It was like, peace, I'm out, motherfucker. That was that before or after he used the new box dye, gaslighting for men?
Create.
Jay
That's what
Brillo,
you do, bro. You present it.
Jay Brillo had
In your presentation, you talk racist shit, brother.
Bro, that's very
Jay, oh, he's so mad. He's
That's
so mad.
very great. You gotta come up with something better than that, bro. You gotta come up with something better than that.
Yeah.
Maybe I've been out here for maybe I've been out here for 3 hours.
It's like
maybe I've been out here for 3 hours waiting for you.
Cobweb is swimming.
You're a fucking.
What is with that saliva? Is that
there ain't no saliva in my mouth.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
You'll see. It's like little things every time you open your mouth. What's up with that?
Yeah.
You're supposed to send you to the dentist, sir.
Yeah,
I don't need it.
You don't need it.
Why don't you go to the brain doctor? No, that's the brain doctor. But you're a clown.
I know. I only had a brain. I should go see the Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz.
What?
Do what JFK tells you.
Yeah.
What did he tell you to do?
How many Adderall you
do what Randall. Oh, Randall gave you the script, huh? Randall gave you the script. Do what your buddy. Do what your boss tells you to do. Do what your boss tells you.
Boy, bro.
Oh, no, that's your boss, bro.
I mean, it's sad, right? Like, Jay Brill's already pointed out a million times he's a cult leader who tells people what to do. What does he do? Can't come up with his own, like, insult or quick-witted line. He just repeats it. Like, oh, do what your boss told you to do. So funny. Do what your boss told you to do. And he thinks he's so funny. Look at him. Do what your boss told you to do. Bro, stop it. I can't. Realistically. Again, put that fucking dick nose away, bro. Nobody wants to look at that thing. I mean, that thing's out of here. It's gonna blast off into outer space, right off your fucking face, with your hairline.
Come on, yours, bitch. Yours, bitch. Come on, Jay Bro. We know free Jay Bro. We freed James Jackson. Now we gotta free you. We gotta free you because Randall is using you, man. Free. You need a union.
You know all about using people.
You need a union.
You know all about using people.
Sure does.
You know all about using people.
Why are you shaking for? Why is
Why
he
are
shaking?
you
Yeah, bro. Why are you nervous? What are you shaking for? Look at it. Look.
Shaking.
You got the little.
Come on.
Shaking.
Look at him. Look at him. Oh, bro, getting flustered. He's getting flustered. He's getting mad. He's getting super mad.
Stop on that camera.
Oh, we better stop. What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna do nothing.
No, you're not. That's exactly
what you want. I'm gonna give you that satisfaction, bro. You ain't getting no charges on me.
You're gonna do nothing.
Because you're a rat.
You're a
rat. I'm trying to whoop your ass.
Bro.
But you're a rat.
Anyway.
You're a rat. You're a straight rat.
He's getting mad. JFK, tell him what to say, Randall. Tell him what to say.
Because you know what? The internet goes to the real world. The real world. We're in the real world. We're not on the internet no more. We're not in the internet no more. We're on the real life ground, dude. This ain't internet no more, bro.
This ain't no internet.
You're a clown.
Randall.
You're a clown.
Give him the script.
You're a clown. You are like 15 years old. You better get out of my face. You are 15 years old. Get out of my face. I moved that camera. You shouldn't be all up in my face. You shouldn't be all up in my face.
Why?
You should not have your 15-year-old hair.
Yeah, no shit.
I put my hand up so she didn't. That's it. I did not touch her. Just like he hit me earlier.
That's him waiting for other people's reaction. He can't even simply talk, right? He's looking around to see how people react to what he says. And what's so funny to me about it is these clowns, these idiots, right? Jay Brill says something, Aiden just repeats it. He waits about 2 minutes, then repeats the same thing back, and these idiots laugh like it's funny. Do you guys not realize he can't even come up with his own material? It's the same recycled shit over and over and over. Literally. It's exactly what he does. He uses it as a shield. When he feels uncomfortable, he puts the phone out. I highly doubt he was recording anything. I think he uses it as a game. Look at it, guys. Look at it. I mean, come on. He can't, again, he always, and you'll forever notice this now that I pointed it out. If you ever see an interview with him, he cannot just look at the interviewer if he is in public. He's looking all around. If someone walks up to have a conversation with him, oh, hey, how are you, blah, blah, blah. He won't even look that person in the face. He's looking behind them, off to the side of them. He can't do it. He simply cannot do it. You know? Every fucking live stream the dude has is he pretends like it's breaking news, and at the end it's like a group therapy session. Like, I feel like they should in the end it's like one big trauma dump of lies, you know? She didn't post pics of him and Kelly. Well, he did that on purpose, Grammy Charles. He did that on purpose. That wasn't on purpose. That was to make people believe that he is closer to her than he is. She took that picture to be polite because he asked for it, guaranteed. She didn't just say, hey, let's take a picture. He asked for it. And imagine asking someone for a fucking picture right before their trial just because you're that much of a narcissist that you want to post it immediately on Twitter to give the look that you're closer to her than you are. I mean, what? What the fuck? I mean, I'll give him one thing. His perceived confidence is pretty impressive, but the accuracy and the facts, still trying to catch up. Still trying to fucking catch up. Winnie is a rat. Ratterall. Hashtag Ratterall. I mean, again, we're talking about someone who has no self-awareness. The dude debates like someone who declared themselves the winner before the conversation ever started. Like, that's what we're dealing with. The level of delusion is there, guys. Like, it's there. The volume goes up, the evidence goes down. He thinks the louder he is, the more right he is. The problem with that is he's not right. He's wrong. He's just loud. He's a liar and he's a fake and a con man, but he's loud about it. So therefore, that means he's the best in his eyes. If he can just be louder, he can drown out all other sound, all the actual facts, everything that's real. Yeah, he is going to need that confidence for surely, Max, you know? He is. I mean, again, this isn't someone who just moves the goalpost every time it's not good for him. He, like, relocates the entire fucking stadium. Fuck the goalposts. He's like, you know what? I've moved the goalpost so far now, I'm going to have to relocate this entire motherfucking stadium. He needs to be banned from all of the sports complexes in Massachusetts. We don't want you, sir, okay? We denounce you. Massachusetts no longer wants you. Please leave. You fucking oxygen thief. I will forever say he's a fucking oxygen thief. He's stealing my goddamn oxygen.
I didn't hit no one. I didn't hit no one. If I hit her, call the cops. Call the cops. If I hit her, call the cops. Call the cops right here. Call the cops right here. Call the cops. You like it?
He's so mad. He's so mad.
I'm not worried about nothing you
down here. Send the caveman down.
Nothing you could
Randall, you gotta get
nothing you could do.
this, bro.
Nothing,
Randall, it's not going well for you, man.
If I touch her, call the cops. If I touch you, why ain't the cops called yet? If I touched her, call the cops.
Why are you touching little girls?
I didn't touch no little girl. I blocked her phone. I blocked her phone. Call it. Call it. Call it. Yup. Oh, yup. Go ahead, cry. 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 Yup. Cry. I put my hand up so her phone didn't come close to me. That's right. I did not assault nobody, sir. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't assault nobody.
All sides. You got tons of.
Yeah. I didn't assault nobody.
Down here to hit
I didn't assault nobody. Look at the camera. She put her camera in my face and I went like this. I put my hand like that and I touched her phone. That's it. I didn't touch her.
He's got to go with that narrative, though, because he already looks like a buffoon, so he needs something else to cover that up, right?
I called him because I didn't assault nobody. I didn't assault nobody.
That means you assaulted somebody.
I did not assault anybody. I did not assault anybody. Yeah. Until she comes out, I'm going to still do what I do. Yeah. What do you do for work? You're standing here doing nothing, making a fool. Yeah.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
How fucking sad it is.
Yeah. I'm here for Kelsey. Just so happens
To be
there's an
fair,
extra
I would've flattened him
extra
already.
gift that I got.
Jabril has the patience of a saint.
I
don't
didn't
have
come
this
here.
kind of
Where was
patience.
he in Salem, Mass? Where was he in Salem, Mass? I was there. Oh, I got an interview. And I shook Kelsey's hand. She didn't shake his hand, did she?
No, he had to beg for a photo. Please, Kelsey, take this photo with me. I can
Take it
post
easy,
on
bro.
Twitter.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
I'm good. Yeah.
Right.
That's not
the real
Aiden.
cult leader
That's not
is
Aiden.
standing right in front of you. Come on, stop it. You guys
There's
sound
only one
fucking
master. That's the
stupid.
cult master right there.
It's a puppet master, bro. He uses fear
Yeah.
and coercive control, which is abuse, by the way. Let's throw that out there. He is a fucking clown.
Fucking clowns.
And Jabril says fucking clown. He is a clown. And he brought all these people in his fucking idiotic clown car with him. How many idiots can you stuff in one clown car?
I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about nothing.
Again, Jabril's there by himself, right? Like Aiden hides behind these people, and when he can't anymore, he runs into his lawyer. See how the people
Those women
disperse?
out
There's
on
no more circle
disability
around him
only
anymore.
came there to promote TB. That's what he did with Karen.
See?
Exactly. Same shit.
TB only gets brave if his cult is there.
That's right.
JFK smiling ear to ear the whole time. In the words of JFK himself, this is what you curated, clown.
It is.
Here we go. The old Pats is dead.
This is what
You guys are taking,
all of
you guys
it.
are taking this shit too serious.
So
She
now
wants
that
to
the
put her
circle
phone in someone's
dispersed,
face and she's crying.
Yeah,
Well,
but you know,
that's life.
she's a young girl, man. You know,
irrelevant. Teach your 15-year-old to not stick a phone in someone's face and then not cry about it if they put their hand up to get your fucking phone out of their face. My 16-year-old damn well knows better than that. Nor would she ever be in a place like that with the possibility that that fucking clown could show up, right? Just throw that out there. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know why you would bring your goddamn children there. That's crazy to me. You know? Aiden is the cult master. He uses fear, control, and manipulation to everyone. He has to control everything around him. And if he cannot, he uses threats and coercive control to do it. It's that simple. It's not hard, right? Yeah, apparently they are, you know. This one hides in his shell quite a bit. He just really screams and gets loud when he doesn't want to hear what you have to say or he doesn't want to answer any questions. He just screams over and over and says random shit that makes no sense. That's what he does, you know? It just is. That's who he is. That was my comment. You know, this is what we're dealing with, folks, okay? Jay's there by himself. As soon as that circle left, as you notice, see? Circle's gone. There's no more circle protecting him. He scrammed off like the little rat that he is and crawled back to his attorney. Mr. Bradle, I need you to save me. And that's when he ran in there, tried to get a picture with Kelsey. Kelsey, will you please take this picture with me? And what did he do with it? He didn't save it. He posted it immediately to Twitter. Why? Well, he needed to give the perception. And the perception, yes, ma'am, in my comfy new chair. Mm-hmm. It is so comfortable, girl. I thank you so much. It is so comfortable. Like it has padding. My old one did not. This one is super. My butt's not numb. My back doesn't hurt. I love it. It's amazing. I mean, I wish that Ethel Machado would have went. If Ethel Machado would have went, that would have been fucking amazing. His flippers don't work. Oh, man. I mean, I'm just saying that would have been hilarious watching Jess scream and yell some more. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know why you would ever, sorry, my kid knows better than that. I would never allow my child to get involved in any adult argument, disagreement, nothing. No, absolutely not. The second that would have started happening, even if I wanted to hear what happened, I am taking my child and I'm leaving. Why did you even bring your kid there? It's weird. Why? Also, it's a school day. I'm confused. Why would you do that? Just saying. It's weird. It's weirdo behavior. So worth it, girl. Listen, I love it so much. My old one's over here sitting kind of lonely. Don't worry, Bessie. We still like you, Still like you. Just not as much as we like this padding. It's not making my butt go numb and my back hurt anymore. Next is a rug that goes underneath this thing, so I stopped sliding backwards. I think I heard Jay Brill say something along those lines. I don't even know who the fuck that is, other than arguing with her one singular time about something she had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. So you can't call yourself a law girl even if you're not an attorney, if you actually don't fucking actually know the law. It's probably not a proper name for you, okay? You have to actually know the law if you're going to call yourself that, okay? Homeschooled by your mom? Okay, well, homeschooling, I didn't know homeschooling now is teaching your child to get involved in adult arguments by sticking a phone in adult grown man's face. Because if that's part of homeschooling now, we got a fucking problem, Houston. You know? We got a motherfucking problem, Houston. Right? Is that your homeschool field trip now? I mean, that's a bogus field trip. If I was homeschooled, I would not be happy that would be my fucking field trip. You know? Just saying. It's a wonderful thing to teach your child, you know? I'm sorry. I apologize. For everybody earlier who said that I made them fall on the floor or pee themselves laughing, I humbly apologize. It's not my intent. Sometimes I cannot be responsible for the things that fly out of my face hole. I cannot, okay? I cannot. So you get extra credit. Well, essentially, choose pieces, right? You're kind of teaching her how to be a fucking bully. So when you see people going back and forth, your immediate reaction is to stick your phone in their face. Also, you're a minor child. You shouldn't be anywhere near getting into any of that as a minor child. Like, what? I don't give a fuck if you were 17. That's still a minor child. You are not an adult in this country until the age of 18. And until then, you are a child. Period. End of story. You're a minor child. To do it to a grown man is even more absurd. Never mind to do it to another woman. Like, do you think mom's a Karen? Do you think mom's a Karen? Do you think she's like worse than Ethel Machado? Or you think she's like Gladys? Or is she just like a basic Karen? Because I feel like some of these ladies, like, they need a purpose. Ladies, let me tell you, there are plenty of purposes out there. Supporting the turtle is not one of them. That man destroys innocent people's lives with lies so he can hide his own really deplorable, disgusting criminal behavior. His abuse, his coercive control. He harms innocent human beings for that. Just so you know. So don't cry when he does it to you. He doesn't even know any of your names. Okay? Just so you know. And again, he would not piss on you if you were on fire. If your house burned down, he's not going to do a fundraiser for you. No matter how many times you make a circle around him. No matter how many times you show up outside. He's looking for recognition, a pat on the back. Constantly. He needs constant validation. If he cannot get that, he will throw a tantrum. You know? Yeah, Jay Bro's a tall guy. He's a big guy. You know? He's taller than me, that's for damn sure. You know? It's amazing that a 15-year-old would do that. And like, what? I mean, why didn't you pull your kid right out of there anyway? Common sense would say, like, whoa, 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 you're not doing, no. No. Exactly. That's my point. Like, he hates women. I don't know what they don't get. 90% of the people that donate to that man's channel and support him are women. That is terrifying. That is terrifying. Ladies, there are plenty of women that you can support. You don't have to support me because I know, God forbid, anybody say anything about the turtle and actually point out what he's actually doing, because that's like bad. You don't like that. And like, I'm the devil, right? Because he told you so. Well, I can tell you that there have been people who were very close to Aiden, and I mean very close, who then realized that he was a lying piece of human garbage and came and apologized to me, right? So when you figure it out, I'll be here when you figure it out. But please stop embarrassing yourselves, okay? Stop fucking embarrassing yourselves for the love of God, all right? Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Aiden would throw Jess under that bus if it made saving himself. He'll throw everyone under the bus to save himself. Will, Jimmy, Jess, all of them. Every last one of them. His family, if he had to. If it was to save himself, abso-freaking-lutely. I mean, come on. He was ready to throw Nurse Kim under the bus. Had no problem with her being steamrolled as long as it wasn't him, right? You know? He would never do the same for any of these people. Not ever. Not ever. Oh, I'm sure he is a gentleman. I mean, he has more patience than I do. To be fair, I would have wiped Aiden down by now. All back and forth on that promenade. Just saying. He's got the patience of a saint. I don't have that kind of patience in real life. No, I do not. Sorry. I don't have patience for fucking stupidity. I'll take one for the team. Because that, no, can't do it. Sorry. Not a thing. No, he's intimidated by women because we're more intelligent. We're smarter. We see through him. Obviously, some people don't. But that is why he hates women so much. He hates women because we eventually figure out, if you haven't figured it out immediately, who exactly he is. It's quicker for us. And that is a problem for him. You know, that's a serious problem. They're looking for a place to belong, in my opinion, Lisa. I've seen this happen. A lot of these people are looking for a place to belong, you know, unfortunately. It's sad. It's really sad. I think she was meaning what I was saying for the wow. I don't think she meant you. It's unfortunate. They're looking for some place to belong. Unfortunately, that's not it. You're not ever going to do something good there. What you're contributing to is something very bad that's harming innocent people, simply so he can get out of doing his bad deeds and criminal behavior. You know, that's who he is, folks.
She shouldn't be here, then. She shouldn't be here.
Yeah, but still.
My kids are where they're supposed to be. Not here. Not here. And my kids are older. They're not here.
Yeah.
Why am I going to put my kids out here? Why am I going to put my kids out here with you vile ass people? So you could dox my kids too? Get the fuck out of here.
He's right. They would.
Dirty pants, dirty jacket? I don't look dirty, girl. Sorry. Sorry. Do I look dirty? Dirty pants, dirty jacket? Dirty pants, dirty jacket?
Nope.
Yeah.
Again, they
dirty
just say
pants,
shit.
$200 shoes? What do you got?
They just say shit. That's like their go-to, is to just say shit.
I don't give a fuck what you got. But you don't. Look at those sneakers. Look at those sneakers. Yeah.
He
yeah.
said that.
Right.
Did you hear him say that? I had to back it up to hear. Oh my
They're
god.
clowns. People are funny, bro.
No, they don't like when you ask them questions. They're the ones
They
that get
don't
over
like questions being asked, but they want to ask questions. Same shit. I'm asking questions. I'm
what
here.
he said, and I wasn't sure, right? I thought I caught him say, Nan give him money, but I thought he said man, but somebody just confirmed it for me. Why the fuck would Nan give money to you, Aiden? Like, no. I think she's better spent her money on people who aren't shitty human beings, just saying. I mean, she spent enough trying to help some of you fucking buffoons that just spit in her face afterwards. Couldn't even give her the self-respect and kindness of saying thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Like, do you guys not? I am extremely grateful for every person that supports my channel. Okay? They don't have to. Nobody has to donate. Nobody has to get a membership. Nobody has to super chat, super sticker, PayPal, Cash App, buy something on my. Nobody has to do that. In order for my channel to survive, it has to happen, but nobody has to, right? For every person that does, I am extremely grateful. Aiden expects it. Will expects it. Jess expects it. What? I want to know a single thing any of those fucking people have ever done for another human being without making something off of it. I would love to know. Because I know what I do, right? And so do the people who I have helped. What the fuck has a single one of them ever done for someone else just to make their day brighter? I don't need to list the things that I've done. The people that I do them for, no, right? Like, to make someone's day is one of my favorite things to do. To let them know they're not alone and like they're thought about and like that, you know, there needs to be more people on planet Earth like that. But like, that makes my heart happy. Doing for other people makes my heart happy. It's just something that has always been something that I've loved to do. And what better way to do it with the knowledge that I have? If I can help someone with the knowledge that I have, then I'm going to do it every single time. I don't need to get paid for that, right? Like, again, volunteer advocacy, almost 20 years. I've never been paid to do it. And people always are like, but you're so good at what you do. You should probably get paid to do that. You need to start a company. My answer is going to always be the same, which is the people that I help cannot afford to pay me. They're on the lower end of the spectrum of income. And so am I. I wouldn't be able to afford an advocate's company. There's no fucking way in hell I'd be able to afford that on top of all the other bills. No one else can either. At least not in my state, not in Massachusetts, one of the most expensive places in the entire country to live. So I find it funny he makes these comments like that. Instead of having any gratefulness towards what Nan gave him and his channel, right? He throws digs at her instead. Why? Because she doesn't support your bad behavior anymore? Because she decided that, holy shit, I wasn't seeing the full picture. Now I see the full picture and he's not a good person. So because she doesn't support you anymore, now it's time to track. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Once you figure out who he is and you no longer support him and his shit behavior when you learn what's happening behind the scenes, he has no problem trashing you into oblivion. He has no gratefulness that you supported him to begin with. If somebody chooses not to support my channel anymore, I'm still grateful for when they did. They didn't have to, right? He doesn't extend that because he thinks, well, people have to give it to him. They should give it to him because, you know, not having gratitude towards any of that. Why would you have gratitude? That's what normal people do. And there is nothing normal about that fucking amphibian.
You know?
Yes, sir. Walk away.
You can't, Javid. Come on, man. Come on, man. You're better than this, Miss Jen. I mean, better than what? He's asking questions out there, and he got attacked by a bunch of people.
Oh, okay. So
you know what I'm saying?
I got this. All right. So I'm looking. I got. I'm gonna read it. Nan posted on X. She said, I'm often reminded by a small few that I was a clout-seeking hag and outsider on the Karen Reed matter, that I somehow, quote, showed up for attention and friends because my personal life as an old lady in my 40s was so lacking in the New York metro area. I had to go make fetch happen in Massachusetts. I love that you said fetch. Those who actually took the time to know me know that's untrue. I was blessed to meet many beautiful souls on my visits, and I treasure our connections. You know who you are. I also had some really deep discussions with a small few about people's true motivations and dark sides. One of the most passionate free Karen Reed supporters I met on my journey was Brandy. She and her sweet husband showed me nothing but respect, guidance, information, and support. Brandy made me laugh and cry and genuinely feel good about being a part of something we all believed in. She and I even disagreed on a subject, talked it out, and continued to show an openness and respect towards one another thereafter. I will always consider her a dear friend. I admire her ability to stay strong in the face of adversity. She also keenly understands that Karen Reed civil matters are critical opportunity to get real answers on looming questions, justice for and accountability for our own community, which I'm merely a guest in from time to time. We also agree that all the senseless, abusive conduct going on just needs to stop, plain and simple. Brandy is not and never was a tailgater. She is one of the good ones. I love that because Aiden is sending his attack crew, right, against Brandy. And even though me and Brandy might not agree on the case, that's not fucking okay. It's just simply not okay. This is what he does when you no longer support his bad behavior, is send the minions and incite the harassment after you. And that's what he's doing to her right now. The same shit I went through. It's gut-wrenching. It's disgusting. And what he's essentially trying to do is tear down your brand, tear down your channel, affect your livelihood, which he always does somehow, some way, right? I mean, I'm still trying to crawl out of that and what he did to me. I'm still trying to crawl out of it, and I shouldn't have to, right? Shouldn't have to crawl out of a mound of lies. Shouldn't have to crawl out a mound of deception. You shouldn't have to. No one should have to. You can't prove you didn't do something that you didn't do, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, thank you, Panda, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. You can't. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, that's exactly what I feel like is happening, Lisa, right? No matter how horrible some people are making excuses. And yeah, it's a lot of women making excuses for him. It's like, dude, you guys, he doesn't give a fuck about any of you. He doesn't. I want 10 of them to email him. See if he answers. Email him about something mundane, just telling him about something you saw today. And see if you get more than one line that just says thanks or okay. See if you try to carry on a conversation or talk to him in any real manner. Will he actually respond? As a matter of fact, criticize something small, then see what happens. I would love to see any of you do that, and they won't. You want to know why? Because they know exactly what happens when you don't agree or criticize with them. That's why they don't do it, right? They're just not honest about it. That's the difference. Start being honest with yourselves and everyone else about why you refuse to disagree or criticize with Aiden in any way and why you keep making excuses for him. Please, for the love of God, save yourself the aggravation.
So it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Ray from Dallas, sexually assault 10-year-old boy, and the Glare loves Ray.
Oh boy.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Right, that little girl's crying over there right now, but she was high-fiving everybody when she put her camera in my face.
See, I mean,
I didn't
that's
see
And
what
then she
happened.
turned on the kids.
not okay.
What happened? What allegedly happened?
No, she called my name and I looked over. She had her camera in my face, so I put my hand like that to block her camera. Oh, you hit her! You hit her! Come on, dude. I didn't hit nobody. I put my hand up so she won't be all up in my fucking ear with her phone.
Yeah. It happens, man.
And now she's over there crying. Oh, he hit me. Turn on the waterworks.
Let's see, what else do we got here? This part. Oh, this is when
You
they
know, I
came
can't
out.
hear him anyway.
Couldn't hear a word he was saying.
All the money. You're drying all the money up. That's why you're in this chat, because your audience is TB's audience. You don't have your own audience, man.
Yeah.
Go live on Tuesdays, Glera. Go live on Saturday nights when he goes live. Do it at the same time as him.
Well,
can't, because you share his audience.
Yep.
And you're drying up all the money. You're drying up all the money, ain't you, Glera? You won't even come down for a
These girls gonna try to protect them again.
and you
These
won't
girls
even
gonna
come
try
down
to protect them.
and you won't even come down from a Kelsey hearing. You can't even jump a flight to come check out Kelsey. What are you doing?
not.
You
Doesn't
hide
benefit
because
him.
that would be work, right, Glera? That would
Yes,
be
it
work.
would be.
You wear that B hat every night. That would be
Ugh,
work. You would have
look,
to.
Like, bro,
You would have to.
please stop wearing a Boston hat, Will. Okay, Marlboro Cowboy. We do not claim you. We do not like you. We do not want you here in Boston. For the love of God, stop pretending that Boston likes you. We fucking don't. We're embarrassed that you come here. Please never come again. Signed all of Boston.
To come down, jump on a plane.
Oh,
You would
absolutely.
have to walk in, be around
He
all
wants
these
the next
people.
cash
All
cow.
these
That's what
people
he's
that
looking
you
for.
that you.
I guarantee you'll see him around in some cases that have any publicity looking for his next cash cow. The problem with that is Aiden can't cover cases. He knows nothing about the law. He knows no legal interpretations. He doesn't know how to read a document. As a matter of fact, he still to this day has not read every document in the Reed case. And his excuse for this was that they're, quote, and I kid you not, boring. I'm not joking. That's what he said. They're boring. So he can't make it through all of them because they're, quote, boring. Well, sir, they're only boring because you don't understand a fucking single word that they're saying, Aiden. And so when he jumps on true crime cases, it isn't because he's fascinated by the law like some of us, or, finds anything intriguing or wants to learn more about cases or trials or the law like some of you do. It's simply, which one is going to make me the most dollars? That's it. Nothing interests him about true crime. What interests him is bashing people. That's it. Because he doesn't know how to do anything else, And that's the other thing, Panda, you're right. Who the fuck as any source would come anywhere near him? I'm still shocked that even stupid people go to him as any sort of source. I have never burned a source. I will never burn a source. Ever. And I've gotten a lot of information from a lot of different kinds of people. In all walks of life and all kinds of jobs, high and low. I would never burn a source, even if I don't speak to that person anymore, even if I don't agree with them on their view of something else, and I don't ever speak to them again. I would never burn that person's name or share it. They came to me privately with information that I confirmed or didn't confirm, depending on whether I used it or not. Try to confirm it twice before I ever use it. Okay? Because that's what, work is. That's how to actually figure out whether you can confirm something and something is real or not, is to try to confirm it at least twice from two separate places on top of the one that came to you, right? That's how you should be doing things. But people like DeGlera, people like Jess, people like Jimmy, people like Aiden, they go with whatever someone tells them in their inbox. They don't check it. They don't make sure it's good information. They just run with it. They don't care who it hurts. They care about if it brings in donos and super chats. If it was only donos and super chats, some of us we've gone a long time ago, right? He has hurt so many people's livelihood, including mine. One day, and I will be much larger than him. He will be sinking into a sinkhole, and I will be rising up. And I will bring anybody around me with me because I believe in wanting to lift other people up, not knock them down, right? but I also believe in accountability when it comes to very toxic, awful people like these people, because if people get sucked into their bullshit, dude, they're the ones that pay the price later on. These people pay the price. They're the ones who are hurt. Their lives are affected by it. Not these idiots trying to siphon everything that's near them, but the people that are trying to support them that don't realize what they're supporting, right? And even though it's out there and it's clear to a lot of us what the hell is happening, there are still some people blinded. Eventually people wake up one by one by one. And when they do, we'll be here. You know, we'll be here. And hopefully they wake up quick. You know, he's not a true crimer. He doesn't give a fuck about true crime. He's, fake it till you make it, you know? Oh no, he'll throw everyone and anyone to the wolves. That's why he can't get any professional company to touch him with a 10-foot pole. Look what he did with M. William Phelps. Even if M. William Phelps did the interviews with him and went the other way with the story, as long as he was cordial with M. William Phelps and he didn't try to bash him and his family online, that would have been a connection, right? It's called networking, connecting, right? And down the road, if there was something else that he covered, maybe he would do another interview with them, right? Aiden makes sure that anybody who goes anywhere near him regrets ever going anywhere near him. And he makes sure that all the warnings that that person got ahead of time, right, that it makes it clear to the other person that they should have listened to those warnings. And in turn, those people network with other people and say, no, don't touch that guy with a 10-foot pole. So when somebody goes to M. William Phelps and says, hey, what do you think about doing a interview or a this or a that with Turtle Boy? M. William Phelps is going to be like, fuck no, not worth it. Don't do it. You know? It's one thing to say outrageous shit. It's another to affect other people's lives with your outrageous lies. And I cannot get behind Jess and her outrageous fucking lies. She has no problem lying about people that Aiden doesn't like simply to jump on his bandwagon. Can't get behind that no matter how funny or I can't do it, you know? Cannot do it. She's not a good person. Reality show, it's more like a train crash, in my opinion. One that you just simply sometimes can't look away from, you know? It's exactly what he does. Use them and toss them away like trash.
Salute and say, I love these people. You don't come down in the cold and talk to them. You don't come hang out with them.
Not going.
You can't do that once a month
Ever.
for Kelsey. You can't be there.
Of course
be
not.
around your people. Do some work. Put the camera on. What do? You do nothing. All you do is sit back and take. You're a clown with a bee hat. You're a gimmick. That's all you are. And then you're trying to jump in this because this is content. I get it. But in reality, your boy just won't answer any questions. He won't answer no questions. You guys spread narratives. Are you going to answer my questions, Glera? Why didn't you jump on a plane and go here? Huh, Glera, you going to answer my questions, buddy? Why can't you come to Boston and go to Kelsey Heron's? Huh? You make that much money a month, buddy. Man, making like almost $20,000 a month. You definitely have a couple of thousand to throw to the side to invest in your craft, right? Because this is what you do. This is what you love, right?
Lie in a hole, right?
This is what you do. This is what you love. This is your career, Glera.
Oh,
isn't
his
it?
battleship was already sunk a while ago. He's just floating above water in his little inner tube.
I thought this was your career, buddy. I thought this is what you do. You ain't going to be around in March 27th. Doesn't this dude have a court hearing on March 27th?
He does have a court hearing that day, yep. He does.
Isn't that the truth? Adi Ortiz is even coming at you. Glera is afraid from the boys from Boston. Yeah. I mean, now it's going to be different, right, Glera? Because now you've seen Jay Brill, man. He showed up. This is what happens when you show up. How are you going to take it? How are you going to take it when people start asking you questions, Glera? What are you going to do when they start asking you questions, Glera? You know? What's going to happen then, huh? Because you can't go home. You got to go to a hotel and you got to go, you're going to feel real uncomfortable because you're not even from Boston. So what happens, right?
Don't know your way around these parts, my friend.
You got to do it for your craft, right? You'd be willing to answer questions, right? You'd be willing to take the good with the bad, right, my dude? But nah, you just hide behind your little desk and you just take people's money and you put on a bee hat and you just make narratives up and talk shit. You and your boy. Who's the other boy? Little Debbie the other night. You guys sit back. Oh, I got a story about Little Debbie. Little Debbie don't even like you, man. I got recordings of Little Debbie laughing at you.
To be fair, Little Debbie don't like Aiden either, all right? Jimmy made it very clear that he hated Aiden, that he was only in private messages, that he was only fucking sort of riding that coattail for money, clout, in his own show, that he pretended in the same way that he pretended with Will and couldn't stand Will, in the same way that he couldn't stand any of these people. There are many private messages people have shared with me where he trashes Aiden, trashes Will, can't stand any of them over and over and over and over. It's amazing what these people will fucking lie about. They can't even stand each other in real life. They're sitting there talking shit about each other over and over and over and over. I can't imagine talking shit about the people that I talk to. That's weird. It's fucking weird, right? Like, that's just strange to me. Like, you guys pretend that you're like content creators that like roll together and like it's one thing, right? Except behind closed doors, they are talking mad shit about each other because, you know, they don't know how to share money or audiences or anything like that. They don't want to lift anyone up. They want to knock every one of themselves, everyone else down. It doesn't matter who it is. There are those people who are me. I can't stand people. It's one of my biggest pet peeves, selfishness, not wanting to have everybody do well. You just want just you to do well. If there is any help that I can give to other people or other creators that aren't doing bad shit, then I'm going to, including Deidre's going to have a spaces at 7:30, by the way, for all of you on X. I'll pop in. But she's doing a spaces at 7:30 Eastern time tonight. So if you get a chance, definitely pop over to Deidre's spaces that she's going to do tonight. It'll be interesting, and I'm going to pop in there. And this is what I mean. If there is something I can do to help someone else, I'm going to fucking do it. I know how hard it is. Why shouldn't we help one another? Why should we just be me? What does that really do? We should be coming together as a community to help one another, you know? That's a good damn question, Claw. Who doesn't Jimmy hate? I feel like he hates everybody, including himself, you know? It's why he thinks it's funny to sort of just parrot shit Aiden says, is because he's so, and again, this goes for Just Well, they're so insecure with themselves, just like Will. All of them. They're insecure with themselves. They don't know who they are as people. They only know how to ride the coattail and money train of Aiden. As individuals, they're unhappy inside, and that is why they have to do what they do to people on the outside. It's basic psychology 101. If you've ever taken psychology classes, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Laughing at you, talking shit about you, little Debbie. Yeah, Aunt Deb, would you believe it? I know she's watching. Yeah. Wait till I do that. You guys want me to release that? You guys want to hear that? Come on, Clara, answer my question, buddy.
It's wicked two-faced, and it's like gross.
Is that it right there? You're gonna go. You can go at this where you parked. Hold on.
It's very gross. It's just really fucking gross to me.
Yeah.
Two-faced
Debbie,
shit.
man.
It's just
Little fucking Debbie.
I don't get it. I mean, maybe I'm different. I'm a people person. I like people. You know, I can see shitty people, but I also
see him talking to Brado and he ran because he doesn't want to be by himself.
Nope.
See, this is what I'm saying. He's in the public eye and he does a spectacle. This, you know, go and that's the thing. He doesn't care about none of you guys. He doesn't care about the Turtle Riders. He doesn't care. You know.
Thank you, JFK.
He just
I'm
talked
not the
shit
only
about
one
them
who
the other
knows.
day. The same family because they took a picture with Yeah, he made a diss track. Let me hear that shit. Play that shit. Let's hear that diss track. Let's hear the diss track. Come on, son. We gotta hear the diss track. Oh man. Man, and this is it. Look, they get all sad and shit, you know. They try to exaggerate the situation and what it is. The Ratterall went down there to get props. You've seen Kelsey. She didn't even acknowledge him in the courtroom. She don't give two shits about him. He's trying to get in. He's trying to pivot, make a grip, try to act like he's doing more. He's got he knows the guy out there from the other law show, the other lawyer there. I got no issues with them, but he jumped on. Jumped on the
I got issues with them. That guy's faking it too.
And starts talking like he's a part of this. This case been going on since June 30th of last year.
He's not.
It's almost a year later. He's coming in the game in March. He talks shit about people all the time in the Karen Reed case or when they come on.
He does.
Jay Brill was on the Kelsey case before TB. Crawford before TB. JFK before TB. He just got on this case. So this is the thing, but you can't win because their audience is bigger and they have the glarer inside to rouse shit up. And he's ready for his petty stream. Did you tape it? Did you tape it, buddy?
Did you
Screen
tape it?
recording at your house, biting
Did
your
ya?
fingernails and shit? Did you? Because you don't pick up the dog shit when you walk through the park. And you
'Cause
know
you
you
can
don't
make
take your
your
dog
own
out. Your
music.
dog every night goes, and you let
The music that I play, I made it. I made it myself. So if you make your own music, it's not copyright infringement. It's only copyright infringement if it's someone else's and you just play it. If you own the rights to it or you bought a license to play it, you can play it. That's why. So if you can buy licenses to have certain stuff, and then you have to include, because what'll happen is you'll get a copyright strike, and then what you'll do is you'll copy and paste in the license. You'll go copy the license that you bought for it, and copy and paste in the license and say, I have a license for this. If it's something that someone made, you have to get a license. If you can get some, you can't even get a license for. Again, karaoke, again, it depends on what you're playing. If it's a song, just a regular song, if there's no way to buy a copyright to it, then you're going to get a copyright strike. And that means your video cannot be monetized. Any money that you made on it, you don't get, and they give it to the person who owns the license to the copyright is what happens. So that's why I always say, I don't know, sometimes I feel like JFK should just shut his super chats off when he's playing some copyrighted music, because what happens is all of those super chats then end up over to the copyright owners, unless you own a license or copyright to it. So just keep on like your Venmo or Cash App, have people do it that way instead of super chat. So that way, when they say, oh, you copyrighted, you played music you weren't supposed to, it's now we're going to give that money to the copyright license, the person who owns the license, then you're not losing anything, you know? But if you make your own music, like I do, then there's no copyright strike.
them shit in your house. Do you got that? Do you go to the corner store and get the papers and put the papers down? Let your dog drop a nice big shit because you're too fucking lazy to take it for a walk.
Jimmy 3 times.
Because you're a
Says
piece of
everything
shit.
3 times.
See, you would never come to Boston on a flight, come down here and do work. That's too hard. You're just taking all the money. That's all you're doing. And you're drying it up for TB. You're drying it up for him.
Which eventually he's going to get pissed off about.
And the next couple of months, that's going to be him in court. This is a reflection of what's going on. You see what's going on right now, how they're preparing for Kelsey's trial? They're going to be doing the same fucking things for TB's trial. And it's going to get real. The difference is Kelsey got one shot, right? I think it's assault and battery. I think there might be a couple other things attached. But you got 9 intimidating witness cases, 9 tuberculosis. And okay, we get it. You didn't do it. You did do it. They're the murderers. They're not the murderers. Doesn't matter. In the court of law, they're coming for your neck. All right? That's what's happening.
And they're going to get it too.
You need to worry about that. You need to worry about that. And where's he at on the 27th? Where's the Glera? He ain't coming down for your court. He care less. You think he really gives a fuck if you get locked up? He don't care.
Me
he
either.
Don't care. He wants you to
it's
get
more money
locked
for
up.
him. More money
He'll
for
take
him.
the rest of the audience. He's already eating off the audience with you on the street. He's already making money off your audience when you're here. When you're here, he's making money on the audience. When you're here.
True. This is what people don't get. Like, people don't give a fuck. He gives a fuck as long as the money's
Just
coming in.
imagine
It dries up
when you
and
get
he's
locked
jumping
up,
off that
if you
ship.
get locked up, if something happens to you. Just imagine.
He's already imagined. That's why he's on a rage stream.
Just
you know, it's constant. I know. I'm about to be finished in a second. I'm starving. Super cakes, Little Debbie's. I can't.
Clown.
Little Debbie's.
Yeah.
All right, let me finish this. All right. Let me go now. It's been 8 hours and 8.5 hours. I'm starving like a hostage, and I need to eat something. Aiden bought a home. I mean, he also bought a home because he lied to people and told them that he needed help with his legal cases, when in reality, he didn't need help with his legal cases. He just didn't want to spend any of his own money. There's a big difference between want and need. He didn't want. I love your stinking faces. We're gonna play the song for the outro today. So that's what's gonna happen. We're gonna play the song, and then I'm gonna end the stream without the outro, because the song's gonna be the outro. But nonetheless, do me a favor and hit the like button on your way out. Appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I'll see you guys in the morning. 10:30, between 10:30 and 11:30, I believe, unless there's something that's happening earlier. I got to go look over my schedule for stuff that's happening. Nonetheless, I will pop on a Deidre Spaces at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. If you're on X, Deidre's having Spaces, I'm going to pop in there. Make sure you check it out. And if you'd like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do it. You can get yourself a membership. You can give memberships to other people. You can do a super chat or a super sticker. I appreciate those of you that got your memberships today. Ruthie, thank you. Panda, thank you. LTG, thank you for your donation. Thank you to the other ones that I got that I said earlier. If you are catching me on the restream and you still want to donate, some people prefer to wait until after the stream. I'll just thank you on the next one, of course. But the other direct routes, of course, are our Cash App, our Venmo, our PayPal. We have Chime, we have Revolut, and we have an Amazon wish list. All that stuff is in the description of the video here on YouTube anyway. But it's always, scrolling around the bottom of the screen. And the link as well is also in the description, which you can just click on and use any credit or debit. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. But when the stream is over, it's still in the description of the video. You can find it there. I love your stinking faces. And I will see all of you amazing people either on Spaces at 7:30 or I will see y'all tomorrow.
To a turtle, crawl out the drain. Yeah, yeah. Here we go again. Bloggers spewing lies all day. Gaslight king, twisting truth away. Attacks the honest, jealous in a shell. Incites his minions, ringing that hate bell. Scared of girls, yeah, he shakes and he cries. Calls the cops nonstop, what a surprise. Says they're corrupt, but dials them for fun. Missing a shoe, man, you're done. Whining like a baby, help me boo-hoo. Brags, he's the smartest king of the zoo. Low IQ, moving court, felony flop. Argued against himself just to make it stop. Fake account stalking, can't even handle play. Third time with a judge, scared of Kate today. To a turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. To a turtle, crying for his crow. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down, psychic swans a joke. Living in the shade of Chado, the spot, mom's house parade. Peeping at box trucks on private land. Obnoxious busybody, loudest in the band. Well, either Marlboro cowboy, 50 and frail. Mommy's basement, chain smoking trail. Parrots every word, turtles loyal mug. Jimmy bounce on champ, basement shut in slut. All free dreaming of that money train ride. Dirty work doers hiding side by side. But turtles cash, it's a fool's gold scam. Karma's got the ticket, slamming that jam. To a turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. Thought complaints flying, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. To a turtle, crying waters grow. Karma's coming fast, what you gonna do? Turtle down, yeah, yeah. Call back, you clown parade. Fake tough guy, but girls make you face self-praise. They go, I'm the best, the chords laughing, your brains in the dirt. Side pigs crashing, train derailed for good. Karma's dancing like we knew it was. So turtle, hiding in the muck. Turtle protocol, cops say enough. False complaints fine, they roll their eyes. Get lost, little guy, under those blue skies. Little turtle, crying for his cool. Karma's coming back, what you gonna do? Turtle down, yeah, yeah. Turtle down, to a turtle. Turtle protocol. Karma's here, yeah.